Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome all. Welcome. Welcome to this magnificent hall of the CCCB, to this special day on playing in cities with the collaboration of so many different institutions here in Barcelona and Catalonia. So, playing is not just anything, and you realize that when you go to Google. That's what we all do. If you go to Google and write play, games, you discover that from Plato, going through Nietzsche, and also including Albert Einstein, they have all talked about how important it is to play, and how bizarre, how curious playing is important. So then life begins in that way, playing. I'm going to tell you a sentence. Try guess if it's Plato, Nietzsche, or Einstein. You agree? Okay, first, have you had breakfast? Yes, we'll give you something to eat later on, but not just yet. So those of you who've had breakfast, you have energy, right? In 1 hour's play, you can discover more about a person than in 1 year conversation. Who said this? Plato. Very good. Yes, indeed. Plato. Excellent. So, 2 more to go. Next. The mature age of humankind is finding the gravity they had during play. Nietzsche. Excellent. And the one left, of course, is Einstein, who said to play is the most elevated form of research. Very good. Did you have breakfast, those of you who guessed? It's so important to have breakfast. Well, let's play throughout today that begins right now and will go on right on to 7 o'clock this afternoon. Not bad. We'll be sharing experiences on international aspects of playing and games, and we would like to invite you all to be very active. It has to be interactive. If not, it's boring. Asking, expressing opinions, sharing. So we want you to live this, and also we're going to do this the hashtag #JoqueCiutat. Please use it in social networks. By the way, you have Wi-Fi. For those of you who didn't connect, it's easy. It's Wi-Fi -CCCB and #JoqueCiutat with capital letters, the first one. So do connect, because if not, connection is not all that good. Listen, 400 people here. It's incredible, huge numbers. That means we're starting with very good energy. And by the way, this can be followed by streaming, not those of us here, but people who are staying at home can also participate. And so important, this is all going to be recorded, so you're going to be having access to different websites. We'll tell you all about it. So this is a success in itself, the fact that we all are here and that we decided to stop a minute to think, to share, to communicate. I've seen you for a while. You've been chatting away. So we're here. It's good to share life, share work, things happen, criteria, experiences, to open discussions about important subjects, and maybe not too well known as the one we came here for today, which is playing and games. One of the goals of this seminar day that we have organized today is this, that we talk about all this. The other is to introduce the first playing plan in public spaces for Barcelona up to 2030, elaborated and worked on by all the different departments and services. I'm talking about this with one of the representatives of the municipal government. Yes, it's difficult to include all public institutions at all different levels. It's a challenge, but we're going to get there, I can tell you. So with the full participation of all the different levels and departments of different administrations, and with you, we see a change of paradigm, something that was already explained in the municipal meeting that took place a year ago. So let's start now by saying, why does Barcelona want to have a plan for playing and games in public spaces for better life in the city? And by the way, let me tell you that the anticipation is that this playing plan will be uploaded to internet. I'm being told that those of you who enrolled and said you kind of ticked the box saying you wanted to get information, you will receive everything. So anyway, we're going to be hearing about the representative of social rights, Laia Ortiz, of the municipal government in Barcelona.
Hola, molt bon dia.
Hi, good morning. Truth be told, after that first meeting that took place in 2016, when we talked about the right to the city, where we had Francesco Tonucci with us, and that was also, it met all the expectations, in fact, of people. I remember we didn't fit in the room, and that meant that many people were totally into it. It was all very intense, and I'm very happy that 2 years later we can organize this seminar with, as has been said, more than 400 people. So it means that we are giving importance to playing in the city. It means it's important for us. In fact, a year ago in the plenary session of the municipal government, in fact, less than a year ago, we were able to unanimously agree on the strategy of Barcelona plays. But we didn't want it to be something just forgotten. I mean, the planning of some areas for people to play, or how to include playing in the design of parks and gardens. We wanted to go well beyond those first regulations, and we wanted to do a lot with what we had reflected on, with what we had gathered, with what we had thought on. Like, we've been told it wasn't easy, and we wanted to do so with one first special municipal plan on playing in the city. So I'm here to give you an overview. For Barcelona, it is a pioneering plan and very ambitious, because the goal is to place playing and physical activity outdoors at the very heart of the policies of the municipal government. As I said, it's not an easy task. Here I would like to most especially thank the hard work of the Institute for Infants and Children in Barcelona, because institutions, of course, all those of us in municipal government want to work on many things, but it's not easy to include everything. This municipal government in Barcelona has been working on poverty, on feminism, on different subjects and issues, but it's difficult to organize and difficult to take care of everything. And not only that, but later on to actually get down to the nitty-gritty and making sure that you take social rights into account, to link parks and gardens with education, for example. That means that you are forcing the municipal structure, and administrations have to work, the different services and departments have to work together, and it's very, very important. So here I want to say thank you to the Institute as well for having worked on this plan. So what are we going to do with this plan? Well, it means to diversify and improve the opportunities for playing and carrying out physical exercise in the open-air spaces of the city, because we know that this is good not only for children and teenagers, but for everyone. Indeed, children and teenagers are really not very visible and not taken care of as they should, and they are not part of the city policies, so that has to be a priority. But at the end of the day, we all want to play, never mind our age. We know that playing is good and it's healthy for everyone. So today is a moment in which we actually materialize and implement work that has been going on for such a long time. When we talked about these issues 2 years ago, with more than 300 people sharing ideas, and then also adding the work of so many professionals, for example, from the Municipal Institute of Disabled Persons, from the Department of Education, from the schools, from social services, also with all those approaches that have to do with analyzing the streets in a city. We have to see what the results are, and what are the reasons that lead us to think that playing is so crucial for a city. Well, first of all, because it belongs to the sphere of rights. I'm the person responsible for social rights in the municipal government, and we want to talk about the right of young people and children to playing and having time of leisure. United Nations tells us about this. It's a right as important as the right to food, or the right to education, or the right to housing. I remember in 2016, at the beginning of 2016, we were submitting the results of a study on childhood and families as to the situation of young children in the city. And when we saw the structure of inequalities of children according to neighborhoods and areas of the city, well, we saw, for example, what happened during holidays, to go on holiday or not, or or having access to fresh food, how many times every week. These are indicators about exclusion and poverty risks. But we knew as well that these indicators are important, but as important as other indicators telling us about the opportunity to play and access to culture. So both material and more immaterial things as playing or being somewhere safely is equally important for the development of a child. So then from the rights approach, this is a goal we want to attain. Second, we know that playing is healthy. It's healthy. It makes us move, it generates physical activity, also mental activity, and as Einstein said, it's the best way to do research, right? And that means the best way to grow from a creative, imaginative approach, and also from the point of view of relationships. And that goes on to the third goal. Cities, and cities of high density, such as Barcelona, because we really are surrounded by people, well, it is typically in cities where solitude is more present as a feeling, as a feeling that's intense. So playing is also the opportunity to meet other people, of having or living a life in community, but not only for children when they learn how to relate to others, to be generous, to solve the first conflicts that we see happen in parks, right, or playgrounds when they have to share toys. But playing is also the opportunity to relate to all the other people surrounding the children, or also for elderly persons when we offer opportunities to these to play or to participate or to practice sport in those open air areas of the city. So it means space as a space for meeting and not only for people crossing each other in a hurry. This humanizes a city, and it also explains as well why we want to have play in the city. Final and fourth element, if we think of playing as a crucial element, we will be working towards a safer city, a more peaceful city, definitely safer for everyone to be in. And we would eliminate the more aggressive elements or those more hostile elements. So this municipal plan for play has a very clear goal, which is to recover the streets, to get the streets back as a place to play. And that means to change privileges, because I heard about this, I've heard about it repeatedly. We have to forget or try not to think that cars have priority, not at all. If we want to make playing the center of things, well then what we have to change is the distribution of public space, because it's been unequal, because the needs and groups have not been regarded, and we want to change this and reorganize the areas and spaces in a city. And playing has to do with this better democracy, towards pedestrians, children, young people, make it different from the interests that prevail right now. And this means then the fact that we have a municipal plan for playing means a paradigm shift as to our conception of the city. We're not working on policies separately, education on the one hand, children on the other, parks and gardens on another, but rather, if we place the paradigm or the idea of playing in the very center, we will have goals and definitions, and this is what the plan does, to reach a city that is a place that's better to play in, and we want to get there for the year 2030. This means all these goals and ends are shared by everyone, and it means as well that we have a clear set future to go to. It's a project, and it means as well a number of actions that the different areas of the municipal government have to implement. This is, as I said before, the result of a lot of work, 24 meeting sessions and a number of people involved. And all this is not only the outlook or the approach of technical people and technical staff, but it also is work done on the basis of what different groups have asked for. We've had the intervention of the Municipal Social Welfare Group for Children. We have the City Council, where there is an accessibility network. That's the end result of work carried out about playing, but different places of participation. And although we see this as a pioneering initiative, and it is in Barcelona, we have done and so also having a look at what goes on outside. And we will hear a bit about it. Today we're going to be listening about international experiences, for example, in Dublin or London, where they have been working on this, on playing, on dealing with games and play in open areas of the city, and that way we'll learn from their successes and failures to apply all this in Barcelona. So all in all, today's seminar will help us see what the reason is behind having a municipal play plan. It's dynamic, the city will change. I mean, in 2030 things will be different, that's for sure, and we will have to make sure that this play plan is a dynamic tool at the service of citizenship. So today, really, I think we're going to be listening to very valuable experiences and contributions, different approaches of different services and departments of municipal management, and also this international approach that will help us have a very good starting point in order to start on this municipal play plan. Thank you. Have a great day.
Escolteu, no m'he presentat.
I didn't introduce myself. I'm Clara. And Clara Sanchez Castro Bonfi. I'm telling you, I have this, a kind of composed surname is hard. Anyway, I'm a journalist. I come from a very tiny, well, not so tiny, a 2,000 inhabitant village, which is Sant Joan les Fonts. And I'm telling you because when I was a little girl, we spent all day out on the street. We tended to play on using bicycles, hide and seek. We would ring the bells of people and hide. Have you done it? It's fantastic. You have the time of your life. Sometimes we would leave some kind of pretty mud ball somewhere. I remember in the main square we would play with, you remember the elastic band game? And we all played, we jumped and did all sorts of things. I can't do it. I can't even teach my 3 daughters now. We played ball, of course, in the main square of the village. And listen, now things have changed a lot, because I remember my childhood and when I was a teenager, I spent hours on the streets, and now there's no one in the village. You don't see children on bike. My 5-year-old youngest daughter, I go with her all the time. The parents are always there, and you can't play ball in the main square of the village. My goodness, what's happened? So really, seeing or looking at those streets and squares of our villages and cities, it's as though we had forgotten that kids exist. This is pure common sense, and I could say this is my sentence. It's not. It's Sam Williams. He's with us today. Sam Williams is an independent councillor of the capital of Children Playful Minds in Denmark and co-author of the report Cities Alive, Designing of Urban Childhoods of London. So one of the things that we've done, and this was being said before, in the plan, the municipal plan, of course, we have imitated. So to see what other cities do, not to copy maybe, but to adapt to the reality of Barcelona. But it's been said, Dublin, Barcelona, Dublin, London, they've been working for years already. So we have Sam Williams with us today to answer a specific question. Why many cities promote playing? And please to tell us about strategies and learnings of cities worldwide. So, Mr. Williams, you are welcome. You have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. That's great. I'll pop that there. I'm not hearing myself in Spanish. Thank you so much. That was. I feel like I don't even need to give my presentation. That was incredible. Such an incredible overview of childhood and what it means to the city. It's so exciting to see, a city so enthusiastic about this subject and so in tune with the kind of research and conversations that we've been having for the last few years. Really understanding that this subject is, that focusing on childhood isn't about making a place childish. It's not about, filling a place with colourful plastic rubbish. It's about it's about focusing on the most vulnerable in society, and children being a great indicator of who they are, focusing on poverty, feminism, social rights, the links between the outdoors and education. It's really exciting, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing. I've heard a bit about the play strategy, and it's sounding great. So really excited to see how it goes. Now, so yes, my name's Sam, and I am. Let's see if this works. It's doing something. Oh, look, there we go. Moving on from that. So I'm Sam. If you think what I'm saying is rubbish, then please tell me at Play Future. But before we get moving, I want to you guys to play a game. Some of you have got some beach balls. Hold the beach balls up. Own up if you've got one. Now, what I want you to do is throw these up into the air and shout a word that you enjoy about play. When the ball comes your way, don't think, just hit the ball and shout a word that you enjoy about play. If you can't think of a word, make a sound. But all of you, stand up and get playing. Now. Really shout it. Keep going. This is the only chance you get to play these days, so make the most of it. It's coming your way. These guys over here need to go. I'm sure there's more balls than this. What are you doing with them? All right, I'm gonna stop you there. You're having too much fun. Oh, come on now. Behave yourself. It's still going. So we're from a town, so myself and my colleague Hele are working with a group called the Capital of Children, and we are in a town called Billund, which is in Denmark, which you can see here. Billund is the home of Lego, and of course, and the Lego family are actually the people who, along with the local municipality, initiated our project, the Capital of Children, and have given us the role of really delivering on this vision of the town becoming the capital of children. That means we need to, oh, I'm using two different things here. There we go. It's a place where we want to see that children learn through play and are creative citizens of the world. And you know, creativity is going to be really important for children. You know, between us and previous generations, we've caused a few problems, and children are going to need to be pretty creative to fix them. So let's give them the best chance. We at Capital of Children, we have a few different programs. There's Playful Innovation, which connects businesses to children, businesses producing services and products that children are going to be the users of, and actually getting their input and their ideas and their design. Playful Learning is about working with schools and creating a more creative, playful learning environment. But myself and Hele are a program called Playful Spaces. And really, before we move on to that, it's important, what is play? You can think, you look at look in the dictionary, and you get these definitions like it's something that's not serious. It's something you do when you're wasting time. It's something childish. It's such a horrible word, childish. It tells us a lot that the word childish is still used so much in the UK at least, and English-speaking countries. I'm not sure what it translates to, but we couldn't say that about any other group of people. You couldn't add that ish to any other demographic. So it says a lot about how children are regarded, that's still used. And what I really believe is that play builds children. It's, as we heard, it's as important as food, water, shelter, and so on. And everyone enjoys it. We're in the middle of a mental health crisis. Really, we should be looking out for these things that people enjoy doing and make them feel better. It's how children learn about the world. It's how they build resilience. It's how they build emotional awareness, leadership, teamwork, how they understand the environment and consequences, all the skills that are always going to be so important. And it's a universal instinct that we've all evolved to pursue. The fact that it goes across species should really tell us that it's important. So we're Playful Spaces, we're focused on the environment. And this is, you know, the collection of streets, buildings, parks, public space all around us. I don't need to tell this audience about that. And now we're focusing on the children. And we have to recognize that children are some of the key users of public space. You know, and adults tend to kind of go from A to B, but children can spend hours roaming these places if the place supports them. We can't, I'm using 2 different PowerPoints, it's very confusing. We can't, you know, focus on children in the environment without thinking about their immediate support network, their families and friends and so on. And of course, society and how we all support each other. How does this relate to schools and services and governance? So it's a lot that we're taking on. Now, what is a child? So the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child that we heard about earlier defines a child as 0 to 17, and so that's the definition I'm working with. Of course, you know, that's a big range. You know, we've all been children, but 0 to 17 is a lot when you've got to think about how to design for them. It's important that we think about the early years. You know, that's a critical time, some of the most formative years, and with a lot of its own specific needs, it's important that we separate that from the more kind of adventurous, you know, toddlers. We need to think about the teenagers. They're some of the worst served by society, more often considered a problem or a nuisance, you know, held in kind of suspicion. It doesn't stop with teenagers though, you know, through into youth. We still really want to play. We might pretend that we're not children and that we're all grown up and serious. We're not really. It goes on into adulthood and into old age, you know, who really wants to actually give up playing? And of course, you know, it's not all going in one way. We have the elderly looking after grandchildren. We have young adults having children. We have teenagers looking after grandparents. For a place to be child-friendly, it needs to support all of these activities. Otherwise, it's not child-friendly. For those of you interested in investigating that kind of intergenerational aspect, I suggest looking up the group 880 Cities, led by not Enrique Peñalosa, Gil Peñalosa, the brother. Why is this all so important? Well, Tim Gill, who we worked with on our report, often starts his presentations with this piece of research, and he was kind enough to share it with me. Here is a city in the UK called Sheffield, and we're going to go back over about 100 years of history now, but I know that I've not got long, so I'll make it quick. Is that moving on? Well, hello. Oh, there we go, great, okay. So, 1919, so 100 years ago, a great-grandfather now, aged 8, he had a range of nearly 10 kilometers, that's on his own, walking around the town, and he used to walk from the black dot there, all the way down, you can't really see it, but there are some lakes down there where he'd go fishing, all on his own. Think about the kind of, you know, the people that he'd run into on that journey, the things he'd see, the kind of, you know, trouble he'd get into and then told off by someone who wasn't his parent. Oh, this one's really not happy. Is it easy to switch from over there? Oh, there we go. So his son, the grandfather, probably with the introduction of the car, and a much limited range, 1.6 kilometers. Now, now it's jumping ahead. We'll go back to the mother. The mother in the late 70s up there with a range of about 1 kilometer. To today, well, 12 years ago, the child who's child now, a range of 275 meters. He was allowed to the end of his street. Over the 12 years that have passed, there's been no sign that this has improved. We can actually assume that it's gotten much worse. And from my own experience as a parent in London, children generally aren't allowed out the front gate anymore. So I think they've got a range of about 2 to 3 meters now. So all of those things, all of those kind of free activities that are out there on our doorstep, fresh air, sunshine, independent mobility, you know, kids don't have cars, they don't have the money to get on a bus, they're sometimes not trusted on public transport. Nature, you know, children need nature, they need contact with nature. Nature needs children. If nature doesn't have children, then who's going to grow up to support it and protect it? And cities need both. So cities need to work pretty hard to keep hold of both of them, because children and nature don't need cities. It's fair to say that there have been a lot of developments recently, and that children have a really fascinating amount of access to a whole range of new media and technology, access to the internet and to knowledge and to games and things that would have blown my mind as an 8-year-old. And, you know, and some of that is positive, but the problem is, it's, you know, it's really pushing the other, like I'm pushing this button. It's, you know, it's pushing that other stuff out of the way. It's you know, there's too much competition. There's so much money invested in, you know, getting children's attention and keeping it and getting their parents' money. That, you know, sometimes trees and sunshine really struggle to keep up. We could say that this is part of a negative feedback loop, you know, and as we heard, you know, children aren't out on the street anymore, and with that, we have something called shifting baseline syndrome, where people get used to children not being out on the street. They, you know, they get quite happy with it. It's peaceful, it's tidy. You know, there's no shrieking, there's no ball flying out in front of their car. They're quite happy with it. And the longer it goes on, the more they forget that children were ever outside. When, at the same time, we know that there's a crisis in childhood happening all around us. It's an invisible one. But 80% of 5 to 15-year-olds aren't getting enough physical activity to keep healthy. We know that children of this generation, in the UK at least, are proven to be weaker than any previous generation. They don't have the strength. It's not necessarily that they're fatter, but they literally don't have the muscle strength, and that leads to shortened lifespans. This might even be the first generation to die before their parents. I'll just leave that out in there, out in the open there. That's probably the first time that's happened since the cavemen, I'm guessing. And we have a mental health crisis among children. We need to turn this around and create a positive feedback loop. We need, you know, play is this powerful builder of children, and it also benefits families, communities, and society. So, you know, let's get things back on the right track. Now, another game, less active. I want you all to spend 5 seconds, it shouldn't take long, thinking of your favorite place that you used to play as a child. Okay? Go. 5. Okay, you should have it. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and the person sitting on my right, spend 5 to 10 seconds describing that place to the person next to them. I haven't really figured out the logistics of that, but good luck. Okay, time's up. Next person. Next person, they're giving you your turn. Come on. Okay, stop there. You can all carry on later. I'd be a rubbish teacher. Zero control. Oh, yeah, no, it keeps on kind of freezing. I think that's on. Yeah. Oh, press the red one. Oh, the laser. Oh, yeah, no, the laser's fine. It's the forward one. It's kind of being a bit slow to like. But okay, everyone. That's it, stop. Now, what I want you to do, and I'm going to take some pictures of this to make it more scientific. What I want you to think about is, well, if it was a place that was outside, put your hand up. Oh, I should wait for the translation to kick in. Okay. Oh no, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Oh, this camera's rubbish. Right, hold on. Okay. Translation team? Yeah, great. So let's say that was 96%. That's pretty good. Now, who remembers their parent being there? Don't keep your hand up. Don't be shy. I mean, it is something to be embarrassed about, but you know. Okay, you know, pretty much the exact opposite. And I can tell you, oh, I didn't take the embarrassed people's photo. Come on. Right, hands back up. Yeah, you. Anyone else? Okay, 3 here. Anyone? No? Oh, you back there. Okay. You just had very loving parents. It's okay. Now, if you compare that to what we were saying earlier about the fact that children aren't outside and children are kind of being controlled by their parents, it's a complete... What's happened? Seriously, like what's going on? It doesn't... Anyway, so my story, my interest in all this began when I started doing something called a play street. And so if you've come across a group in Bristol in the UK called Playing Out, great. If you haven't, look them up because they're incredible. Now, this is a really simple strategy where somebody in the community, in this case myself, is able to write to their council and then... Oh, the picture hasn't moved on. Come on. There we go. You can write to the council, ask for your street to be closed for just a few hours on, in my case, I did the first Sunday of the month for 3 hours, and, you know, and I thought, well, this will be great, we can do that, no cars, the kids can go out and play with each other and get to know each other, and that would be lovely. And I thought that would be enough for me, that my kids were having some fun and we weren't having to go to the same boring little playground down the road. And they did, you know, they got to know everyone. But what I hadn't really thought about was the fact that, you know, because the kids were out, the parents came out. And because the parents were out and they had to stand there for 3 hours, they all went inside, they all brought out cups of tea and biscuits and drinks for the kids. And, you know, and then because they were all out, some of the elderly people on the street that nobody even knew were there looked outside and saw this kind of friendly thing going on and came down too. So we ran inside and we brought out chairs and more stuff. And before we knew it, pretty much the whole street was out. And more recently, you know, the kids ask if they can have their birthday party on Play Street, and we make cakes, and they invite all their friends from nearby streets. People walking past join us, and we get to know people from all kinds of different backgrounds, you know. You go through school, university, into your job, and it's sometimes easy to forget that you're kind of part of this, you know, very homogenous group of people. And that's not me, is it? That'd be embarrassing. It's very easy to forget that you're kind of in this group of people who are all very similar. And it's only when your kid runs up to somebody that you probably wouldn't have gone up to speak to and starts talking to them, you're forced to interact. And, you know, children are amazing at breaking down these boundaries. And so we've got to know all kinds of people, all thanks to our kids. And so look up the group Playing Out in Bristol, like I said. And this got me really thinking, because at the time I was working...
En aquell moment, jo treballava en un grup que es deia ARUP.
I'll try the laser just for fun. There it is. I was working at this group called ARUP, who some of you might be familiar with them, quite a large built environment engineering company, about 14,000 people around the world in all kinds of different disciplines. And I was a landscape architect, and I was going in, we're having these discussions about community and, you know, how can we build a community, you know, we've got 250 million euros. Let's build a community hub. Let's build a park that talks about the history of the area for 500 million euros. And it just seemed a bit mad, because I was thinking, well, we had this yesterday on our street and it was free. You know, we put out some traffic cones. We stopped the cars flowing for a bit, and we had it. We've built a community, and it got me thinking. You know, are there other activities that focus on a child that then lead to benefits for the whole community, and what do they look like at the city scale? So there are a few copies of this book over there. Not enough for all of you. I couldn't fit them in my handbag, but we had a version made into Spanish for an event in Colombia, so those are here, and there are some English ones as well. Come on. There we go. We got to work with Tim Gill, the childhood researcher. You should check out his website, Rethinking Childhood, for amazing stories about a lot of this stuff. He came on board as an external kind of advisor. I got to work with all kinds of different teams throughout Arab planning, economics, and so on. Hannah, Felicitas, if you're listening, thanks for the help. We open the book with this quote: children are a kind of indicator species. If we can build a successful city for children, we'll have a successful city for all people. Now, the first thing to kind of mention there is the fact that we're talking about for all people. You know, again, it's an inclusive agenda. So many times, even after all the conversations I've been having, I've had people come back, well, but it shouldn't just be friendly for children, it should be for everyone. It's like, yeah, okay. The problem with everyone is it's quite a lot of people. That's quite a big challenge. And that takes me on to the next part of this quote, eventually, which is, this bit about an indicator species. Enrique Peñalosa, when he gave this quote, in the full text, he talks about the fact that, if you want to restore a polluted stream, it's far too complicated to look at the whole environment, the whole habitat. There's so much going on that it's impossible to know where to start. What you need to do is pick an indicator species. In his case, he chose the salmon or the fish. That's a fish, and he said, the salmon has very particular needs with water cleanliness, with what food's available, all of those kind of things. And by focusing on their needs, when you see that they're doing well, that their populations are coming back, you can step back. And what you'll see is that the whole river has restored, that all the bugs and the birds and the plants and the water and everything is getting itself back on track. And children, with their increased vulnerability around traffic, with their their developing lungs and heart and brain that are so susceptible to traffic pollution, with their short, tiny little child legs. They have a hard time getting around. That's what makes children kind of the salmon of the city. So what is it that this indicator species should be doing? What are the behaviors we're looking for? Not swimming underwater upstream to mate. That's salmon. This is children. They need freedom to play. Freedom to play whenever and wherever. Children are incredibly creative about play. They will do it given the opportunity. But it's about giving an opportunity. But with that, they also need the freedom to move. They need independent mobility. Because without that, the freedom to play is kind of meaningless, and vice versa. If you're free to move around but not play, where are you going? So adding those two together, with Tim and in the book, we came up with this term, everyday freedoms, to try and capture that kind of essence of what it is children should be enjoying in the city. This is illustrated by this diagram by Marketa Kitter, a Finnish academic, and she talks about how increasing levels of things to do gets you from, this kind of state of nothing to do to, well, what's going on here? Well, the problem is here, freedom to move around. Lots of things to do, but no freedom. You're basically in a glass box. Lots of freedom to move, but nothing to do. You might as well be in the desert. But this is what we want. Places to go, things to do. That's what everyone wants, not just children. But that is how we get to the child-friendly city. We can see that there's a clear link between well-being and independent mobility in this diagram from the PSI research on children's mobility. Now, increasing independent mobility down here, getting more and more and more, and this is UNICEF's report on well-being going up here. I'm not quite sure how the numbers work, but we know it's going up. And the country, you can see that the countries with the greater independent mobility also have the greatest well-being. And we can see, now Spain wasn't part of this study, but we can see that geographically things are kind of linked. In fact, I noticed that if you put this graph on a map, it kind of gives you quite a badly drawn map, but it's not far off. And we can see that a lot of our kind of friends and neighbours are down here, so we're struggling. We've talked a lot about independent mobility, but we also need to think about dependent mobility. This age when a child is dependent on a care worker or parent to be carried around, pushed, changed, fed, and so on. Places have to support pregnant mothers, breastfeeding mothers, feeding fathers, and so on. We'll come back to a bit more on work we've done around that. And this is supported by, in the book, what we call children's infrastructure. And I'm pleased to say that from what I've heard about the new play strategy, it really aligns with a lot of this thinking about the idea of children's infrastructure being something that connects all of these services and things that support childhood well-being, mobility, play, sport, but also, culture, public transport. They're quite simple diagrams. I'm sure you can figure them out. I don't need to describe those. And again, not just about children. A recent study by some ZCD architects in London visited a lot of the housing estates across the country that were considered to be the best of the new housing estates that had won awards or something similar. And what they noticed was that when the places that work best for children, the more children came out, the more adults spent time outside too. But children were the number one user of those spaces by a long margin, by considerable amounts of time. So much so that the report's authors concluded that children are the generators of community life. A community without children is no community. This comes, the book, from looking around the city, we identified a range of challenges that seem to be coming up again and again and again in every city around the world, in different levels and for different reasons, but traffic and pollution, high-rise living, urban sprawl, unequal access to services and so on, isolation and intolerance, perceptions of crime and danger. Perceptions, that's the important bit there. There's quite often places are much safer than we really think, but it's how people feel that decides whether they go out or not. But we also identified a range of benefits that thinking about a child-friendly approach can bring. Increased sense of community, benefits to the local economy, health and well-being, resilience, and so on. And in the book, you'll find that the chapters are divided up by these, and then there are around about 40 case studies spread across each of those themes. We've really tried to make it kind of as useful as possible for you to, flick it open, find the subject you're interested in, find something relevant to, take into a meeting or a discussion. Tim Gill, the researcher I mentioned earlier, has gotten back from visiting a lot of the cities around the world that are considered the most child-friendly, and these were his kind of categories that he's divided things up by. we can see there are many reasons for taking this approach. And we'll talk about a couple of these later. Starting close to home, one of the case studies in the book, one, I think it's a really great one, so I just want to say well done. Anyone involved, give themselves a clap. Excellent. Anyone who doesn't like it, shout boo. Okay, good. And it's, you know, it's an incredible project. It's so simple, yet so effective. The fact that, you know, what we see are children and communities taking over the space and activating them. That's really great. So you've got some great case studies on your own doorstep. Yesterday I had the pleasure of meeting Tata Inti. Are they here? Woo! There we go. They're in the middle there. Good work, Tata Inti. Tata Inti are doing, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure you all do, but they're doing incredible work. They've basically taken a school and put it in the street. They've taken something that for most children is one of the worst times of their life and turned it into a fantastic community activity. I mean, that's incredible. They also go into prisons and work with mothers who have children in prison, children who are growing up in prison. That's, you know, giving them a chance to play. So they're doing incredible work. So fully support that. A lot of places that come up as child-friendly because they have actively pursued a child-friendly agenda. Now, a lot of the places that are child-friendly, when we think of, you know, Copenhagen, for instance, it hasn't actually focused on child-friendliness at all. It's kind of got there by accident. If you haven't got there by accident, though, then there are things we can learn from looking at Rotterdam in the early 2000s? Sometime in 2006, Rotterdam got voted the worst city in the world to grow up in. And, you know, Rotterdam during the war had been bombed to the ground. It had been rebuilt at a time when everyone was focused on cars. And families, you know, when they had kids, they would just move out. And this was a disaster. They were losing all their creatives, all their kind of, you know, well, I don't need to explain to you why losing all your families is bad for a city. So they really needed to do something. So they had a sustained focus on becoming child-friendly. And it's had measurable impacts that have shown that it's turned the city around. Here's one quick example of the kind of thing they've done. Taking gloomy, boring spaces like this and turning them into fun, vibrant places like that. In Oslo, they gave children an app that cast them in the role of being secret agents, and secret agents who are reporting on traffic and other problems around their neighborhood. So they'd go around, and if they found a crossing that they didn't like, if they found an alleyway that was dark and scary and stuff, they can take a photo and send it in. Now, what happens then is the council receives this information, and when they see a bunch of red flags appearing in one place, they can say, okay, there's a problem there, and they go and investigate. And actually, they've been implementing quite a lot of them. Here's one where the kids knew about this fantastic shortcut through a hedge. Adults don't know about that, you know. Adults don't know that this place here is a good place to go. You have to crawl through a hedge. Kids, though, kids don't think anything of crawling through a hedge, and what they'd identified was that there was this fantastic, beautiful path through the woods. So now the council have that information, and they can implement it. You know, asking children what they think and getting their ideas is really important. They often know a city much better, certainly better than we think, and sometimes quite a lot better than us. In Wales, they have actually, while the United Nations has given children the right to play, Wales is the first country to take that right and turn it into law. And so far, yeah, the only country that I know of. And this means there's a legal duty on the authorities to meet at least once a year and review the play strategies to check that they're sufficient. Now, that sounds really good, but from talking to the director of Play Wales, he says that actually the most important bit, the most valuable bit, in the short term at least, has been that different teams are now having to talk to each other. You know, the planning team, the streets team, the environment team are all having to get together and talk. And before there was, you know, lots of complaints about there being very little communication between the teams. And now there is, which is benefiting all kinds of policies, not just play. But it's been something for them to come together on. It also means that they're talking about the importance of play on a regular basis. They're winning hearts and minds. And what it also means is that it's kind of built-in continuity. So, you know, focusing on childhood takes a long-term, sustained approach. You know, it doesn't work with political terms of 3 or 4 years. You know, children are children for, 17 years. So what this, one big problem is that you quite often get one particular individual who leads a charge, one special group that leads the way. But as soon as they step aside, as soon as they go, it all falls apart. This strategy has built in self-sufficiency. Plus, it means that for communities, funding is more easily available because they have the law on their side. In London, through ARUP, I've been very closely involved in the drafting of the new London plan. And I should have put in the previous London plan, but I can tell you this is a huge leap on from where that was, where play, you know, for a long time has been considered a bit of a numbers game. You know, if you have X number of people, they might have Y number of children, so you need Z amount of playable space. And it's very easy to take that and say, okay, there's this space behind the supermarket that is the same size as that, we'll put the playground there. And you've done your job. And that's what happens a lot. Whereas, so it's very exciting to see this draft London plan picking up on the fact that, you know, children should be independently mobile. Opportunities within their neighbourhood. It's not a special thing that you should have, like, take a day trip out to go and do. The fact that a lot of the restrictions around play are actually to do with restrictive street design and busy roads and traffic. That's really not been spoken about much over the last few years. You know, the idea was, you know, you pop a playground in, and the fact that there's a busy road there it stops being an issue. But how do you get to the playground? It also talks about the fact that we should be building child-friendly neighbourhoods. And this is, in some ways, the bit I'm most excited about, because now this is going into the London plan. That means all the local London boroughs look at it, lots of the boroughs around the country look at it, and in turn, lots of cities around the world tend to look at the London plan. And the idea that they're promoting this idea of child-friendly neighbourhoods is very exciting, and it's really great to see that happening here too. A development that I'm also very excited about is kind of an adaptation on the play streets, the playing out model that I mentioned earlier, which is school streets. So school streets are a very simple idea where you close the street in front of the school during the morning and then again in the afternoon when the parents are dropping their kids off and picking them up again, just for an hour or whatever it takes. First of all, a lot of parents will decide, well, there's no point driving. You know, it was only a 2-minute drive anyway. Now it's going to be a 1-minute drive. And then they drop their kids off. That means the pollution is not building up on the doorstep of the school. There's this kind of strange thing that's happened where parents think that in order to keep their child safe, they have to drive their car. If they could, I think they would actually drive them into the school, maybe into the classroom, and have the child sit in the car during the lesson. I really drive through schools. Let's not tell anybody about that idea, because somebody will do it. So, you know, this idea that to keep a child safe, you should drive them as close as you can which puts all the other kids in danger of being run over. Most accidents happen during this time, fills the air with pollution that is crippling their children's lungs and brain development, and then thinks that that's good parenting. So school streets, you close the street and the kids come out. They have like, half an hour or so of play before they go into school. They go into school feeling energized, happy, they've done some exercise, they've not just crawled out of bed and gone straight to a desk. The parents get to meet each other, they meet the teachers. Parents who maybe weren't all that engaged in their child's education are suddenly, spending a bit longer and getting to know things that are going on. So it's again, super simple, barely any. I think in Hackney, where this has been done, they've installed a bollard somewhere behind those people, and that's about it. But look at the impact, and look at the kind of, the community, the positive feedback this gives to political leaders. So the mayor of Hackney loves this, because this gives him loads of great free photo opportunities of standing on things like this. He's often photographed skipping in the street with a skipping rope. It's doing really good things for him. I haven't spoken too much about playgrounds. Now, playgrounds, my feeling is they should be places that we want to go, rather than, things we feel like we have to build. That's, my feeling is that playgrounds are things that we should want in the same way we want cinemas and museums and beautiful fountains in the town square, not that they're some kind of tick in a box. And I think about them a bit like this, the way that, not the good playgrounds, but the way that a kind of standard city approach to playgrounds sometimes goes. Take a tree. This is a tree. And this is a bird. I realise this bird's a bit big to live in this tree, but imagine he's actually much closer. Now, so the bird lives in the tree. He's very happy. But then, oh dear, somebody's come along. They've chopped that tree down. Now, they're just doing what they're told. And somewhere in the plan it said, well, if you've chopped a tree down, you should put up a bird box. Great, so now this bird lives in a bird box. But what about, the squirrel, the insect, the shade from the tree, the fact that the tree retained water and stopped the city flooding, the fact that it stopped the hill from collapsing and crushing a house or a train line? The bird box it's a very nice bird box, but it's really not doing anything like what the tree was doing. And in a way, is that what a standard playground is? Is it habitat mitigation for a species that's lost its environment? Is it a playground's there simply because we've done a really great job of making the rest of the environment too horrible, too dangerous for them to exist in? There are endangered species of newt who get more protection than our own children in this regard. This isn't a dramatic pause. Okay. So in the book, we've then taken those case studies, not those case studies, I thought I'd give you some new ones. In the book you'll find some other ones. But we kind of distilled them down into this toolkit of interventions. And the important thing to see here is that these are all things that work for the whole community. Not one of these things is exclusively for children. Again, I can't stress this enough. Something that's exclusively for children is not child-friendly. Children need access to their whole community. They need to experience diversity. They need to learn from those older and younger than themselves. They need to experience different cultures, different languages, different food. And that's what these things are about. In the book, again, now because you are here as the city of Barcelona, I've included the actions from the city. Appoint a child-friendly champion. Get somebody in office who has a remit to move between departments and has oversight of what's going on and where opportunities are. They've done this in Tirana, and it's turned that city around. Simplify, requirements and regulations, make it easier for groups like Tata Inti to do what they do so well, get rid of the red tape and bureaucracy and get these things funded. Help communities help themselves. They know what they want better than anyone. Well, apart from the children, but they're part of the community. Integrate child-friendly criteria into the procurement process. So, when we're designing streets and so on, there is a myriad of opportunities to make them more playful. The type of bench that you choose, the type of street light that you choose, the width of the pavement, all simple things that that this great new play strategy is looking at. It means, if you put in a bench that you can climb on and under and round and through and all the rest of it, you're building play into the street. Implement a children's infrastructure policy. Well, again, I've said this is a lot in line with the play strategy you have. That's just our word for it. Engineers like the word infrastructure. You say to them children, they go, oh, this is rubbish. You say it's infrastructure, and they go, oh, it's important. Map, monitor, and measure everyday freedoms. We only value what we measure. And currently, very few people are measuring anything to do with kids. So let's get on with that. How long have I got? I'm not sure. Somebody, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, oh great. I keep going for another hour. I'm just gonna have some water. So, seeing as I thought I had 5 minutes. So the book came out, and we've had a really great response. This is one of the best responses. This has been great. But so we've got to work on a lot of interesting projects and with a lot of interesting people. One of those groups is called the Bernard Van Leer Foundation, who specialise in early years. They're focused on the kind of 0 to 5 age range and how they can support mothers and so on. And they have this very simple kind of question, this challenge or statement. If you could experience a city from 95 centimetres, the height of a 3-year-old, what would you change? Okay? So, when you're this tall, exhaust pipes are up in your face, Bad paving is an obstacle course. Litter is huge. We worry that when we ask kids what they want in a city, that they're going to tell us they want unicorns and living jelly babies. They don't. They want really simple stuff. They want the same stuff as us. They just want it slightly better. So one way that they get people to engage with this subject is they take them out in the street and they kneel down. And that's very easy. It's cheap. But quite often they're at an event like this where I can't take you all out of the building now. I could try, but I'd probably use up my 10 minutes. And so for them, we built a virtual reality platform that actually shrinks you. Now, we're launching this next week in London. It's a bit dark, but, so you've got these virtual reality goggles on, and it shrinks you down. So cars are ginormous. Here's the exhaust pipe over here. There's an open sewer running along here. They work mostly in a kind of developing world context in Brazil and India and so on. This had to be a bit of a hybrid place. This is a shopping trolley, big rubbish. Noise really affects children. If a place is too noisy, it's stressful for their ears. It's hard for them when they're a bit older to do their homework. You have to think about that. Health services being up a hill. How do you get a buggy up there? The times in your life when you need these things is when they need to be most accessible. So not separate to Bernard Van Leer, although they advised us as well, we worked with the Rockefeller Foundation on their 100 Resilient Cities, with Arup's International Development Team, and we went into favela in Salvador, and we worked with the kids to help them advise on the city's new resilience strategy. So they came up with their ideas, they told us where they like to play, what kind of places were a problem, and again, they're seeing the city in that much finer grain than adults really had been able to. But, you know, we worked with the grandmothers, with the people who were looking after the kids as well. They weren't too familiar with it being on a map, so we made sure we had pictures of the locations and so on. It was really great. People with the resilience strategy were really surprised by the quality of information they were getting, and the lady from International Development who was leading that side of it said it was just the most fulfilling project she's done in her whole professional career. So back to us. What was I going to say about us? So Capital of Children, Playful Minds. Our philosophy is based on the idea that you should be working with children, that you should be co-creating with children, that children, as we said, are, you know, creative citizens of the world. We've got this recent report out, but I'm afraid it's only in Danish, so your guess is as good as mine. But it comes down to a few principles like this. Again, it's another one of these kind of, I love these XY diagrams, it turns out. Increasing collaboration with the community, increasing power to make change, takes us to this place of shared decision making. You know, children know where they want to play, how they want to play. They know more than that. They know, you know, more. And so we should be getting them in to help us make the decisions. You know, decoration. So when a developer pulls some kids in and has them have a... They always... It's my dentist. Okay, I'm sure it's nothing important. Now, you know, when a developer pulls kids in, has their photo taken outside a new building, great. That's down here. When they're told they're making the change, but they're not really. When they're asked what their ideas are, but they're not listened to, really, nothing's acted on. We want to be up here, just to emphasize that. I didn't know I'd get a nice laser, so. And why is this so great? Well, you know, children are amazing at this thing, divergent thinking. You know, they're amazing at having ideas go off in 100 different directions at once, at quite some speed. Adults, not so much. We're very good at kind of trying to rationalize everything, you know, calm it down, get down to one kind of point that we can all agree on. But look what happens if you combine the two. There, see? We're a great team. So in Billund, we work with the kids, we explore the town, we listen to what they're saying, we go around drawing it with them. That's me. There. I didn't realize my... you don't get to see that so often. You know, we have Christmas workshops where we had them building cardboard houses to make little lanterns. Now, that's like a fun activity, but it's also a way that we got them onto talking about the built environment. You know, we bring all these little houses together, and you can start to have a conversation about what is a neighbourhood. 2 minutes. I think I've timed it perfectly. You know, what is a neighbourhood? What is a community? And this is in preparation for the fact that Billund, which is not the biggest town, 5,000 people, but 5,000 employees in Lego and 3 million visitors coming for Legoland and its own airport, Billund is doubling in size, and because of the philosophy and because of the kind of setup that we've got with the mayor and with the owners of Lego, children are going to be some of the first to have a go at shaping what that looks like. We're going to have a go at making the airport child-friendly, the real one. You know, what is a child-friendly airport? You know, this is the gateway into Billund. People need to know when they get here that this is the capital of children. It's not the capital of Denmark, that's Copenhagen, but it's the capital of children. Back to some of those workshops. Here's another thing that makes this approach so powerful. You know, the fact is that children that play, that childhood, it's universal. Children, their first instinct is to play and to explore the world in a playful way. And that means that a lot of these principles will work wherever and whenever. You just need to give them the chance. So we started the presentation with this question: why are many cities promoting play in the public space? Well, really, I could have just wrapped it up and said, well, why wouldn't you? But now some questions to you. How are you going to promote play? How are you going to go from here and find ways to incorporate playful ideas into your work? And not only that, how are you going to work with children to build an even better city? Thank you.
Putting the translate. Thank you for a very interesting conference. And ready to answer the questions from the public. Si teniu alguna pregunta.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free. Yeah, I saw you all extremely interested. Yes, I'm listening to myself. My goodness. I was spying the hashtag. Sam, come along. Come along. I was spying the hashtag of the Jockey Ciutat with all the comments about Sam's presentation. Any questions for Sam? No questions? Come on, I wanted him to come back. No? Yeah, well, I really was extremely interested in data he gave us. He said 80% of children did not really have any physical exercise. That then would be the first generation after kind of the Neanderthal of kids not having physical exercise. Didn't you find it terrifying to hear that?
It's pretty bad.
Were you aware? No? Yes?
No?
No? Yes, now yes, we do have a question over there. Yes, this is a question.
Una reflexió meu alta, però realment m'ha colpit.
Yeah, really, I had to share this with you.
Som-hi, endavant el nom, sisplau.
Please, your name as well. Caroline, I'll speak later on.
Okay. So it's great to see that Billund has this vision, it seems, that is really important, that has this core vision that it's going behind. What would you say then to a city like Barcelona, who has many of these different visions? You know, Barcelona might be the city that play, but it's also a smart city, a green city, a tourism city. How would you then advise the city to integrate these different visions so that they all go together?
Thanks for that. Well, I think that action on the wheel I showed, the first one, of appointing a child-friendly champion, all of these visions affect children in some way. Every policy affects children and their ability to play in some way. You know, the smart vision, the environmental vision, a streets vision, a public transport vision. Everything that we do affects children, because if a child can go there, if a child can pass through an area, it's going to affect them. And this was the kind of change of mindset that we needed to bring about in my previous job in Arup. Was a lot of people kind of thought, well, it's childhood, that's about playgrounds, that's not what we do. But actually, there are very few projects in Arup that don't affect children in some way. There's occasionally a control room for a power station, that kind of thing. Children probably aren't allowed in there. But 90% of the work that we do and everything that you guys do will affect children in some way. So it's a cross-cutting agenda that needs to have a champion who can have oversight of everything that's going on, and they can spot opportunities to see how these things can join up and serve each other better.
Alguna altra pregunta? Allà?
More questions? We'll wait for the microphone. Tell us your name. I'm Fatima, and my question, it's not really a question for Sam, it's a question that he mentioned several times today, Tata Inti. Sam said that he's been there, he's been able to visit it and visit what they do, and which is simple but very enriching at the same time. Tata Inti is here today, so first of all, thank you for what you're doing. You're bringing play to the streets, and this is my neighborhood. And I know that it looks simple, natural, but it is very difficult to bring play out into the streets of the cities again, to make it more friendly for everybody. I know it looks simple, but it's very difficult.
A veure, un segon que t'apropem al micròfon. Mira, el Sam ja ve. Tenim supermotivat, volta amunt avall.
Look, Sam is here. He's super motivated, helping out with the microphone. Well, thank you for your comment, because this is the same comment that Sam asked us yesterday. What are the main obstacles that we have found? Well, maybe we don't have that big of an experience to tell you something specific. It's basically all of the red tape that he was talking about, all of the paperwork and bureaucracy. Sometimes it makes it so difficult to get out into the street, because for you it's crystal clear. No cars out into the street, children out there, and a few materials, and it will work on its own. Everything Sam said. But to really make a department, a city council, to trust this and to pay for it, this is a big difficulty. You know, having resources to be able to work, because we work on grants, but not 100% of the project is granted. A few years ago, we were out into the street very often, but we were not paid for that. So our main obstacle is to have recognized our activities and to be able to work properly and for people to know us. And this is why we need all of the city councils, all of the institutions and departments to know about what we're doing, because they are right now here, but they should also be helping us over the phone, coming around, helping us. We shouldn't be just thinking about how many grants we need to ask for to make our project sustainable. So we need this coherency. This is our big obstacle, resources and financing, probably like most of you. Okay, I think we have to keep it here because we've got a busy agenda. I wrote this down. I know that sometimes those of us working in the city council, we ask for a lot of red tape just to have your street cut. So let's listen to Sam Williams. He knows about this. From the city council, we have to try and make things easier. Thank you very much, Sam. And a round of applause for him.
I continuem
And without further ado, we will continue with other experiences regarding game and cities. Please send us your tweets. I'm checking the hashtag Jockey Ciutat, and your contributions are really cool so far. So please think about this. We now have lots of ideas after listening to Sam, and you know, we've been spying what other cities have been doing. This is also positive. But let's see what we have around us, because we have good experiences around us, and we need to have an open mind, because as parachutes, minds need to be open, otherwise they're useless. So I invite you to open your minds. So we will now go for the first round table. We will talk about cities and game, and I am now going to invite all of the members of this round table. The round table is called Cities for Game, Playful City and Played City. We have Ana Buñuel, General Directors of Families and Infancy of the City Council of Madrid, Albert Solés from the City Council of Granollers, and Jordi Torrijos from Parks and Gardens of the City Council of Sant Cugat, and Joana Stals, also an expert of Parks and Gardens of the City Council of Sant Cugat. Joan Subirats will be moderator. He is part of the Department of Culture of the City Council of Barcelona. I will be controlling time, but if you have a question, please write it down or keep it in your mind so that we can ask for it. So let's go ahead with the next round table. Joan Subirats, you have the floor. Let's go ahead with the next round table.
Hola. Hola. No.
Canviem el del costat, potser? Sí.
Ara? Sí.
Sí, el del costat sí. Sí?
Sí? No.
Aquests sí, estan baixos de volum, és possible?
Hola.
Aquests sí, som-hi.
Ara sí, no?
Bé, hem aprofitat per saludar.
Okay, so we've just introduced each other. We said hello because we hadn't been able to talk to each other before that. Are you okay with Catalan, Anna? Hey, so you've already been introduced. You already know who the panelists are. The idea is to talk about the specific experiences of the city of Madrid, Granollers, and Sant Cugat. I will intervene because I want to moderate the roundtable, and I will start with a brief introduction of the city of Barcelona as well. I will give a few brushstrokes after Sam's words. Well, I'll try to link the ideas. Well, in the cities, since we're talking about cities and we're talking about specific cities, I think we should focus on what Richard Senex said in his last book. It's about to be published, which is Built City, Inhabited City. He makes a difference between La Ville and La Cité. So La Ville would be the built city and La Cité, which is the inhabited city. And he's always saying that the combination of these two elements is not as peaceful as it looks like. And I believe that the headline of this roundtable, which is Playful City, Played City, plays quote-unquote with this idea as well. So there is an idea of building a city to make it playful, which would be La Ville, but let's see if it will be played. Let's see if it will be used as Sam was talking about before. Let's see if it will be La Cité. So this is an important idea. It's not just about creating areas for kids to play, as he was saying, and just thinking that we've made a good job at that, but really focusing on the approach of the community. Richard Sennett, when he's analyzing and making a difference between La Ville and La Cité, he really talks about this, and many times he talks about the brutalism of town planning interventions, and that we should really be focusing more on the communities. It's this idea of inhabited city, of played city in our case. So it's all of this debate on why we need this played city. This has been present before. It's the idea of experimenting, trying. Kids need to be able to test limits, getting out from the home and playing outside. And I believe that these are key values in our cities right now. And this would be the 21st century version of freedom and equality from the 19th century. So there is this development of independence. They have to be independent. We need to accept the interdependencies that we have, but there's this idea of reinforcement of autonomy, of independence, the idea of equality, and there might be lots of differences between the different neighborhoods, different areas of the city might be very different, and it is obvious that if we talk about the public area as a central core element, well, in Barcelona, for example, we have huge differences as for the access and the use of public spaces. For example, the square George Orwell at the end of the Scudellers Street, in the middle of a very dense neighborhood in Barcelona. And if we compare this with the square of Capuchins in the Sarrià neighborhood, where there's no density of people and which is really not played, all of these differences are also projected in the differences as for the access to public space. This is quite drastic in a city as Barcelona, which is probably the most dense city in Europe. In Spain, we have Hospitalet, Barcelona, Santa Coloma, Badalona, and Cornellà. These are the 5 cities in Spain that are more dense. And the more dense neighborhood from all over Spain is La Florida neighborhood in Hospitalet. So here we have a huge densified area where we have rivalry as to access and use of public space. We need to be aware of this. And if we focus on kids, this is not enough, because there's many other looks that cities need to take into account. Sam was talking about the 3-year-old look, but what about the 67-year-old look? This is my look, this is another look. Or if you are 80-year-old, or different communities, because next to equality, another aspect from the 21st century is heterogeneity and diversity. And we all want our vital perspectives to be taken into account. So we have different age ranges in the population of a city, but we also have different origins, different willingness. For example, every year I ask something at university on the first day. Before I was asking, how many people buy the newspaper? Now I don't ask this question anymore, but I've been asking them, how many of you are vegan? And last year, well, a couple of years ago, there was just one. Last year, there were 25 vegetarians and 7 vegan. And this year, one of the vegans rose his hand up and he said, I'm a crude vegan. So there is a subgroup within the vegans. So I'm just saying this because this is just one option as for foodstuff. There's so much diversity. This is a growing factor. And there's also the debate on gender, sexual identities. We have to be aware of all of this when tackling this issue of kids, because, of course, this is we don't take them into account. We don't take kids into account. There's a think tank called Demos that says we should vote since we were 0 years of age, because then kids and young people should be present too. It is very difficult to implement this. We're talking about 16 now to change legislation. And now we're suggesting that the people who take care of these kids should vote as many kids they have to try to include their thoughts too. Because many times we make decisions just focusing on those that can vote. But there's other people who cannot vote, but they also have ideas. So anyway, cities have to be friendly for everyone. We've got heterogeneity, we have rivalry, so we've got significant problems. And we also have an important problem, I would say, when focusing on the co-creation of these spaces, as Sam was saying. And it's not only about this, it's also an issue of the governance of these spaces. Who's in charge of these spaces? If we have to place policemen, do we have to? Or the community who should have to have responsibility on the use of these spaces, on the management of these spaces. This is not easy. When I was talking about rivalry on the use of public space and on all of the different tools that are really invading our city, such as the bicycles, the scooters, and all of these different vehicles that we have around. And I would like to give you some data. In Barcelona, we have 12.7% of our population, which is less than 14 years of age, and more than 65 years of age, 22.5. This is exactly the contrary from the 1981. In 1921, it was 13% more than 65 and 22% less than 14. So in these 14 years, we have altered the pyramid. And right now, the population from 0 to 14 is a minority if we focus on the age ranges groups, the age groups. And this historically is new. And the difference between between neighborhoods and districts are very different. In Diagonal Mar and Vallbona, kids are 20%, represent 20%. There's also important purchasing power differences there. And neighborhoods where there's less kids, Gothic neighborhood and Raval neighborhood. And Raval has less kids and less elderly people too. So this means that immigration is a very important factor. 50% of the population in Raval neighborhood are immigrants. So all of these are things to take into account when we think of the strategies to build and develop cities. We need to have data. We need to have ideas. As Sam was saying before, we're not going to solve things with data, but data can help us understand how the strategies can be. We can have different strategies if we relate public spaces with the presence of children. I just wanted to tell you about this. Mombau and Guinaueta, 30% of elderly population. These are the two neighborhoods with more elderly population. And Raval and Torre Baró are the two neighborhoods with less elderly populations. This is pointing out the significant differences among neighborhoods in the city. And I've just given a few brushstrokes, and I hope that right now with our panelists, we will be able to continue talking about this. We don't have much time, so I'm going to give you 10 to 15 minutes each. We'll stick to 15 minutes if possible. I'll try to take care of time. And we will start with Ana Buñuel. As we said before, she is the General Director of Families and Children of Social Rights, Work and Equity Area of the City Council of Madrid. Ana, you have the floor.
Sí, ahora sí. Molt bon dia a tothom.
So, good morning. Thank you very much for having invited the City Council of Madrid. I'm from Girona. That's why I speak Catalan. I'm the Catalan spy in the City Council of Madrid. But I am not going to speak in Catalan because I feel more confident in Spanish. But I understand well Catalan. So, as I was saying, thank you very much, because being here today is going to help us boost the strategy of play in the city of Madrid as well, because this is a new way of living and approaching the city. It's an honor, it's a pleasure for me to be able to explain our initiatives too, especially the recent initiatives that we have had. As Joan was saying, I totally agree with him. We have huge challenges. Madrid is a big city, it's very complex, lots of heterogeneity and diversity, lots of inequalities, taking into account the different neighborhoods and districts. More than 20% of the population are more than 65, so we've got lots of elderly. And right now, as with the case of Barcelona and other cities, we are children-friendly. We've got a children and adolescent plan. We want to coordinate and we want to have this cross-sectional approach in the City Council to boost all of the strategic lines. There is a strategic line that works on the importance of the participation of co-creation of children and adolescents in the creation of the city. They talk about the importance of play and also the right to play. But I believe that right now we're facing three big challenges. We are analyzing all of our experiences regarding these challenges now. First of all, I want to talk about having more spaces in the city. This is so difficult in a city, especially because at the center we've got lots of density, and it is very difficult to find spaces for play. A second challenge we face is to listen the voice of children and adolescents, to co-create with them in different initiatives. And a third challenge is to promote the participation of citizenship, to support these citizenship initiatives that are very rich too. As for the first challenge, getting new areas in the city for play, we are working hard to create new children play areas, both at the squares and in the parks. We've got 100 and something areas right now that have been created or that have been refurbished from 2,000 areas of play that the city of Madrid has. We've also tried to create new leisure areas that adolescents were asking for, such as the leisure areas that we know as Enredadero. These are some spaces that we've created with youthful associations in Madrid, and they are self-managed by the adolescents themselves. We're also trying to block and close some streets. On Sundays, there's 4 avenues that are closed to traffic. There are 4 big avenues, such as Atocha, Neptuno, and on Children's Day, we block 7 streets in 7 districts in Madrid. And we're developing new areas such as Casa Grande that I will talk about. This was the result of a demand of citizenship, or the Quintos Molinos area, which is a cultural park which is devoted to children, adolescents, and families. We're focusing on play, creation, and different kinds of actions. The second challenge is to co-create with the main protagonists. We have 2 meetings a year with children and adolescents for them to present their proposals. The last one was focusing on play. They wanted the play areas to be cleaner. They wanted to have more inclusive play. They were vindicating many things that have already been mentioned. And one of these requirements of this meeting was the creation of this leisure area, self-managed, which is called Enredaderos. There's 5 in Madrid. We'll have 2 more this year. There's municipal areas that are given to the young people, and we also offer some play facilitators. But it's the adolescents who decide what workshops they're going to hold, what activities, what parties. They decide absolutely everything. Our task is just to offer the facilitator, and they are being very successful. Another important moment to listen and to co-create with kids is the MICOS program. This is a program where we work in schools. We've started working on 3 schools, and with meetings with families, we are refurbishing the school playgrounds and the surroundings of the schools. The street access, many times they are in bad conditions, not accessible. We are designing the inside areas. They should be suitable for different age ranges. And there's 3 projects that are being implemented right now. And once they are finished, we will evaluate them so as to replicate this experience in other schools in Madrid. Also, during these days, we've finished the voting process. I think you have this in Barcelona as well. It's participatory budgets. There's 100 million. They are devoted to different projects of the citizens. And those that are voted, those projects that are voted, go to the second stage of assessment. Right now, we've already finished the first voting process. And my surprise is that from the 58 projects that that we have in equity, 16 are focusing on play, more than 1/4. So citizens are asking for this, and I believe that the game strategy has to take place. We need to coordinate all of these actions. Maybe the frame is too wide and it's not as specific as the strategy of play and city or game and city that you have here in Barcelona. But we're following your track, and I will keep it there. Thank you. Now we will hear from Albert Soler, who's the chief of the service area for people in the City Council of Granollers. They have lots of experience along these lines because they take into account the children's view, and it's not new. They've got lots of experience. So, Albert, what you will tell us will be very interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having invited us. Thank you to the Department of Childhood and everyone who has organized this. When they invited us to participate, I said, are you really interested in what we do? Because right now we are having a very intense debate on this issue today. So, when answering this question of the challenges that we have or actions that we're proud of, the first thing that I need to tell you is that the first challenge that we have is exactly what you're talking about here, which is we want to develop in a participatory way an area for public play in the city of Granollers. We've got lots of things on the table, but we need to organize them. We need to share them with many people, many groups, many entities, so as to be able to develop this tool, which has to be useful to make decisions and to share these decisions with many people. As Joan said, we've got lots of experience. We've been working with entities, with groups, with many people, many associations. Our city has been transformed because we want to have quality public spaces to enable, among other things, play. But of course, I think that we're here to learn from you and to learn more. And I need to tell you that I've been learning from minute zero when you were talking about Einstein and Plato quotes. So, for you to understand what we're doing in Granollers, we've got lots of debates on the table. I'll tell you a few things. When we talk about game and play, we understand game and play not only for children. Sam also said this. Play is part of people's lives. It's the long learning process. It's the lifelong learning. We should say lifelong playing too, because this is part of us, human beings. Because we, human beings, we play, and we play until we die. And we can also learn until we die. So this is a unique fact for us. It makes us human. And it would be good to have in public spaces an area where we can meet, where we can participate, where we can play. And that's why it's important as well to include all of these different groups. It's the heterogeneity you were talking about before. Of course, we need to talk about the importance of children. And as Tonucci was saying before, when we're thinking of children, we are thinking of everybody, but we really need to include everyone. And the transformation of our city has been huge because right now, we have less traffic, and if you know Granollers, well, in these last 10 years, there's been a huge transformation. Right now, there's lots of walking areas and less traffic. So, this is a space so that many things can happen, many things can take place. I was talking to Maria, and I was telling her, you're making me think about something now. I will walk around with photographers so that they can take pictures of images of these things that are happening. And many of these things are play. If you know Granollers, there's this porch area and there's a stone in the middle, it's our meeting point, the big stone we have. And this stone we have, there's kids playing around it. It's like a table for them. They're playing with their Legos, with their toys, and it's fantastic. And there's other areas that are well known, such as, for example, since there's such a big pedestrian area, in Granollers on Friday, lots of things go on there. So many things can happen there. Or, for example, when we put some scenarios there, that's a real play area, Kids run, they climb up, they climb down, they pretend they're actors and actresses, of course, we have some problems associated to that. But anyway, this is a free play area. How should these spaces be? In the schools, the children's teachers, they create this treasure basket. Probably you know about it. The teachers place in front of the kids a basket stuffed with materials that have different textures, different sounds, and the kids experiment with those objects in that basket. So we are trying to create this kind of spaces. We want spaces to be very stimulating so that many things can happen, that imagination and creativity can flow and can be stimulated there. We also thought that there can be some oriented games. We've got geocaching, for example, etc. So right now in the city, there's many people that play around, and we've got geocaching in Granollers, and sometimes we've got a geocaching place in an area. Well, there's the Black Square, the Josep Maria Folchi Torres Square, where we've got a little sculpture of Patufet, which is a small character, and 95 centimeters. Sam was saying that this is a sculpture for kids, so it's at the height of the kids. This character is under big cauliflower, because that's the story of this kid. And the kids can get at the height of this patufet, of this sculpture. And kids play around this. The sculpture, the guy who did this sculpture, he never thought of this sculpture as a playing area. But it is. And there's a geocaching there, hidden there. So this is game and play in the city. So we're thinking about all of these ideas because we want the city to be alive. We want things to happen in the city. And there's lots of treasures and enigma and mysteries that can happen in the city. There is something, I've been shocked by some of the few things that have been said. For example, in Corea Gancheon neighborhood, we were there with Michelangelo. I can see you here. It's a neighborhood, it's a beautiful neighborhood in Korea. It's like a kind of favela where immigrants of northern Korea went there. It's a kind of slum area. And the transformation has been spectacular during the 80s and the 90s, and now this is a neighborhood of artists, and millions of people visit it, and we were witnesses of this, and it's a beautiful area right now in Korea. The artists, the people in the neighborhood, they've created a beautiful neighborhood. But there were two areas from that neighborhood that really touched me.
And I thought, how clever, what marvelous people, the ones that had this idea. At one given moment, there's a kind of, there's a place to look at the whole bay right there over the valley. And there, without realizing, you see that next to you, you have a little prince. and behind you have a little fox. I can assure you, I mean, the experience you have then is, oh my God, it really makes you look at things differently. And then I was able to prove that, speaking to the people that had been through the same experience, the same thing had happened, yeah? Somebody is stimulating you for things to happen inside you and outside as well. So I think in these spaces there has to be this surprise, I don't know, emotions, unexpected things happening, although you have to plan for them well. I mean, in the case of Granollers as well, as you know, there's a part of games that we've transformed into sport, but I like sometimes of the city in which, I mean, sport is really alive in the city, yeah? There's the Granollers Cup that has more than 5,000 young people coming to play handball. It's great. I have to recommend it. The last week of June, if you come to Granollers, or better said, if you're close by, come and visit us. It's an absolutely alive city. Yeah? I mean, that week is huge. It has 5,000 young people coming, and they play in the different sports facilities, but also in open air areas of the city, such as the main square. You see all these young people playing handball, people coming from all over the world, yeah? Doing this out on the streets, it's marvelous. Second challenge, because this would be the first one, yeah, more generic. But the second challenge is anything that has to do with the open playgrounds of schools. As is the case of other cities, I guess, we have opened up the playgrounds of schools to all the neighborhood. And this, of course, also means you have to think about it, because, we have the parents' associations at schools that come along and say, please, can you put a giraffe, that standard kind of thing. They want a giraffe and 2 dinosaurs for the playground. And they come with a catalog, really. Then somebody else comes saying, we want 3 slides and 2 sand pits and a fountain. And we think that the way to make decisions on what that playground should be like, especially taking into account that we want it to be a public space, doesn't mean that you want it to be just like a catalog on a showcase. So at the schools, of course, the principal and the teachers have an interest in these areas. And what we all do together is say, listen, let's all think deeply before we go on to this. What we do is ask for external help, and that means that we devote, meeting time to think about playgrounds, and we invite principals, teachers, tutors, representatives of parents, of students' associations, and people from the municipal government, and that way we talk and see how we have to go about this, how to work on playgrounds. And we see that the first thing to do is say, why do we want a playground? What do we want to do? What's the educational idea behind it? What kind of playing do we want there? How do we want relationships to happen? What kind of plants or vegetation should be there? Do we need shades? Maybe we don't have to buy, I don't know, anything to block the sun if you can have a tree instead. And that, all in all, means that what you have to do is think about it. Right now, we are starting a transformation process of the playgrounds in the schools in Granollers, but the previous work has been done with the families, with the teams at the different schools, and now, yes, we have a very elaborate and worked on suggestion, and we accompany the technical teams. Third challenge. Well, to generate a culture of play, because many of the things that have been said this morning would be part of this culture. Playing is very important. Citizens in Granollers, people, I don't know, of any age, playing is something extremely important. And it's really serious. You have to consider this. It's well worth our while that we share some work on this. Why do I mention it as a challenge? Because there are so many conflicts, aren't there? It's so difficult, because as soon as a municipal government you put 2 trunks somewhere, somebody, the neighbor of the third floor, will come and say, oh, it's going to block the view from my window. But then you say, this is life, it's shade. You want kids to play beneath your balcony, and they tell you, no, no way, they'll be so noisy. I don't want them. They'll be smoking spliffs all the time. You have to overcome this resistance, honestly. So municipal action is important, but you have to kind of explain the ethics. You have to generate the culture. And I'm seeing Toruche, and I mean, we are playing for you. Sorry, we are playing for you is the answer to the neighbor. Then actions that we're happy about. Well, we got the river back. It was a stinking, most polluted river in Europe, and now it's a natural area that's just absolutely out of this world, full of life. So we have transformed the river. We have made it become a safe place, a lovely place. The younger people look for places and they hide and kiss. The more sedate adult people walk around. Some go jogging because they're getting ready for some kind of marathon. People go along on the bicycle. We are so proud of it. Others get the cholesterol route because doctors have told them to walk. So there's loads of living together. And that closes a green ring. It's great. Then what about the Let's Do a Garden? This is a project that started many years ago in the year 2000, and the idea is to take a space close to school that might be an empty plot or just, I don't know, a dump, and make it become a place to play. So the kids of the school participate in the whole process, in the whole transformation process. They participate in the idea. They also experience all the red tape. And then they work with the architects. I have to tell you that the architects, the first time that we told them about this, architects got really kind of red in the face and said, what's all this about? They were highly suspicious. And now they tell us that they can't live without a project like this in their portfolio because they find it so interesting. It means to visit the school, listen to the kids, hear their suggestions. I mean, the kids have been given a proper map, right? And then what the architects do is have a conversation that can be quite tense about how, where, when, and the architects make it all possible, following, of course, the municipal ordinances and statutes and complying with the legal framework. So the kids live the whole process, even the tendering process, when there's the tendering competition, there are kids there witnessing what happens. And if names have to be given, the kids give their names too. So the first one, and then the name of the project. So the 5 past 5 park has the name because the kids suggested it as a name for the park, the 5 past 5 park. And now we are close to opening a new one. I talked already about the area with no traffic. Then another proposal we are working on right now is that we have squares and parks where there are kiosks, and we know that there'll never again be kiosks selling the press. But however, it's a great, great place to be able to keep games, So, I don't know, you can give, you talked about, skipping ropes and elastic bands. I mean, kind of these are game and play dynamizers, You do need some game tools sometimes. So maybe those kiosks could be the places to keep all the implements to make better playing possible. One of the projects is pretty well completed, and it will be a reference for what comes later. As to the kiosk, when we thought about it, we walked around and said, is there any experience anywhere? And we saw that in Sant Boi, not far from Barcelona, they had already done something similar, and they used a kiosk for cultural action. And we went along to copy properly. And anyway, we're making headway. Let me end with what goes on all the festivities. In the main festivity of Granollers, there are loads of invented games as well taking place. So it's not really only to reproduce what we played that years ago. We could invent thousands of games, and in our city games we have a long list. I can tell you, if you're interested. And finally, the city, is committed to playing and gaming and games with Oriol Mas in the month of May. We worked on it, and then In October, there's a full weekend devoted to it, and the whole center of the city is covered with games and different types of playing. And the last one, summer playing, not only with water, those famous kind of little balloons and fountains, but also thinking about water and what happens in summer in a city. Thank you. Well, now we are going to be analyzing the experience of Sant Cugat. We have Jordi Torrijos and Joana Stals. Sant Cugat is also an interesting city because it concentrates the highest number of boys and girls from 0 to 16 years of age, I can assure you. So it's very intense from this standpoint. I do think that they have prepared the PowerPoint, so I shall give them the floor right now. Hi, good morning. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you very much. We will try and give you our contribution. We believe it's pretty simple, but interesting. And as Joanna and I work as a team, we will also be speaking as a team. So it'll be me and Joanna both. Then, for us, it's very important to know what the city is that we have and what is the city that we can offer to people, to everyone, to the citizens of all ages. We all know where Sant Cugat is. It's kind of to the north of Barcelona. It's huge. It's practically 50 square kilometers. It's on the north, and it has a wooded area. And we have many nuclei that are distributed throughout quite a large territory. So there's a certain sprawl, and this also conditions the use of public space and mobility, of course, because to go to school, everybody takes a car and parks the car outside the school. This is a factor that we are suffering, and that means pollution. We are living that in Sant Cugat. So what we worked on as well is the green city. There is a criterion that comes from the top, because there's a model for the city. It comes from the municipal government team, but we started thinking, because technical services of municipal governments have to be daring sometimes and very active, and this is what we are doing. We've been working on landscaping, on developing areas, and sometimes us as technicians are also a link with social services, with with other services of the city, and we have to make sure that we give a quality sheen to public space. And this can be done thinking about playing. So these green areas, we have 30 hectares between the Camatas Natural Park and the Central Park, and then small public areas. We have quite a good plot with trees, 86,000 trees, but we have 30,000 trees on streets, okay? Only out of the 80,000. People coming to Sant Cugat look for tranquility and for having a bit of green. We have these 90,664 inhabitants, and more than 26% are in the group age of infants, well, of people, minors, people of less than 19 years of age. And of course, we have to take into account that these will also grow. I mean, those that are young will become old. But we also have 59 educational centers, 25 are public and 34 are private. It's interesting to see that there are 16 creche private and 8 public. So all told, 24 for kids of 0 to 3. This tells you that there are many young children. It's one of the highest natality indexes of Catalonia and of the whole of Spain, in fact. So of course we have to take into account that all these will become teenagers and eventually adults. So we worked a lot, as most people have, designing play areas with attractive activities, but we gradually changed our way of thinking. We gave great importance to the playgrounds in the schools, because we wanted to get the classrooms outside, and we wanted to have pleasant areas with trees and having classes take place, with blackboards and tables outdoors, and also taking advantage of, there we have kind of hills and places going up and down, so we try to make it attractive, because if you're going to be working on a facility, it has to be attractive, but it has to be a place where people can do many things. The playground and the open air are also places where people relate to each other. We've been doing this also working with many other departments of the municipal government, but especially all the intervention has been from us, those of us in charge of parks and green areas. Then, thinking of young people, we have this infancy council, and we got them to come and work with us, and we listened to them and then got their ideas, and that made us change our mindset gradually. So up to the year 2000, people would come and say, listen, in the play areas, we have to close them. We didn't want to close them. We didn't want kids to be there with a fence as though they were hens and cocks. And so we decided to transfer playing areas to green zones where it would not be necessary to close with a fence. And when we had to close, we tried to make sure that that closing were nice. We didn't want kids to feel as though they were in prison. We decided to have, not very high fences and done in such a way that kids could see through. And then with this infancy council, as I say, our mindset changed. We have evolved. And now, more than creating areas for play, what we have done is give huge areas valid for everyone, for all citizens, and most especially fostering inclusion, diversity, and living together. And there you can mix so many things. Joanna.
Hola.
Hello. As of the year 2012, we wanted to rethink the model for play areas in Sant Cugat. We were lucky to get quite a lot of public money, and so we decided to work on a project. The goal was to be more inclusive, to integrate much more. We understood that the structure of a green city, that is the idea of Sant Cugat, was really conditioning things in the interconnected parks, and that meant that we could work on a project for areas that would not only be for playing, which is what we had focused on up till then, having small play areas, but that in fact we could work on a much greater, much larger area, not only to play, but also just to be and to relate. Areas where people could meet each other and know other people, but of all ages, not only kids. So families, elderly people, everybody could come along in order to work on this. First of all, we did an age study. We had never done that before, and on the basis of this and knowing what the demands were also of the Infancy Council and the Municipal Plan for Infants and Teenagers, we took all this into account and started working on the project. And the idea was that we had to be more daring. We wanted it all to be more innovative and leave standard playgrounds behind. So promote a new model, have games and playing that were really playing, with more users there simultaneously, more interaction, more age range. So a space for the community. That was the ruling idea, or the underlying idea. We did this between 2014, 2012 and 2015 in a number of different areas of Sant Cugat. We knew that because of the type of city it would be possible to work on these large spaces for play. We also wanted to take advantage of the fact that the spaces would adapt. That is, if you have the uses, the different ways to use a space, that could happen. And then we finally did the development, and then we worked on some small complementary areas, and also the schools were integrated. It's been, I can say, the largest and most important project that we've ever worked on. It was really well received by users, I have to say, not only by the kids, but everybody, families, teachers. It was great. And it was a great success. So truly, the challenge, at least from our point of view, had been met. And there was the odd problem that now we will tell you about, however. Yeah, if I speak too fast, I'm sorry, but, as we don't have much time, I'm sorry, I'll be as fast as I can. So what happened here? Well, it was bigger than we were. It's, you die of success, right? And this is what's happening. We are too successful. Why? Because the media, radio, I don't know, newspapers, internet sites, everybody's saying, listen, if you want to have a lovely Sunday for free, you can park, you can eat, you can have a picnic, please, all sorts of things. Go to Sant Cugat. You have everything there. So it was incredible. People started coming from all over the place, and this has meant a problem, and that has meant the second challenge. What's the second challenge? To look for the balance of living together. The users of the park regarding the people who are living in their own neighborhood, who want peace, tranquility, and also being able to enjoy the park without too many people or too much noise. But to look for balance and this harmony and living together of the different age groups as well, and the different types of users of the park, because sometimes there are conflicts. This meant quite a huge effort because the neighbors did not want any facilities. So we created the figure of the civilian agent, people who would go along, would be mediators if needs be, and we created a special use plan, saying, okay, you can enjoy, but please don't bring your barbecue, don't bring your table and chairs, and if you want to have a birthday party, please use the tables that are there already, don't bring your parasols, this is not the beach. Although, of course, you can be in the shade, but that's why there are trees, yeah? So we had a good, well-regulated plan, giving conditions and telling people what they could do. And with the neighbors, well, there we were somewhat conditioned, and we had to make them happy. So we took the picnic tables away, we put them kind of further away from, and you have to kind of actually walk to them. But listen, that way they're not so close to where people are playing or doing sport. Then something else about living in harmony. There are people who go to the park with skates or bicycles, and some people love it because, of course, as I said, it goes up and down, and they love cycling. Some people take their dogs without a leash. Well, this of the dogs we dealt with very carefully, and we had a socialization space for dogs, 7 hectares of the park, without a fence, but well signaled. And there, yes, the dogs could be unleashed, okay? They didn't have to have the leash on. And in those 7 hectares, there's half a hectare that, yes, has a little fence, and there you have the fountains for the dogs to drink, benches, special areas for the dogs to poo, anyway, and even things for dogs to actually have physical exercise. So we worked on it, and we have looked for this harmonious living together. And then the third challenge that Joanna is going to tell you about. Well, the third challenge is, in the case of Sant Cugat, it might be different to other cities, but the amount of young children is huge. We have many very young kids, more than teenagers, but of course this is changing, isn't it? In recent years, of course, these kids have grown, so now we do have many teenagers, many youngsters, and we have to anticipate and look towards the future. So up till now, it's been relatively easy to work with play projects, but now, when the kids grow, it's more difficult, and this is what we are working on now, to have these special open-air areas for teenagers. And especially regarding young people, what about their involvement? It's very important that young people, that teenagers become involved, because they can give us ideas of what it is that they want, what do they need. Yeah, we fostered, as well as those councils for infancy, a council for youngsters. We want the young people to make the city their own, to have an opinion, to know that they are listened to. Because very often these areas, and that there are, I don't know, skating rinks and what have you, sometimes it's simply places for them to meet. They don't skate, they just chat. So what we worked on as well is with the social services department, promote this the participation process. And the idea is for young people to know what the diversity is of typologies of people and activities. There are people who like theater, who like climbing, who like, I don't know, music, because you can't always be putting things and facilities everywhere. So you have to make sure that they all have their activities together, but with the different ages. Let's continue now with the last part, because we don't have much time left. I'm sorry, I'm speaking so fast, I'm a bit nervous, sorry. Anyway, what are our main challenges? Well, to have a kinder, friendlier city is what we said. I mean, it's all very nice to have large open-air spaces, but why don't you get nature into the city as well and do it respecting nature and respecting the city, foster creativity, free play, freedom, collective playing, nature, always inclusiveness, diversity, living together, the three main axes, and then as well to make sure that these spaces are based on freedom and creativity. Yes, safety, of course, but don't be overprotective, because if you protect too much, kids are not going to develop. And here we've had to say this to many people, because adults want to be, they want to feel well, and that means that they want their kids protected, and sometimes they overdo it. So then we have to make sure that kids are not as protected. But I've got to continue. Please, Tanucci, allow me. What do kids ask for? Completely the opposite. They want to touch water, touch trees, go to nature, be free, not so enclosed and precincted. They want to go out and live nature. And this has to be taken into account. So then something very, very important, mobility, what we suffer, pollution, cars everywhere, because parents think it's safe for the kids. Oh, stop it. Enough cars at the schools. Just let's leave the cars. I mean, we heard about it. Yes, we know about it. This has been studied, analyzed. We know about pollution in Barcelona. Stop using cars, because the pollution goes straight to the lungs and the brains of our kids. People go to school walking, on foot, or if you like bicycles, let's work on bicycle lanes. Please, just trees, have trees everywhere, and get one open-air place, communicate with another, make it possible for people to walk to places, because pollution is terrible and it's affecting all of us, and it is a huge problem. Well, and finally, just a few images so that you can see the projects we've been working on in recent years. These are, of the last 2 years. They've come from all these processes of participation and listening to the different groups of people. These are projects that especially want to gain nature, to have nature be part of every neighborhood and to integrate different age groups. And it's an example, really. This is one in La Floresta, top left. Yes. Next. Whoops. Now, this is a natural medicine garden, and this has been given to the neighbors so that they have all these medicinal plants. And, here you see it. And it's also educational, and it works across generations, as you can see. Next. Right now we are working on developing the Shadows and Shades project. It's been well endowed financially. We we realized that people don't only want kind of play, but they want to improve the quality of the environment of these places where people play. So they ask us not only to plant trees, here you have some examples of trees that we've been planting, but they also ask for things like this, you see. And we want to make sure that there are elements for shade, both artificial and natural. I mean, what people are asking for is to improve these spaces, because people want to go to these open-air spaces, but with quality, with well-being. And that's it.
Ens hem deixat una. Sí.
Yes, sorry. Yes, allow us, please, before we end. We forgot this. Yes, because a slide. This is a kiosk, and we make it into a bookshelves for people to share. And this image is famous, yeah? It's what we heard before. A city that's kind to young people is kind to everyone. Oh, my God. What am I doing with the slides? Yeah, and now Olaf Palme says that the only thing that really links us with the future is childhood. Yeah, and thank you. We continue to work, but oops. Maybe you know this? I don't know. How can I start this? It's 18 seconds, but I'd love you to see it. It's a mini video. Please have a look. Please, could you? Yes, could you press play? Yes. Have a look. This makes you think. Please, the video. Could we see the video? I'll do it from here. Can I? No. Yeah, on the left. Now, play. Doesn't it work? Oh, what a pity. It's great because you have these super slides and they don't go to the slides. They go to the flat platform. That's what I wanted to show you. And this has to make us think. They're not interested in the slides. Thank you.
I just told Anna that, well, she wanted to intervene. She didn't speak much, so she wanted to explain a little bit more about her experience. So after her intervention, we'll wrap up and we'll keep it there. Yeah, I hadn't understood that we also had to talk about the experiences in the first intervention. I thought it was 2 interventions each. Anyway, I would like to say that we want to bother cars in the city. We want to kick out these cars from Madrid. It's very difficult. But anyway, the main complaint of shop owners and neighbors, they want cars out of the city. And as for April in Madrid Central, in a specific area of Madrid, we will kick the cars out. And also, it's not only for Madrid Central, but we also want to have traffic restricted areas. And in some areas, for example, like Madrid Rio, there is an area where right now there is like a big concentration of families, friends, scooters, etc., in such a way that from Piramides to Legazpi, all along the river, there is the Chopera walk side, and we want to just keep 2 lanes instead of 4. So right now we have 2 lanes for the cars, and now we're going to create a lane just for the bicycle, because it was becoming very dangerous and it was so difficult to coexist all of us together, because there's lights, there's fountains, there's bicycles, there's everything. I have a great time every time I go there. That's an incredible space where lots of things happen. And we need to adapt ourselves, because now it is overused. It's used so much that right now we need to take bicycles out of this area. And also I wanted to talk about an important initiative. A year ago we started working on sustainable town planning development. And we've been working in different departments on informing about the town planning plans, and we've informed about 53 partial plans. And the big challenge we've got ahead of us is that we need to develop criteria, recommendations for any kind of town planning actions. For us, this is a big challenge, because in our family and childhood department, Ajuntament. We had never been working with town planning departments or with equality departments. We also have the STARS program. We want to get to the school by bicycle or on foot. We have the Kiss and Go program so that we don't take the cars to school. We're doing several experiences along these lines in several schools. And also there is a plot in the center of the old town area, and the neighbors of the neighborhood are now owning it, and they are managing it. And now this is a spontaneous free play area, and it's marvelous. And I hope we will have more possibilities like this in other districts in Madrid. We also have intergenerational meetings, because this has to do with the plan for the elderly people, for the regeneration plan. It has to do as well with the school playground plan. So we're trying to make a cross-sectional kind of approach, because there's lots of common interests, and more than 5,000 elderly people, children, and other people are moving around these areas that we're creating, and they are practicing sports or walking, and they go to the park or the public square that they have closer to their home, and they play together for a while. Thank you very much.
Bé, doncs, gràcies a tots per l'esforç.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank you as well for the efforts to summarize. I know it's difficult to explain so many things in just 15 minutes, but we can see that everywhere there is this concern of going beyond the traditional play formats and to regain public spaces for citizenship, for children, and focusing on more risky, quote-unquote, ways of managing this space. There's also an educational debate along these lines, because we need educational formats that need to boost creativity, innovation, the ability of autonomy and independence of children. And this has to do with this idea of city that we are talking about today. And I guess that right now they will tell you what's next. Yes, there's no time for questions, but after listening to Jordi Torrijos, I'm full power right now. I think that he needs an extra round of applause for his effort. It was a super effort what he did. Anyway, and I wanted to say something. Now we'll now go for a little something to eat. You've got a coffee break around the corner. When Sam said, ask the person next to you which was the favorite play area, I had Anna next to me, and the conversation we had was absolutely great. And she was telling me, oh, there was an area at school that I loved with trees, and I told her I loved dressing up and singing in front of the mirror at home. And she said, oh, I used to do that too. And I was doing the Eurovision Festival. And my little sister, she was listening to everything. She was like punished listening to her festival. And I remember something I forgot to tell you. I was learning every year the Eurovision Festival, where there was just one TV channel and we were listening over and over to the same thing. And then I went to the park at the end of the street, and I was swinging in the swing, and I was singing loud the Eurovision Festival song, Anyway, that's it. Time for a break. Thank you very much.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, 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 hola. Pero... Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 3. Fem proves. Proves. Fem proves de microfonia. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Provant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fem proves de micros. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Provant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Provant microfonia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Provant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Canvio? Canvio de micro? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Mira el cable, tío.
¿El cable?
Sí. Sí, el micro no puede ser. Fijo, el micro no. Cámbiate el cable. Cámbiate el cable y ya está, el micro no puede ser. El micro esto no falla.
Hola. 1, 2, 3. Lo que pasa es que ya no hay cables ahí, hay unos muy largos. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Y necesito uno para... Eso es que ahí no funcionaba en la mesa. En la mesa no le entraba, entonces lo hemos puesto aquí, a ver. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, provant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, provant, fem proves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
jornades. Està bé perquè pengeu fotos i les reflexions moltes vegades són els punts calents que es toquen.
Morning, 7 minutes, are very important. Everything's relative in life.
Va, mentre aneu seient, jo com que la meva cerca de Google va molt de sí.
So while you reconvene, I will tell you about my Google search. I was looking for different quotes relating play and game, and I thought, this is a beautiful challenge. How can we think about the city of Barcelona from the layer of playability? It's super cool, playability. So the sentence I will give you right now, the quote, is from Albert Sánchez Pinyol, writer from Barcelona, Pellfreda. What does he say? His quote says, play can be innocent, but we can see qualities, affinities, because when we play with someone, there are no borders, no hierarchies, no biographies. Play is an area for everyone and of everyone. Albert Sánchez Pinyol said that. You know, I've talked to him, and really, he's a little bit of a shy person. And when I read his quote, I thought, look at him. And now we have to think about how can we create these play areas for everybody and of everybody, as Sánchez Pinyol says. What are the criteria that we need to take into account to have a city of Barcelona to be more playable? We have this playability layer, and we've seen that this is super mega important, as my younger daughter would say. So town planning, accessibility, sustainability, all of the departments have thought about this. And these are the criteria for the roundtable. Now, the panelists, Maria Truñó, director of the Infancy Institute in Barcelona. She will talk about the possibilities of improving play areas in the public area. Don Salvador, director of the urban model of the City Council of Barcelona. He will talk about town planning and the daily life. Caroline Dyer, coordinator of the Urban Town Planning Initiative for Environment and Health of IS Global. She will talk about an urban and school environment which is greener. And also we will hear from Guillermo Hurtado from the Municipal Institute for Disabled People. He will talk about inclusive play in the public space. And this will be moderated by Federic Ximeno from the Urban Ecology Department of the City Council. So you know your times, and Frederic will be controlling time, and I will be controlling Frederic. Okay, thank you very much. We have lots of things to cover, so we will start quite quickly and quite soon. This has been a big challenge to have this approach, you know, all of these criteria, and to see how we can tackle this design for this Barcelona plan. And today we will talk about a few of these criteria that have inspired the whole of the plan. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Maria Truñó, who's been one of these indispensable engines that need to take place, that need to be there for change. So I would like to thank her for her work. And without further ado, I will give her the floor to talk about playability and how we've approached these criteria. Maria? Yes, thank you very much. Good morning to one and all. This is a great day, I need to say. I'm very happy to be here and to be sharing for the whole of today's day experiences, knowledge, and the specific part that I want to explain, which is the fruit of more than 2 years of work of many people, because there's a team behind all of this. It's the team of Adolescents and Infancy Institute. There's many teams of the City Council, Urban Ecology, Social Rights, and different services and approaches that we have in the City Council. We've all been working together, and together we have developed this conceptual framework, which is at the rear ground of play and game. Many of the things that I will say are like a repetition of what Sam Williams said this morning and that other people from the different invited cities have mentioned already. So it will all ring a bell, but this corroborates that we're all rowing in the same direction and that we believe that this is the right direction to move into. I would like to start with this image of Frato, with this very clear image that we mentioned before of Mr. Mayor. We don't want swings, we don't want slides, we want the whole city. So this is my approach of these 3 layers and the 7 criteria to improve the play and game possibilities in the public area. Okay, so as I was saying, this is the conceptual framework, and we've been trying to root these into Barcelona to think about these opportunities of play in the open air. But we took into account several sources. First of all, the Committee of the Infant Rights of United Nations on the right to play. It's a very inspiring document. It is nice to have a look at it. And what they say here is what we need to understand and what public administrations need to do and what city councils need to do to push this right to play. This is the most clear and large framework and that has inspired our plan the most. We've also used a lot the London study of playgrounds. They do a very detailed work on all of the activities that take place in London parks. An ethnographic observation as well that we carried out in the City Council in the different play areas in Barcelona, and then a whole set of manuals and guidelines, especially focusing on design and town planning that Sam also mentioned before. These are reference sources for Play England, Play Wales, Play Scotland, outside criteria in Canada, Kaboom for the US. So there's lots of materials. We wanted to import and to make systematic all of this knowledge beyond specific plans and programs to plan play as a public policy in different cities. Let's talk about play first. Sam was already talking about the definition before. Our reference source is always the Committee of Right for Infancy of the United Nations. And they say that play has to do with behaviors, activities, or processes that are controlled, started, and structured by the infants themselves, and it can happen anywhere and at any different moment. So it's this idea of spontaneity and freedom and the main protagonism that children need to have behind play. And I would like to give you 5 ideas before starting, because this is food for thought. When we talk about playability, we usually talk about it when we're talking about video games, but here we're not talking about video games, we're talking about shared, spontaneous, free ways of playing. But anyway, we like using this term from other arenas. So I would like to first start saying that the game or the play is an objective per se. So it's not about playing to be in good shape or to be healthy. No, the main core objective of play is the pleasure that you get out of it. It's a human need that has already been mentioned. It's a vital human need. And this is why this is a human right which is acknowledged for children and adolescents, because it is very important for the development and the growth of these people. But we're very lucky because, moreover, there's a whole set of personal, emotional, social, relational abilities that are essential in life, and where we can learn this the best is by playing. So this is great. These are the benefits of play. But it's not because of that we play. We play because of the pleasure we get out of it. And on the contrary, if we do not play, every time there's more research talking about the negative results of play deficit. There is a negative impact in physical health, in mental health. So without being scaremongering, we should think about this. And also, what about the role of adults? And here I'm not talking about the administration. I'm talking about myself as a mother when I go to the park, to the playground. Do we always have a positive role? Are we there to accompany the play? No. The way we organize ourselves socially, no. There's a lot of obstacles. We don't have much time to play. We're always stressed. There's an overprotection, which is a social drama. Overprotection versus children, I mean. Also lack of autonomy and independence, and also people do not want to risk. And this is not just an individual issue, this is a social fact. People do not want to face risk. And very often there is a limited diversity of all of the games that we offer to our kids and the children around us. But also I would like to remind you that playing, it's not something exclusive of children. It's also a key issue for young people, young adults, and elderly people. Before we were talking about this, it is crystal clear that the education department is not just about educating, so we shouldn't associate play with children exclusively. We should see it in a wider way, and we should widen the concept up. Two ideas regarding playability. What does playability in the city mean? What is this layer about? We need to rethink what are the play possibilities and physical activity possibilities that we have in the urban environment. We should widen up our looks, and we should not just focus on how to improve the 878 play areas that we have in Barcelona, because no matter how many new play criteria we might use, we have a very limited, closed-up play area. So this is very limited. This is not new. I mean, the cities who were with us this morning were already talking about this. So we need to open up the approach. So we asked ourselves this question as well, and we answered it as a group. And also, we shouldn't just focus on the physical part of the urban environment. This playability is about focusing on spaces, but not only focusing on the areas, but also fostering some conditions so that we can have as many daily play experiences as possible in the open air, in the public space, but also we need to spend some time, we also need to accompany, and we also need to boost the autonomy and independence of kids. We shouldn't forget about that. And this leads to the following. For these last 2 years, we've been focusing on this idea of these 3 concentric layers, and they are combined, the 3 of them together, and the 3 of them together create this conceptual contribution of the play plan. We should focus on leisure infrastructure in public space first, and we started building this first focusing on the playground areas. It was obvious that both politicians, managers, experts, and many municipal people wanted to rethink these playground areas, but this was not enough. This is a first layer of playground areas. It's the playground area par excellence, but we needed to include as well the school playgrounds, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. So in these first layers, we have these 2 large areas that have been created specifically for children to play in, which are playground areas and school playgrounds. But the approach is to go beyond these areas and for them to coexist with many other uses. So around these playground areas, and this is what they were talking about in Sant Cugat. They were focusing in the leisure space. Here we're talking about parks, gardens, squares, green areas, but they should have this playability layer to it. So it's good to have a green area, and it's good to have new meeting points, but it's very important to think about all of this space, all of this park as a leisure area and having a more comprehensive approach. And the same thing applies to school environments. And in Madrid, they were telling us how they are working in the school environment and the school playgrounds. And, well, they are very careful with their policies along those lines. And the school areas, unfortunately, are not areas where people stay. It's just a space where people go by. So there are micro-interventions that are being done so that these could be areas where people stay and we can have this playful moment, because this is daily socializing area, really, the areas. And finally, the third layer would be the playable city. And this is everything that has to do with streets, peaceful streets, and also streets just for people to walk in without traffic. It could be temporary or permanently, and all of these other elements linked to the neighborhood plan as well. They have been sharing, for example, a playable kit in La Verneda neighborhood so that we can enrich the catalog of elements in the city so that they also have this ingredient of playability in the city. So it's about improving the pedestrian areas, the pavements, and it's important to have some playability elements too. And we could take into account sport elements such as ping pong tables and different elements that are scattered all over the city, and they are important physical activity elements, skate parks, etc. And in this third layer too, I would like to say that there is a deficit of play in nature, so we should make the most of the green areas. In Barcelona, we have a big treasure, which are the beaches. We also have all of the river banks that still have to be explored, and we also have forest in Collserola, Montjuïc, Tres Torrons. So it's important to intervene in all of these areas so that we can play more there. I only wanted to show this map. People from the regional department in Barcelona, they have been focusing on this playability issue and establishing a geographic approach to it so as to go beyond the playground areas. Here we have the 7 criteria gathered in this page. You all have these in your documentation folder, and if you didn't get your folder, you will find it at the desk at the back of the room. But basically, we're trying to make systematic all of these criteria and knowledge that we needed for the city. So they are now on writing to have this new approach. There are a lot of images because an image is worth 1,000 words, but it's important here for you to see what we have here, because usually at the beginning we were really focusing what northern countries were doing, Berlin and other countries were doing, London, and it's important to show cool things that we have in our city too. The thing is that right now they are an anecdote, and it would be good to disseminate and make these exceptions a systemic approach. The first criteria, multiple proposals of creative play with challenges for healthy development. These are design criteria. Excuse me, I didn't explain that. These are design criteria to create these leisure spaces. So here the main idea is these areas need to offer as many leisurable activities as possible, and they should be like that video that we weren't able to see, but that we all know about. It's important to have unforeseeable play, such as those two kids who were not using the slide. They were using the slope. And it's about creating all of this diversity of different kinds of activities, where to swing yourself, where to experiment, where to express yourself. So we need to have a wider range of leisure activities. And here we have two examples of two playgrounds that have been rethought. One is a big playground, the other one is just a terrace, which is a limited space, but it's also interesting. The second criteria talks about the physical space. The idea is to make the most of the space, to stimulate and to use the space as a stimulus for play. So there's all of different kinds of uses of space for play, and there's lots of rivalry as well. So we need to think about these spaces, and we need to connect all of this with accessibility criteria. This is the same idea. This is a picture where we can clearly see diversity of things. In just one space, we have different textures. We've made the most of existing elements. We're connecting different ideas. Criteria number 3, play spaces for inclusive play based on different age, gender, diversity. It's the challenge of including young adults and adolescents in these spaces with things that are interesting for them as well. Criteria number 4, contact with nature, green, and also playing with sand and water. Criteria number 5, it's cooperative, intergenerational, and shared play. This has to do with different play elements that can boost better this kind of play. And also, since we have these challenges of elderly population, it's about trying to offer play proposals that are good for everyone, that can be shared with everyone. So these 5 criteria have to do with play activities. 6 and 7 have to do with what happens around play. Number 6, we need to design and to foresee a welcoming area and the very specific needs of having benches, shades, bathrooms nearby, water. All of this is important in participatory processes with the citizenship. We need to take that into account in play areas if we want these areas to be attracting all of this community life. And criteria number 7, finally, we have to focus on this idea of a leisure ecosystem. It has to be a playable and safe place. Leisure area, a play area, needs to fulfill all of these criteria that we mentioned, but it's not just one star. It's a star in the middle of the galaxy where there's other play activities. So we need to think about how we can connect these different leisure spaces with a much wider idea, because this is an ecosystem that we're talking about. Everything has to be connected as pedestrians, because we need to boost autonomy. We need to be able to walk around in a more integrated manner. Thank you very much.
Estaria 1 hora i mitja parlant la Maria d'aquest.
I know that Maria could be an hour and a half talking about her plan, so thank you very much for getting to the point. I know that this plan has been a working process that has been quite interesting. We've integrated different criteria as we were working on the way. So it's also been including lots of different things, such as parks, garden, urban ecology, disability, sustainability, many different areas from the City Council. So I would like to thank everybody that has participated in this plan, because we've been talking with many different agents of the citizens as well. And I would now like to give the floor to someone who's very important. Since we're talking about playable city, we're talking about transforming the city in this play area. So it's very important to connect this idea with the city model. So this means that this leisure infrastructure, or making the city become a leisure area, it's very important that this is connected with this kind of city. So we will ask Don Salvador his opinion about it. I don't know if I already mentioned things that you wanted to say, but Ton, I will give you the floor anyway. Thank you, Frederic. I will tell you about how we try to fit this urban model and the connection that we try to establish with this concern that Maria was talking about of playability. And we were also focusing on something that has been essential to us these last few years. We wanted to take into account the gender perspective and to fit it into the logics of the city, because we want to have this city, but always taking into account with a daily life kind of approach. So we want to take into account the gender approach, and we also want to focus on the daily life in the city. So I will briefly mention one of the key elements that has determined many things to us, which is measures of the government on daily life, and how we've been working in a specific case, which is the transformation of the Meridiana access in the city. Key element when we talk about the gender perspective is that we're concerned. We're concerned about how this approach affects us all, the diversity that we all have, because we're all different, and this diversity is really making us be all very different, but we all need to respect our differences. So when we talk about the public space, we need to take into account grandparents, young adults, men, women, children, taking into account all of their different specificities. Explaining this to you here, that you're already convinced about this, makes really not much sense, because I know that you all agree with these ideas. And since we're talking about the gender perspective, we need to talk about boys and girls. And if we talk about boys and girls and the public space, I'm going to now quote Jan Geld, translated by Tonucci. It's this quote that says, look, if the best indicator of an environment is the presence of maximum diversity of butterflies, the better expression of environmental quality of public space in the city is the presence of children. And I believe that just with this quote, we've already understood the need we have to transform our cities and how we need to transform them. When we were talking about the new measures of the government a couple of years ago, we had this double approach. We wanted to have the gender perspective, the daily life perspective. We were always taking into account these two things, because it's important to include all of the diversity. So from the gender perspective and from us, we need to place daily life at the center of our policies, so as to try and meet the needs of the desires of society, taking into account their gender diversity, their origins, etc. What we want is a more fair city, which is safe, equal, with no barriers.
So what do we want to do? We want to solve inequalities, place everyday life in the center of policies, incorporate other approaches and constitute knowledge from its base, and then taking into account health, and thinking about urban design for the small things and meeting the needs of the very complex problems of cities. And the measure, in fact, tackled two main groups of action. One group that were structural actions, long-term, with an impact on our organization and the process, the decision-making process. So, of course, this forces us to be kind of there in our own working structure. I'm talking of the municipal government. So then training. We spent more than a year with training, working on a manual that we're going to be presenting next week on urban development from a gender standpoint, very important for us. We explain it in the first version of the manual. We're preparing a checklist to review all the projects. So anyway, actions, structural actions that affect us, and then all the specific disruptive and also exemplary actions that explain this transformation of the model. The everyday life maps that we've been working on in different areas, and then some examples I'll tell you about today. And one, for example, is the case of the Meridiana Avenue. The Meridiana or Meridian Avenue is called Meridian because it follows the logic of, of the meridian from south to north. And the first important transformation took place in the 1930s when the light rail was built. It's quite a large avenue because of its mobility potential. I mean, the dimensions are quite important. And then the drama, so to speak, happened in the 60s, at the end of the 60s, when with this logic of kind of this expansionist, infinite growth model for cars galore, meant the transformation of the Meridian Avenue into a 12-lane avenue, no less. You can see the image on the left, 12 lanes. It's an air photograph of a square with a very famous church. And you see the drama, right? Horrific. 12 lanes. They had to be crossed. It was only possible to cross with these elevated bridges. Then on the right, an image of our colleague, Rosa, as a kid. And I have to say, she's an incredible driving engine for the superblock idea. So this is an incredible photograph. Here you have it. Precisely before the cars were, placed into the Meridiana Avenue. It's Rosa at the end of the 60s playing along the avenue. And she would tell us, what she still tells us, my grandmother used to go buy meat on one side of the avenue and then she had to come back. So, of course, the day that they decided to get all those cars there, everything changed. When it became the very modern avenue, the grandmother stopped going shopping where she'd gone all her life because they literally broke. They disrupted the everyday life cycle for all the people of that neighborhood. In the 80s, the huge, impressive transformation of the Meridian Avenue, 1967, 1994, 30 years, there was a huge transformation. We went from a 12-lane avenue to 8 lanes. Imagine. Great headway had been made, but they managed to get the first pedestrian crossings that made it finally possible to actually walk across the avenue. But, of course, from 1994 to, now, 20 years have gone by, and now we are facing a new transformation of the avenue, and what we are thinking of is to furthermore reduce the lanes. We've kind of started, now we're completing the part of the first part, the sample area, where we'll see it with only 3 lanes and 3 lanes, and a kind of rambla, kind of boulevard in the center that will be the future bicycle lane. We'll do it nicely, with good trees, well protected, and this is what we're starting now. But with this, we didn't have enough, and we were not happy, because we were well aware about the fact that this was only solving the dimension extension of that part of the city. And we call it the trunk concept, because we were only thinking about the cars there. But of course, the Meridian Avenue it enters and exits, and it's part of how cars enter the city and leave it. So it's a kind of stitching, you understand? We wanted to go back to people being able to go shopping, crossing the avenue. Okay, and we know because the pedestrian crossings that had not been enough. I mean, crossing this avenue takes time, and with lights you have to wait, and it's too long because the speed of the cars there is dangerous. There are many accidents. It's very noisy and very polluted. So we had to do something else. We had to go a step further. So we analyzed everything. We looked at all the corners, all the nooks and crannies, seeing how the transverse crossings were possible. And whoops, what happened just then? I promise I did nothing, or did I? No, not again. No, we don't begin. Frederic will get angry with me if I have to go through them again. Okay. So here we analyzed, I mean, I won't give you too much detail, but, you know, kind of ground floor shops, equipment, facilities, public space, to see how this transversality idea could be possible. And we started with important work that meant huge participation. We got the involvement, yeah? And we incorporated the standpoint, the gender standpoint, very clearly. And this we did on the basis of different working groups. And I said it before, diversity. Here you see the different groups, yeah? Neighbors, people of the shops, elderly people, women, young people, very young and teenagers, and also people with special needs or functional diversity. And we did it all thinking about this crossing space idea, yeah? I can't get the word now. What is it? Never mind. Never mind. So, yeah, the Candelarpa neighborhood and Clot, and then Navas, all these different neighborhoods, and also in Congress Indians. So we worked on this with all these different groups of people, and eventually, here you have the results, yeah, on the basis of, well, contributions. We got results of what is it that these different groups of people wanted. We organized a number of meetings and activities on the streets, 2 per every neighborhood, then sessions, information sessions, 28 meetings for every work group. Okay, because, and we did it as well for the different types of neighborhoods, yeah? And then in each different neighborhood, 3 sessions of the 3 different types of subjects we were working on, and eventually this has given us an inventory, this list of things to do. Well, these are images. Discussions took place in the work sessions. People worked on paper, specifically, yeah? And all the groups involved, kids, women, elderly people, shopkeepers, shop owners. Well, we tried to deal with this conflict, yeah, of the crossings, and, well, this is, well, like a gisting of the work done with all the different groups. Here, the one on the slide is the one of the group of women that helps us most to explain the approach, and it means if you take a woman's approach, you're going to be including the approach of those that are weaker or younger or older or disabled. And so we see that this women's approach eventually means a good city for all. What do they ask for? For safe crossings, more time of the lights, for better safety for the pedestrians, more lighting, avoid dark corners, increase activity, make schedules wider, and then increase maintenance as well, amongst many other things. So we continue to work. with all these discussions, we reinforced this transverse idea in the different neighborhoods through the different streets that could link up each neighborhood with another. Okay, all these neighborhoods surrounding the Meridian Avenue, and finally ending in the Fabra i Puig neighborhood. This is the map derived from all the work, this everyday activity map. You explain all the routes that people usually use. And then on the basis of this, we started working intensively with different teams. I've not got time to tell you, but we got some of our colleagues here, people who helped us with this work. We started hypothesizing, for example, Sunday, the Meridian Avenue, we might imagine, will be a shared space. It might become a space in which cars and pedestrians, or especially in a space in which pedestrians occasionally let some car get through. And we translated this to mobility logic, and we realized that this meant that what we had to do was introduce rupture points, or that would do away with this longitudinal rationale of the avenue, and this way it would force cars to go slower. So stop having a long straight line. Then beware of concentrating too much green in only one place. Then in a central area, it would be good that when pedestrians crossed, they could have two tempos, thinking of elderly people, make it places where things could happen, and so on and so forth. And then eventually this is translated into specific concrete projects, and what happens then is that out of this continuous section, where, I mean, nothing happens to the avenue itself, yeah? I mean, this transverse hypothesis is not really affecting anything, but you see how there is a widening and a generation of a totally different space. The vegetation is different, and the chances for action are different, and you are working on more daily life activities. And this eventually means in this square, for example, once again, the central area is wider, and then vehicles identify that something is going on there, so then they have to go slower. And so we are fostering safety, less pollution, and this is the difference then between the first image and what we are looking for with this project. And here at the top, what eventually will be, I mean, what it is today, what it will be in the future, yeah, with this central hub or node, yeah, and there you go, that's the transformation. But furthermore, this continues. I mean, remember, it's a very long avenue. It starts in the glorious huge square, and there was the first transformation of the Meridian Avenue, and there we realized that we couldn't just pull out a conventional section, and what we did was the opposite. We worked on the surrounding areas in such a way that the transformation is gradual, and, well, one goes into another. And then here we add on to the first layer, and here we started getting the concern about very young people, so kids and young teenagers, and we realized this interference of small pieces, this logic of playful areas, so to speak. There are these little fragments that pay homage to the persons that drew the first maps of the avenue, and this has allowed us to have interventions, you see, and they have to do with this new rationale of playing. There are platforms, trampolines, jumping boards, thinking about inclusion as well, and it makes these areas become places to play. And we have tried to understand that the transformation of an avenue full of cars demanded that you had to make it a place where people could stop and take it easy, and the Meridiana Avenue had to have these hubs. So now it's not a continuous long line of traffic any longer, but rather sections linked to different areas. So it is interferences and discontinuities and related to the different areas in such a way that we are generating, well, as I said, small interferences that make it clear that you can't think anymore only with the car rationale. But we're not happy. We're not happy. We're not happy at all. No. Our challenge is not to identify specific play areas. Our challenge is not to have to do play areas. We wish we didn't have to build play areas. We want to make a playable city everywhere. But of course, it's an essential area, you know. It's as when I explained the bicycle lane, you know, I mean, the first bicycle lanes were built precisely here in the Meridian Avenue on the pavement. Why? Well, we had to sacrifice the space of pedestrians. But the next step, which I explained, is to get the bicycle lane down on the area that cars used, and so taking space away from vehicles. And the third stage, when the whole of Barcelona is a playable city, will be when bicycles can share space with the vehicles, because the vehicles will have finally understood that the city belongs to the people. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for this very interesting example of the Meridiana Avenue. It's a very holistic vision of the city, and really the essence is indeed what you just said, and it is integrated to this change, this deep change of the model of a city. For the city to be a playable place, it has to be healthier with less cars, less pollution. Oh, what a pleasure. So anyway, it's great, a great chance, great pleasure, great everything to have such people here. And it's so good to have you here. And so many ideas have been contributed. And we have IS Global here with us, the IS Global that have been helping us out so much about pollution issues and so. And now, well, of course, we know that you're still working on this, but adding many other things. We have with us Caroline Dyer, who is working on this initiative of urban planning in IS Global, and we do coincide, as we said before, right? We tend to coincide pretty much, so I'm sure. Well, I hope we're listening to you. Caroline, you have the floor. Hi, I'm Caroline, specialist in public health, but more important for what we mentioned and what we're talking about, I'm the mother of 2 kids born in Barcelona, and although my Catalan, well, is kind of quite incipient or childish, well, I'll do my best, and because I want to do my best, I'll go on to Spanish. Well, I'll mix a bit. Only to see where we are in the world, because this conditions much of what we're talking about. We live in a world that is increasingly urban, and this has deep implications in the way in which we live, how we live, density, and the diseases themselves, and the involvements, or the implications, for health. In this situation, then, we have to think that more or less 25% of our health is determined by factors of our environment. So where we live, if it's a city, the way the city is planned is going to have a huge influence on our health and welfare, and 25% is not a small figure. So what we are trying to do then with our work in IS Global is to see how health can be used to explain what has to be done in cities, because there's a clear link between the way a city is designed and our health. So what's the situation nowadays? We still have this model. In English, we call it downstream factor, right? I mean, it's a kind of factor of origin, our mobility model, and we've said it repeatedly. We said it this morning. I don't know how many people here, except Anton, is of infrastructures or transport people. Anybody? Transport infrastructure? No? Well, if we don't get these people to sit with us in a room like this, it will be very difficult to change anything, frankly. We have one. Let's clap. Yes, big hand. Okay. You have a huge responsibility. The future of our health and welfare depends on you, more than on the doctors or hospitals. So I'm sure you're terrified, but truly, it's so important. Yeah. What we have, the model we have here is well, the cause of everything. I had the same map that Sam used. We can't talk of playing if you don't have accessibility because of mobility issues. If our kids can't cross the street to go across to a square to play, I mean, I have a square opposite my home, but when we go and come from school, it's full of lorries delivering things. So we can't go to this square and we can't play safely. So then this model regarding health is hopeless. We see it. I mean, on the right is what we would like to have, in public areas. But listen, what we do have is what on the left. Because of the mobility model, we have these dysfunctional things that are affecting our health directly. There's noise, pollution. Oops, this is the Sam effect. I can't get my slides to move. Yeah. No, I don't have so many jokes as Sam. But anyway, I'll do my best. So, what about our health? Yeah, what is here? You see these early or premature mortality in Barcelona. You see that the lack of compliance of WHO criteria and these 5 factors is there, and it's because of central planning and because everything depends on cars. It means that there's quite an important mobility as well. And if we consider disease, well, then what will you say for Barcelona? What is the environmental factor that has the greatest impact on our health regarding not death but disease? Do you know? Who would say pollution? Hands up. Yeah, air pollution. Air pollution. Is that the worst thing affecting our health in Barcelona? Okay, quite a few. I won't give you a photograph, but let me tell you, no. Although air pollution is something you hear about, it's noise. In Barcelona, the noise caused essentially by traffic is what has a more harmful effect on our health. Noise. Here you have this slide. I mean, obviously I'm going to be focusing on the impacts of the green areas, which is one of the things that we have to make sure we recover in Barcelona. We really have not many acres devoted to green land for everybody to use, and we must work on it. Here in this slide you see the impact of the urban environment on our health, but there are more and more studies showing what this impact is. It happens. Here we have more studies. This is a project we carried out in Barcelona. We measured the cognitive development in primary school children, and we see that the exposure to green spaces means better cognitive performance. Listen, this is objective, and this can make us feel optimistic in the sense that if we manage to change for the better, we will improve the situation of kids. But we could also get depressed thinking that this lack of green spaces in Barcelona, and also because of air pollution, because of course if you don't have trees, typically it's because you have cars instead. So we are generating important inequalities, aren't we? We are limiting the development of children in Barcelona depending on where they go to school, and this is shocking because kids, and very often not even the parents, can choose the school they go to. So honestly, this is something that we should think about. So now the question, what types of buildings are these playgrounds of? So these playgrounds, what do they belong to? Prison on the left, school on the right. So think of it. Have a look. There's not much difference, is there? Even if you go to school nowadays, it might be a 2021 project, super modern school, beautiful pedagogy. You go to the playground, it's the model of the prison. Well, at best, maybe instead of football, they have basketball. That is what we have. And is this an acceptable city? Our kids are in prisons when they're there at school. And this, yet again, I mean, it has an impact on their physical, mental health and well-being and their chances for healthy growth. This links very well with the Amicus project, right? Because of the images. In any case, these are some of the benefits of natural spaces on health in young people. This has been proven. So these are things that one might intuit, but of course, intuition sometimes doesn't link very well with politics. You have to be able to convince. I mean, Sam has told us we measure what we are interested in. So we have to make sure we measure all this to have clear arguments and criteria as to why this intervention is necessary. So here you see some of the impacts. Here we have blue spaces. They're also very good, aren't they? Water, we have to include that. Barcelona has a lot of water. What about these areas with water? These are the different mechanisms, and here we think that this can work. They've not all been determined, but, social contact and so on, these things must happen. And then here an image only of an example, how this helps young people to develop well. It's been mentioned repeatedly. So what's the solution? How to go about the solution? Last year it was a privilege for me to go to Belgium 1 week to a special course on green school playgrounds. And the most unexpected was to see how they had transformed the schools. You understand? With very little money. I'm talking about between 10 and 20,000 euros per school. That's not a lot. 10,000, 20,000 euros per school. I mean, it's easy. You can use recycled materials. I mean, most of the materials they used came from, old trunks of recycled trees. I mean, yes, there are other factors, climatological factors that make it easier in Belgium to have green areas, but I mean, where there's a will, there's a way. And they really achieved spectacular results. They transformed, they took cement and concrete out of the playgrounds and they created green playgrounds. So this isn't complicated or difficult to do, not at all. And it's easy to maintain. So if you talk with the principals of these schools, because of course, sometimes, I don't know, they're kind of scared. Yes, it seems that people are scared of nature. They think, no, the kids are going to hurt themselves, there's going to be insects, they're going to be, well, no, there were less accidents, less wounds, because if you fall when you play football, you might hurt yourself, but falling from a tree or branch, our body is more prepared for that. There were less aggressions, less bullying, less attention problems, when kids could have this kind of playground, and when they could also follow courses, because they incorporated, you see it in the bottom photograph, urban orchards as part of the curricula. So the kids had classes actually happening outside, outdoors. And here we see more images, how we can include natural elements in the everyday actions. So in Barcelona, we have two very interesting projects. Paris has also started, but Barcelona actually won a European competition to transform playgrounds and open up green areas with playing with water. So I've given you two examples. They're not Barcelona examples, but they could be. Yeah, can you see them? And this helps to refresh the city, and it helps in school playgrounds too, because Barcelona is a highly compacted city, isn't it? So the school playgrounds have to be seen as something belonging to the whole community. So if you have green and water elements, you're going to make sure that the whole neighborhood takes advantage, because remember, these playgrounds open during the weekend and the summer, and that way you're increasing the playability of the city. So I'm going to repeat things that have been said. You must count on participation of the children. It's been said, but I must repeat it. This is a technique, you see it, it's been used in many countries, in Canada or the US. The kids actually go along in green and red, and they have documents, and they write down what elements they like, the ones they don't, and they really give incredible suggestions and ideas that sometimes we think are pure madness, but if you read into them, you realize that they're really sound ideas. They might say, I want a park made of sweets, or a park with, I don't know, swings going to the sky. What that means really is something else. It means I want a place where it is safe to take some risk. Teenagers especially want that. So a safe place to be risky in a safe manner. And this is what we can build. So it is essential to make sure that they are protagonists of the space. Not really, as Sam said, I mean, not to make out that they're there, that we're doing it all for them. No, you must really empower them and make sure that they participate and they say what it is that they want. Now, coming to the end, this is a photograph taken by an architect, my daughter, when she was in third year. She was 8 years old. What's bad about this photograph is that when she scanned it, anything white except the road is green.
Entonces,
So,
ellos, aunque no ha tenido ninguna formación en absoluto de Barcelona,
although there's been no training,
es capaz de reflejar
we see that an
los
8-year-old
elementos que
can
todos
reflect the
necesitamos
elements
para
that
vivir
we
bien.
all need
Ella
to
me ha
live
dicho, esta
better.
carretera
She
es
said,
para entrar
this
y
road
salir
is
de
to
la
go in
ciudad.
and out
Cuando
of the
estás bien de
city.
Barcelona,
So
mamá,
when
has
you're
de llegar
in
de otra
Barcelona,
manera.
mommy, you have to do
Ha
it
puesto
differently.
hospitales,
She
el
put
aeropuerto cosas de
hospitals,
turistas, ¿no? Los
airport,
hoteles
things
están
for
apartados,
tourists,
¿no?
hotels are kind
Pero
of
lo que
moved to
ha
one
ido,
side. Yes, really.
Pero ellos saben,
But
intuyen de
kids
qué manera
know,
lo
they
que
have this great
necesitamos.
intuition of what we
Entonces,
need in a
yo,
city.
mi
And I
propia
have to
hija,
tell you, my
un día
own
tuvo un
daughter one
deber
day
de
had
cole
some
que
homework that she had to do,
era recoger unos fullas,
and
porque
it
iban
meant
a
to
hacer un
pick some
experimento.
leaves. So we're going to do some kind of experiment. As I live in
No
the
éramos
center of
capaces
Barcelona, we were not able
de encontrar
to gather any
hojas, bueno, menos de
leaves
arrancar
of
el árbol,
trees.
pero esto no era trazo,
Well,
¿no?
we
Entonces,
could take them, but
tú
there weren't
dices,
any on
yo
the
tengo
ground.
momentos
And you
realmente
think, oh my
que me
God,
deprimo, ¿no?
I
Fico
get
pensando
depressed,
en el
yeah, in
entorno
moments
que vivo en
like
Barcelona,
that.
que
I
no es
live
el
in an
entorno que
environment
realmente
where I
quiero
can't
dar
even pick a leaf from the
a
ground.
mis hijos, porque
This
en
is
su
not
día a
what I
día
want for
no
my
tienen
kids. I mean, in their daily life, they don't have contact with nature. In I promise you, in our everyday life, going to school, extracurricular activities, no contact with nature. This is shocking for me because I grew in a different world. My kids have other opportunities, of course, for diversity and cultural things. Yeah, but really, let's think about this. And on this map, well, there was a mother of my son's school who was an architect, and it seems that she also worked on designing a subterranean world. And my daughter said, "Mom, it's great." So, I mean, kids even in an underground world can generate healthy play areas. So, I'm delighted about being here, truly. And my dream is to work all of us together and make sure that this map, instead of it being a dream of an 8-year-old, can become reality. That would be great. Thank you. Well, as is the case when Caroline talks, we cannot remain indifferent. So let me just, as I have the privilege of being the chairperson, I'm going to take advantage. Let me kind of publicize our mobility teams. I have to, now that we've heard about superblocks, about the kind of buses, 50 kilometers, connecting, getting pavements to disappear. Wow, it's all the work of the mobility team for this transformation that Ton was telling us about with the Meridiana Avenue, or this new aspect, you know, of moving around and having green areas. Well, I have to say, a healthy city, a playable city. I mean, yes, this city of green and water has to be interconnected, and we are doing it. We have mobility, ecology, urban planning, and we have to do it with this working together. Yeah, but wait, I mean, in Barcelona many things are being done, but I wasn't being negative or trying not to, but it's essential, yes, that we go about this. Let me insist. In Barcelona, I mean, there's more and more work being done, but many of these things are regional. So I think the Catalan government maybe should make sure that everybody sits down at the same table. When I go along to talk to the education or environmental people, okay, but the infrastructure guys never sit down to talk with us, and they should. There's work to do. Okay. Well, yes. I shall give the floor now to Guillem Hurtado, because as well as boys and girls, we have boys and girls with a certain diversity. So this logic of inclusion in public areas for young people means areas that are good for all. But for all means really everybody, and this diversity rationale has also been included in the plan, and Guillem will tell us about it. Thank you. If you allow me, I'll stand, because I like speaking in a way I can see everyone properly. As Frederic said, I'm Guillem Hurtado of the Municipal Institute of Disabled Persons of the Municipal Government of Barcelona. But today I'll talk as a member Yeah, as a member of a participation network within the participation program for an inclusive Barcelona, and in the special group of the Xavi network, which is the Accessibility and Independent Life Network. In the last 2 years, we have been working jointly, a number of different people, individuals, people with disabilities, municipal technicians, people from the universities, so quite a selection of social groups, and we have been thinking and reflecting about the need of including accessibility everywhere so that we have inclusive play areas in the city. We talk about inclusive play areas because when we started working, we realized that all the work that is being done on moving on to this other type of city, there were some areas that hadn't been dealt with really, and we wanted to make sure that we could improve the standard vision that is typical of cities, and it's the standard play area for kids in this case. So I'm going to be talking for Mary Pierre, for example, the mother of Bruno, who's a boy with functional diversity. I'll also talk as the spokesperson for Tate, who's somebody working on inclusion of functional diversity children, and I'll also talk on behalf of Tony Navarro, municipal technician, who's helped us extraordinarily along all this avenue. What's most important of all the work is that both through the Institute for Children and the Urban Planning Department, we have incorporated in all areas of the plan this item, and then on the basis of technical services of the municipal government and also with other institutions, we have incorporated a good monitoring and a good analysis of all the principles that we have been working on. As time is scant, I'll just give you 3 or 4 basic ideas. As you see here, we are very much on the brink of completing a working document that we've been working on for a year and a half. And this document wants to be a list of recommendations for the people who have to design these play areas, also incorporate the approach of accessibility, but going across the different areas. You'll have this available soon, and we will make sure that we upload it so that everybody can read it. Okay, a starting point, one first idea. Typically, and I'll give you examples now so that you see that all this that might be rather conceptual is really very simple and you can see it in everyday life. So anyway, nowadays we are trying to make headway from the vision and definition of play areas, meaning that we're generating standard places for playing, and boys and girls that don't fit in well with those standards will have a kind of a burden that will make it impossible for them to play in equal conditions. And we are moving on now to a situation in which the essential point of everything is the reference of diversity. So the importance is not whether they are able to do something or not, but rather how do we organize things so that with the design of these play areas we encompass all the diversity that you find in young people. It's obvious, and here, I mean, I could speak about it repeatedly. I could give you the standpoint of the disabled person, but listen, what is a necessary condition for equal opportunities and non-discrimination of this group of population means also a beneficial effect for the rest of the population. So even though I might from time to time refer to this standpoint of disability, I would like to make sure that diversity were something that we all have in our lives. So accessibility and design for all has been seen as something that the technicians have to decide on. Somebody knows someone who has a kid or a brother or a friend with some functional disability, and then there's more awareness and you include it in the project. Listen, we've got to move away from this approach and think that accessibility and design for all is an absolutely necessary condition to to implement these legal principles that emanate from the convention, the International Convention of the Rights of Disabled Persons, and go up to the Catalan disability law or some of the municipal statutes. So it is this necessary condition to define well these spaces and these areas of play so that they are truly inclusive and are truly shared. Very often when we talk about accessibility, we think about free Catalan state accessibility. You get these highfalutin paragraphs with an incredible analysis. Listen, we very often try to facilitate the transmission of what it is that we understand by this transfer. There are three important aspects. How do I gain access? How do I understand? And how do I interact? This is both positive to do things on the internet or to think about access to a building or thinking even of the play areas of young people. In a first approach, there would be so many action plans to carry out, but we have to think about surfaces that would make it easier and safer to move. When we talk about understanding, it means how to design space so that children have better understanding. Now there are some drafts being worked on that recommend that in play areas where there are soft materials, that colors can facilitate orientation in space to children with cognitive disabilities or limits, or persons with functional vision disability. When we talk about interaction, which is the third pillar, in play areas, well, how to select games and play activities that will be very positive for the children? Well, in all this time in which we have been working on suggestions and ideas, we've done a lot of research, and we found a video that I'll show you. It's a 2-minute video, and it perfectly reflects what the aim is and the will that we have in this work group when we define our task. It's in English, but you'll see it doesn't require any understanding because the images speak for themselves.
As you can see, we are an average family with
3 kids. Okay, one of them is pretty much disabled, but we are a bunch of merry guys, so we don't feel sad about it anymore. C'est la vie, that's how we live, and we love each other and ourselves like this. So, our family, with all the children, is just about to hit the playground for, you know, for the obvious reasons. Playing together, swinging, running, making friends, getting out of the house. See, it's not easy to leave at all. And this is the playground. It's great to be here because you can climb and swing and run around and build together, provided there is at least one playground equipment that is suitable for everybody. It breaks my heart when I see Yanchi not being able to play with his sister and brother. Actually, there isn't any equipment he could play on. I carry him to his siblings all the time so that he can participate in their play a bit and not only watch them from his wheelchair. If I go on like this, I'm afraid I'll be paralyzed as well. And one day, we both got fed up that this was not quite what we wanted. I'm hardly able to drag him here and there all the time, and that he cannot be with his mates on his own because I'm always around. This was the moment when I decided that I had to do something. I called my friends and family to help me to invent and design a playground equipment on which even those children can play who are not able to sit straight or hold their body, but who are just as keen to play with friends as any other ordinary kid. And the friends poured in and we sat down to invent an equipment exactly like that. We did a lot of thinking and a lot of research and realized that there was no such thing. A playground equipment on which disabled kids can sit and play together with others while using their own movements, and all this without sitting in a wheelchair. This playing instrument could be installed at any playground, so any playground could become inclusive. We had a lot of ideas, we threw away many of them, and finally our first equipment came to life, and with it our name, Magic Me. Our first model is the labyrinth. This is a seesaw on hard springs with 4 seats. 2 of them are designed for severely disabled children to lay on them. This position helps the body development much more than the passive supported sit-up. These children can take part in the play more actively. They can move the equipment by themselves that already gives them the joy of self-started motion. On top of that, they can even play with the labyrinth in the center of the equipment. If they move together, they can manage to get the small boat into the middle of the labyrinth. We invite you to take part of our project and back our campaign. Support Yanchi and the other severely disabled children to get out of their wheelchairs for a play with their friends. Our dream is to have plenty of this equipment in many playgrounds. Right now, we ask for your support to be at the very first one. Do you want to be part of the magic?
In this video, you have been able to observe that what we call disability, it's not what the person carries with him in his diversity, but it's the environment of the kid himself. And this design has been thought of not based on the disabilities, but in the diversity we were talking about. This is another design of Magic Me, where you can play with the sand, and this has been designed in a way that a boy with disabilities or with no body posture control can be there with a wheelchair, or also a shorter kid could be here, and even a kid could be placed at the center, and we could interact all together and we could play all together. So the key for success of the normalized participation of boys and girls in disabled situation has to do with the design of the playground areas as well as the different playing elements. This is also an image of this recommendation document, where in the case of this kind of equipment, I mean, sometimes on the internet I've seen an element like this, where there is like a seat, a support seat, but usually there is no support seat, and of course just a specific type of kids can play in these equipments. So one day I was talking to Marie-Pierre, and in some of the swings in Barcelona, because of this work that we were talking about, we already have this kind of seats. And Marie-Pierre went to one of these areas with this special swing, and there was a huge lane, kids waiting to get into the new swing, and the old swing was empty. So sometimes this idea of accessibility make us think that it's something just for disabled people, but no, it's an integration kind of thing. Also, to wrap up, I would like to say that accessibility is a strategy which is focusing on one objective, which is the inclusion. We really need to run away from this approach of the rate of adapted elements. A few days ago, we were talking to our team, and I was doing a presentation there, and I was saying, look, I hate a panel of the accessible document. So anyway, we could all be playing at any specific in any specific moment to any different kind of game, and sometimes we focus on the adapted catalog, and we just want to focus on this kind of accessibility issue. But this is really separating us instead of integrating us. We really really need to focus on what is the attraction element. If most of the kids will be surrounding a playground element, that will also be interesting. Imagine a structure like this. This would be quite interesting, you know, and many people, many different kids, not only those with accessibility issues, could be playing here. So this is integrating. Everyone can play 3X or O's in a row. So everyone can play tic-tac-toe. So the thing is that it's important to think the design from the potential diversity of the kids that can access the element. We have created a formula that does not fail, which of course it's not really normative. And why do I say that it doesn't stick to regulations? Well, right now we're working on a modification of a state rule that talks about accessibility to public space. And there's one area that talks about the playground, children playground areas. And in this modification, they talk about solving accessibility with an adapted playing element for the playground area. But here we're going back to the tic-tac-toe panel that I was talking about, that we will probably see reproduced everywhere. We really need to evaluate if there is an area which if the area includes division or not. And in order to do that, first of all, the child has to be visible. If we go to a playground area and we don't see diversity of kids, there's a problem. But this diversity doesn't mean that the kid should be there sitting in the bench without doing anything. He should be carrying out an activity. And it's not just about doing a repetitive activity, playing tic-tac-toe all day long. I'm sorry that I always talk about tic-tac-toe, but I hate this game. So it would also be interesting to include this third axis, which is autonomy or independence. This doesn't mean that the child does not need the help or the support of a caregiver. For me, autonomy is more the ability of making decisions, playing decision in this case, in this environment that he's sharing with other kids. If the only solution he has is a specific panel, the tic-tac-toe panel, and he cannot be interacting in the different areas, because we will all interact in a different way. I mean, when I was a young boy, I was not playing with all of the elements, you know, with some things. I was really scared of some kinds of games. So it's not about having everyone playing everything, but it's about making it possible for everyone who wants to play with something to be able to play with that. And I would like to finish with this image because it really includes well this idea. It captures well this idea of including everyone, diverse people and different kids. And this helps us integrate these kids with dysfunctional capacities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guillermo. I will be very brief. I know that we've touched upon everything very quickly. I just wanted to tell you that I believe that this is a very intense day today because we have this game plan on the table. But it is also obvious that we're doing very late with time and we're always in a hurry. You know, we're in a hurry with the struggle against pollution and climate change. And in this case, we're really lagging behind. So I want to wrap up quickly. Another important engine in the city, Xavier, who is here around somewhere, he was the principal of the Joan Miró School, and he was making 7 schools in Barcelona to work in a different way, work together with different schools, with different transformations. And in front of the Joan Miró School, it took us 15 years to, disseminate the model of Joan Miró to other schools, and we had the book of Francesco Bertolucci, and we knew that this was possible. So, well, we've evolved a lot, but we're doing bad with time. We have a good tool that helps us integrate all of these ideas. Now we really need to implement them and to disseminate them. So thank you, and let's continue because there's more to go. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of the panelists. You can go back to your seats. And thank you, mobility friend. You've been the protagonist. And when we were focusing on the picture that Caroline was showing us of the prison and the play school, the playground at school, that was quite shocking. I remember that saying, let's go beyond the walls of the school and let's make the city get into the school and the school get into the city. The city as an educating element and lifelong. I mean, we do not only educate at school, we also educate in the city from 0 to 20 and even more. And now Pilar, please, a round of applause for Pilar Leonard. She is in charge of, let's sit down, yes, let's sit down, let's relax. She is in charge of Barcelona Ciutat Educadora, Barcelona Educating City. We know each other for a long time. We work in different cities. She works in Barcelona, I work in Girona, and we know what this is about, because when we talk about educating city, and this has lots of connection with the playable city, this is like an ethereal thing.
No piqueu el micro, perquè el micro té sensibilitat.
Okay, please don't bang into the microphone. The microphone is sensitive, okay? Just say hello, hello, and we can test the microphone. It's because I was working in the radio that I say this. You don't need to bang into it. So, Pilar, sometimes it is difficult to educating city, and sometimes from the outside we see that many concepts that we've been talking about today and that have to do with playable city, I think it fits with the educating city too. Yes, I will continue along those lines. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today with Clara, because we've got in common the educating cities, Barcelona, Girona, and other colleagues from educating cities that we've got here. So, yes, thank you. And also, I would like to let you know that this morning, when we were listening to everybody, we were saying, yeah, we're talking of the playable city, we're talking about a healthy city, we're talking about the city where we can live in, the diverse city, but we were not talking about the educating city. Yeah, we were feeling a little bit bad. Yeah, this is our therapy now. Educating city, now it's our turn. Yeah, and then we were saying, yeah, educating city, game and educating city. This is a perfect tandem. They work together perfectly, and it is necessary too, because we cannot talk about educating city and not including a game and all of these fantastic things that you're talking about, because there's a feedback with these two things. The values that we include in our plan, in the game plan, are values that need to be included in the educating city plan too. I know that it is like a blur concept, but there is a charter of the educating cities, which is at the basis of our plan. There are some principles and proposals, and there's 500 cities in this charter that are committed to these principles. And these principles are talking about fundamental rights that have to do with people, with children, the right to the city, the right to play, the right to listen, to participate, among other things. It is talking about diversity, inclusion, gender, sustainability. So we're aligned. This is something that fits together perfectly. The educating city is really really giving us the possibility to play and creating the space to play at the same time. So it really fits together perfectly. Yes, in fact, the Educating City is really setting the basis for this playable city. There are so many initiatives. We've just chosen a few. If you just turn around, you will see like some boards at the end. And when you come back from the lunch break, that you will be more energetic, because we will start around 3, 3:15, and until 4, we will have an area over there where you could see different experiences that are stimulating of games in the city, and that has to do with the educating cities. This is important, and now with Pilar we will give like a headline to each of these experiences. It will be like a speak corner. When we come back we will do this. So we will have 3/4 of an hour. Yeah, 3/4 of an hour. So 1/4 per experience, and you can choose one experience per quarter of an hour, and in each corner there will be people involved in that experience. You can just choose 3 out of 7. So when you come back, you can go straight to the ones you want. The first one, I know you have here the Baobab program from the Municipal Education Institute of Barcelona. Baobab is a tree. Yes, our colleagues are over there. I'll need to stick to time to talk to this project, but there's so many things to say. Well, we didn't start from scratch. The other day in a session 360, we said that there is like a very powerful basis and forest basis in Barcelona, and we will see that. The experience of Baobab is really underlining this idea of the education play. You go out into the street, you need to play out into the street, and then you can have education associations out there, you can enjoy being out in the street, and you can establish relationship with the children, with the families, with the territory. So this would be the community action. I can say many other things, but it is really boosting this community idea. Okay, another experience from the Gracia neighborhood. Yes, this is a super interesting project too, and it talks about the uses of public space and how squares and streets, this is about finding that meeting point again, that coexisting area again through play. And in some cases we could be talking about mediation in case of conflicts. And then here through game we can rethink about it, we can play, we can have a better cohesion, coexistence, and a better feeling of belonging to a neighborhood. We need to use the squares, and the squares need to be in the hands of the neighbors. Okay, another project. We need to make the school environment from the Eixample area in Barcelona a meeting point. Yes, we love this because these are micro-interventions, but the school environment changes radically. It's about coexistence, making a meeting point, and also this spontaneous play moments. We don't need huge investments. It's little investments that makes change happen. We need to listen to transform. Yes, we've been talking a lot about the school environments, and there's an example over there if you're interested. Co-creation, another word. We need to ask the children, we need to ask the young adults. It seems like we don't want to listen to them, but it's their right. So co-creation with the children of the Pegaso and Central Parks in Nou Barris. This is a super interesting experience too. All of these experiences are really great. They are very practical and they can be replicated. I like this experience because there is a co-creation there, a co-design. We've been listening to adolescents and children from the very scratch, and the best way of making something work is to listen the users of this space from the very beginning. Okay, so we will be able to ask and see how they've done this experience. Yes, because this is an essential right, and the Charter of Educating Cities also talks about there. Okay, transform transformed area in Trinitat Nova. Yes, those of us who come from the Municipal Education Institute, we know about this. This is a school playground which is open, and they've transformed this even more. They talk about permeability, going beyond the school, outside and inside the school. They talk about how the associations get into the school and what this has created. This is an ecosystem of nodes and connections that generate community action. So this playground is a key example of community action. So this is public equipment of the neighborhood, not just the playground of secondary school. So this is a revolution. And many times from the administration, we think that, just by opening the playground, we do lots of things. We should really open the playground. We should make the entities be there. Another project that you will find in the Experience Corner is the neighborhood square and the school playground in the Gothic neighborhood. Yes, we like this experience because there was a threat. This was a challenge we had, and we transformed this into an opportunity. This is an opportunity. This is political willingness. And we have seen how the community and the neighborhood has been rethinking, also the children, what to do with an empty space in front of the school, a school with no playground and a neighborhood with not that many green areas. So there's a great transformation of that area, and it's in the hands of the neighbors. It's the acknowledgement of the neighborhood in the hands of neighbors. Okay, and the seventh experience, I think we're doing this so fast. We're doing this really well. At 2 o'clock sharp, we'll finish, and you will be able to break for lunch. This is experience number 7. So traditional dyes and dyes in the neighborhoods in Barcelona. Yes, we like these board games in the streets, in the squares. It's good to regain these board games in the public spaces, and also including different ages. It's about intergenerationality. So it's important with this project, we have made this possible. Different generations have been gathering together, and they are enjoying all together a board game, because the effects of these board games are very important. And all of this is already taking place in Barcelona. This is an educating city that integrates play, game, and many of these things. This is not new. And we've chosen just 7 experiences because we couldn't choose more, but there's many others. We would like to thank the people behind these 7 experiences, because they've tried to make all of the process systematic, to make visible what sometimes it's invisible, to make tangible what seems intangible. And sometimes with a little effort, there is a great transforming power. And there's also a political willingness behind this. Yes, Pilar told me that she wanted to say this. Yes, because all of us here, we know that there is political will. If you want to do things and there's no financing, or yes, and there's someone going, oh yes, there is not enough financing. Or if there's not enough human manpower behind this, it's very difficult to implement all of this. And of course, we need to say this openly here. But now we will break for lunch. Please relax. There's so many restaurants around. And instead of reconvening at 3:15, okay? And we will come here for the experience, to listen to these different experiences. You have to choose 3 and then convene again. Thank you very much.
S'ha acabat el temps, S'ha acabat el temps d'aquest tas d'experiències estímul.
Ah, clar, mira.
Goig des d'aquí. Jo tenia por.
Perquè hem tingut una hora escassa
Per dinar i dic jo...
que no faran allò un passapalabra
So the time is over.
d'experiències i la veritat és que ha anat molt bé, molt bona
So it's all been great, really interesting. People have been walking around. We've had a very, very good time. I saw people smiling, which is exceedingly important. Welcome. Welcome.
Tarda, per tant, us estreneu o us heu estrenat fa molt poc en aquesta jornada
de Joc i Ciutat.
Thank you for coming
Us
back.
recordo el hashtag.
Let me remind you which the hashtag is. It's Joc i Ciutat, and if you take a look at it, you'll see there a summary of all the activities that took place in the morning. Very interesting tweets in the morning. We've taken a look at different cities in Europe and the world. We have also seen what happens here in Barcelona and near Barcelona, and now there's quite a lot ahead of us this evening.
Perquè, escolta'm, el ritme, que és allò intangible.
Okay, let's try to keep up the pace because we don't want to bore anyone. We have Article 31 in the Convention on the Rights of Childhood that recognizes play as a human right, because their lives, their development cannot possibly be conceived without play. And we heard this in the morning, we heard it from Sam Williams, etc. So playing is fundamental for children, and it's a human need, experimenting, imagining, communicating, dreaming, touching. So I could, the list could be endless. So we will speak now about play as a human right. We will have, it looks like, what Rajoy did with the screens behind him, but we will have a member of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Children that couldn't attend, so he will be speaking from the screen. They are meeting in Geneva today, so it was absolutely not possible for him to attend. However, we have someone who is here today to introduce the video. We have someone from the Ramon Llull University, professor of physical activity sciences at the Ramon Llull University, Jaume Bantolà.
Bona tarda a tothom.
Hello everyone. I'll try to briefly explain to you the video by Jorge Cardona. He is a member of the Committee on the Rights of Children in the United Nations, and he's part of the 18-member panel, experts who are independent experts. He's a lawyer himself, a professor of international law by the University of Valencia, and he is the first Spaniard to be part of this committee. Now, Jorge Cardona, in his video, is going to talk to us about this
el 17 d'abril del 2013 I que fa exclusiva referència
this change in 2013 that refers to Article 31, claiming for the different nation states to actually take into account and provide for the right to play for children. So very briefly, let's go back to 20th of November 1959 when the Declaration of the Rights of Childhood was approved. So then 20th November 1989, celebration of the 30th anniversary, and that's when the convention was approved. The convention is the treaty that has been most widely ratified by countries all over the world, so it's the international treaty that's been most widely respected. 139 countries have signed this treaty, and that obliges these people, the committee, to present a series of reports on a regular basis, and at the same time, with these plenary meetings that they hold also on a regular basis, they provide some opinions by way of recommendation, and they amend some issues, some questions that maybe need more emphasis or that need to be strengthened for whatever reason or for whatever purposes. So in 1991, 2 years after the convention, so since 1991 to date, this committee is working very well to assess, to examine, analyze in the international arena what the different member states do this convention. So the video that we will be watching now, it provides us with this explanation by Jorge Cardona that explains to us the meaning of this general opinion, number 17, and he invites us to read it here. All of us are lovers of play and the right to play, so he would like you to get acquainted with it, because there are many things to be taken into account, of course. On the one hand side, the hurdles, the obstacles that need to be taken into account, and also all the aspects that may be helpful for the deployment of these tools and these concepts, referring also to play in the public spaces. So without any further ado, let's watch the video.
Buenas tardes. Me hubiera encantado poder estar con ustedes hoy en Barcelona hablando sobre el derecho al juego. Sin embargo, mis obligaciones en el Comité de Derechos del Niño de las Naciones Unidas.
I would have loved to be with you today. I'm in Geneva, and it's awfully cold, as you can imagine. So I wish I was there with you, examining here a series of states about the Convention on the Rights of Children in the framework of this activity that we launched in the committee to examine on a regular basis as to the way in which they respect the rights in the Convention. We've seen that member states come to us and explain with great detail about what they do in terms of education, right to education, right to health care, and also they speak about non-discrimination, right to life, different rights and freedoms, political and civil rights and freedoms. However, we have realized that Article 31, that speaks about the right to play and entertainment and leisure and sports, had been traditionally neglected by the different countries. And when we spoke to the countries, we realized that we had actually caught them. We got them there because they didn't know how to react. They didn't know what to say. Though in the committee, we, the experts, realized that there was, scarce acknowledgement about the content in Article 31 in the Convention on the Right to Play. Now, along these lines, the committee considered that it was necessary to prepare a general opinion about Article 31. So very briefly, I would like to discuss what this is, what this document is. When the committee, under the framework of these periodical dialogues that we established with the 192 member countries, that they need to re-examine themselves every 5 years to see whether they are or not respecting the convention. So in these dialogues that we have on a regular basis, we see that there's something that countries, nation states don't quite understand. They don't quite grasp. They don't see what the obligations are in relation to certain articles in the convention. So we present this general opinion, as I would like to call it,
And it's an observation, it's a remark for all the states, not just for one of them. And we started with Article 31. We decided to prepare this general opinion, which is number 17 by our committee, and it's about Article 31. We try to explain there the content of the right to play, the obligations, the duties for the different member states as regards access to leisure and entertainment and play and sports, so that countries are more aware of the situation and so that nation states provide for the necessary context so that these rights are respected, enforced. Everything that has to do with Article 31 needs to be, made available to the citizens, because games, play and recreation are essential for the whole of the other rights. They are essential indeed for the health care of the children and also their well-being. They promote the development of creativity, imagination, trust in themselves, trust in their own capabilities. It also enforces strong physical skills. Games, play and recreation contribute to all aspects related to learning. The research proves, on top of this, that play is paramount, is core to this spontaneous impulse to development, and it plays a very, very important role in the development of the brain, especially in early childhood. Play, then, leisure, recreation, promote the different skills of children in all spheres of life, also in what has to do with knowing how to negotiate, reestablish their emotional balance, decision-making. So that's why nation states need to understand the needs behind play under the framework of the rights of children. When we speak about play, we refer to all sorts of behaviors and activities or processes that is initiated and supervised and structured by children themselves. Play happens whenever and wherever an opportunity arises. It is true that adults or those taking care of children, they may contribute to foster an environment that is good for play. But play, for the sake of play, is voluntary. It comes out of an intrinsic motivation, and it's a purpose in itself, not a means to attain an end. It's not about playing in order to learn. It's not about playing in order to have better health. It's not about being or having better development. No, it's about playing because we are entitled to play under the framework of this holistic development of children. However, we, the committee, we have identified that when the nation states assert that they have made their investments in this sense, we see that they clearly think of activities that are structured and organized, which is good. But it's also as good and as important to provide for some time and space so that children can play spontaneously. So it's spontaneous creation. So the idea is to promote social activities that release this. The committee, apart from stressing the needs or the importance of play for the sake of play, we have also explained what the problems are that need to be overcome to really be able to implement, to enforce this right to play. There are many obstacles. First and foremost, lack of acknowledgement of the importance behind play and entertainment. We need to stress how important this is in the framework of the integral development process of the child, so the importance of this rights being respected. It is also very important to know that we need to get rid of those contexts, environments that are not healthy enough, that are a danger for games and for play, because on many occasions we have realized that there is resistance, reluctance, as regards children using public spaces. I visited a town in Valencia. I remember this very clearly. When I reached the main park in that town, in the city center, right in the city center of the village, I saw this sign, incredibly huge sign on the walls saying it is forbidden to play with a ball, so no balls allowed. So, I mean, what's the purpose of a park, a garden, a square for kids if they cannot kick a ball, which is the first spontaneous thing that probably, comes to mind. You can start running around, of course, but the ball is undeniably there in a spontaneous way, and it's the first thing that they probably think of. It's true also that we need to respect the use of public spaces by other people. Of course, the elderly, no doubt about that, but it is also very necessary that children may enjoy those spaces. So we need to distribute public spaces so that everybody may exert their rights there. Another obstacle, lack of access to nature. Many children living in the cities don't have that much access to natural spaces, or maybe this demands us what has to do with academic success. Sometimes this prevents them from having enough time to play. Schedules that are excessively structured and programmed. Many children have to carry out many adult-led activities. And sometimes we don't realize that this, in many occasions, is preventing them from playing, so denying them the right to play, which is fundamental for their development, as I said before. And many of the development plans that nation-states elaborate and draft, we have in Article 31, for instance, the fact that right to play is neglected. Under the framework of the investment plans, for instance, we see that the cultural and artistic opportunities for children don't receive enough funds. There's an increasing role played by electronic devices, social networks, and sometimes that takes children to not being able to enjoy public spaces because they're using these devices. The commercial promotion, the marketing, the play sometimes takes to losing this spontaneity that's so necessary. So that's why in the committee we thought that it would be important to issue this general opinion number 17 that I strongly recommend you read. And of course it's important for everyone, but it's also important for those children that really have a hard time to exerting their right to play. Children living in poverty, children with disabilities, children living in institutions, or those belonging to minority communities, or that have experienced natural disasters. The committee expresses in detail the duties that need to be covered by all nation states, at all tiers, all the different levels of administration, so all the different authorities. In Spain, we're talking about the regions, the autonomous communities, also the municipal sphere, in order to respect and protect and fulfill all those duties that have to do with guaranteeing, ensuring the right to play. I don't have much time to explain all of those duties, all those obligations that are drafted in this general opinion number 17. It's easy to access it. You just Google it. General opinion committee about the right to play for children. I'm sure you will find it very easily. And again, I strongly recommend you take a look at the document. It's an easy read and it's interesting. And I hope you enjoy today. I hope that you also enjoy the dialogues about the right to play and that you discuss about the obligations among the different authorities. So please do dialogue, do speak about that and reach conclusions about those needs, because it's crucial. From Geneva, from the faith that we all have in Geneva, I just would like to send my greetings and wish you a fruitful debate and nice results. Thank you.
Ara, moltes gràcies, deia en Jorge Cardona. El senyor Cardona no és gens presumit. Pels presumits i les presumides, quan...
So we see that Mr. Cardona really is incredible, but listen, it's rather dangerous to see you double chin in the way he was facing the camera, honestly. So get two books and the computer kind of to go up, and never get a light in such a way that you see all those shadows on your face, honestly. So, oh my goodness me, you know, especially when everybody has IKEA lights and furniture. But those are good recommendations, believe me. You don't want your double chin to appear. Well, Jaume Ventolà, who introduced the video, said, I have things to say, but let's make it a sandwich. So I introduced the video, let the guy of the video talk, and then after that I'll come along, because on November the 9th I was in Geneva. So the two more controversial tweets have been coming from Jaume Ventolà. Look for them in Twitter. Jaume, come along here. So, come on, let's share. If we sit down, we'll take too long. Here you have the lectern. So tell us, November the 9th, you went to Geneva and, well, yeah, we tried. We were there with the Committee of Children for Play. We tried to speak out about the fact that everybody is forgetting Article 31. All states are forgetting that famous article. This comes as an end result of a research work we carried out with partial financing of the ministry, and much of the work uncovered the fact that we could analyze a number of different reports submitted from 1992 to 2013, and that, of course, when this was stated, and the analysis was of 111 reports appertaining to 41 different member states of the EU or the OECD, and at the same time a number of 110 final remarks coming from the committee recommending a series of things that could be told and recommended. So in the report, 67% of the reports have no mention whatsoever to this article, or no mention of the right of children to play, in this sense of its being a non-organized or stigmatized activity, but play as a way of, well, having or granting a space for the main characters of play itself, children and teenagers. And as regards observations and remarks, in 90% of the final remarks, there is no recommendation either. So, one can be optimistic, because indeed that is what it's good to be, and you do hope that this observation, general observation number 17, has a certain impact on countries and gets them to complete their homework. And so, from the moment in 2013 of this observation coming to December the 31st, 2017, 18 countries worldwide have submitted reports, and the committee itself has written 96 final remarks about the subject. So 67% of the reports that didn't refer to it, now it's 69%, so the figure is similar, right? And regarding the final remarks, out of those 96 end remarks, if the committee in the past, in 89% of the remarks, had never mentioned play, now it's 73%. So the percentage, well, has changed. But why? Because they recommend the member states to kind of get their job done and analyze this general remark number 17 that I would recommend too. This in Instagram, the mention is kind of making out that you're saying something and not doing anything really. So hot air. Yes, hot air. Yes, nothing has been done. I think there are some countries with good practices, and I think that, well, this morning we have been seeing that clearly with experiences coming from different places in the world. But honestly, at an international level, there is much work to be done, and not to exhaust my time too much. I mean, this is it. I mean, I was here only to introduce Jorge Cardona, but I did think I could take advantage. Yeah, but not too much, okay? Don't take too much advantage. No, I won't, but really just one remark. Obviously, the space for play is important, and that means that public space in the cities, of course, is of the utmost importance. But we should not forget, however, and it's been mentioned throughout this morning, although rather kind of marginally or laterally, we should not forget the importance of time. If we don't have time, if the political agendas are chock-a-block full, or even in labor, if people work too many hours, well then how can there be time to play? And something else, you can put a lot on the streets, but to play, you need things to play. Here we have a few balls and sticks, materials, implements to play. That is also an essential element to be able to play. And finally then, what is most important is that what children are asking for, more than a cupboard full of toys, is having playmates. So we should also consider that although we might obtain the best possible areas and open air spaces in the city, if we don't see this from a much more comprehensive approach, and we include play in all children's policies, we won't be achieving much, and it'll only be a little patch, possibly not solving the problem at all, by which our children stay home playing in closed doors, all on their own, with playstations and videos. Yeah, what Jorge Cardona was saying as well, right? That, forbidden to play ball. It exists in the main square of my village. They can't play ball. And something you were saying, yes, all those of us interested in it are here already, of course. Those of us with a high level of motivation, we all here already. The challenge is to get this network to grow and to motivate more people, because we are all here, and we all have this, we can be a driving engine and make this a positive movement. So we should be optimistic, right? Despite everything. Okay, lovely. Keep on with your tweets, please. Thank you, Jaume. Let's clap. A big hand for Jaume. Do remember that when we started this morning, hours and hours ago, we imagined 9:15 this morning, it's such a long time ago. Anyway, and I was giving you a couple of indications about the roadmap for today. I said that we had two main goals for today. One was to share and discuss, and this is what we've been doing, about the importance of play in public spaces and physical activity in the open air to improve cities and the lives of citizens, starting by children, but with this kind of effect of the fact that everybody has a right to play, and to play lifelong, all the time. We've listened voices from other cities, international voices, experts, criteria to take into account, and also different approaches, such as the one of United Nations we just listened to. Now the moment has come. The moment has come in capital letters. Dramatic pause on the mic. Instagrammers, men and women, now's the time for the selfie, because this is a historical moment. So please, go ahead, tweet, post in Instagram. Remember, please, the hashtag, because after having listened to Laia Ortiz from the municipal government telling us the reasons why the Barcelona municipal government wants this, we're going to have another representative, Janet Sanz, from the City Council, telling us about the things that really are starting to shift the paradigm, and she's going to tell us about the first play plan of the City of Barcelona. Selfies, I wasn't joking. Please, it's a historical moment. Janet, please come along. So, selfie, photograph. Let's give her the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Well, she was inviting us all to take a pic of ourselves. I mean, Jaume was talking about time, and I was listening to the video inviting us to play, and I thought, what I feel like right now is to start playing. And as I usually don't have much time, well, truth be told, I do feel, seeing so many people, so many of you involved in achieving this goal of the City of Barcelona to become a space in which the right to play is a reality, in which everyone can play, well, then I really think that we all feel very inspired by this guarantee. But it makes me especially happy to be telling you about this plan, this project that we've worked on so much at the City Council in Barcelona. We've really been very multidisciplinary about it because, let me tell you, all the different areas and services and departments of the department have been working on it. You saw Laia, you listened to her before. We have the Department for Children and Teenagers. We have the Institute of Culture. We're working on this from different trenches, so to speak. But I would like to tell you as well about the goal from the area of mobility, urban planning, and environmental issues. We have the privilege, if I may say so, of building a democratic, fair city, which is the space for all, the public space that belongs to us as citizens, and what we want everyone to use in the best possible way, and that furthermore is built in such a way that it invites people to use it, to fill it up with life. And life necessarily means as well to rebuild and reconstruct some power lines and balances that maybe were a bit out of kilt. Yes, so we've seen this. The aim then, and we've been on it now for a time, we have to reconquer a space that belongs to us, and we want to legitimately say that it belongs to us. And to attain this goal, we have to understand that urban planning is not a neutral tool. I get quite angry when people say urban planning is a discipline, it's a neutral field of knowledge. Not true, not true. Urban planning can favor some practices over others. It can generate dynamics over others. It can exclude specific groups, or it can incorporate specific groups, and it can make public space become more inclusive. So depending on how we plan, how we design, what our urban planning is like, we are going to be maintaining a relationship with different groups in different ways. And one of the first questions that we asked ourselves when we got to the municipal government is, how does the city relate to children? Because with this indicator, this very important indicator, we can see not only how we incorporate children, but also how we incorporate many other groups that have been previously excluded, funnily enough, from the urban planning of Barcelona. So how to go about this intervention in public space, in the landscape of the city? It is a very powerful way to transform and renovate our city, and it's a powerful way to make Barcelona more inclusive, because Barcelona for a long time has wanted to be an inclusive city. We don't want to leave anyone behind. We don't want to leave anyone outside of a city that we want to improve. So we have been working at the municipal government on urban planning. We have been working to make sure that this urban planning would suture the previous wounds in some neighborhoods. There were priorities about public space. We wanted to reconquer and recover public space and endow it with very habitable and comfortable spaces for the citizens, thinking as well in what way urban planning could not generate losers, but rather that everybody won. And urban planning then has to be at the service of the city, and not at the service only of some minorities or at the service of speculation that has such an impact on our daily lives. Urban planning, as I said, is not neutral, and we at the City Council are not neutral either. And because of that, we are fostering and promoting actions and plans to guarantee people the right to the city and the right to inhabit a city. And so make sure that everybody is within. We want a city full of life. Let me highlight some measures that are part and parcel of a collective strategy. Very recently, we passed, for example, provision in that there has to be private residence promotions in which 30% of the new homes built have to be of protected housing. Then we have also interventions on tourism, residential inhabitants rates. We have also the health plan. We want to fight against pollution, have limits. We want a city in which people can breathe. Some months ago, I was having meetings with young children in Barcelona dealing with commitments of the city. It goes much beyond the municipal government. Children are great ambassadors of the goals because they understand everything perfectly well. They know they want a city that lasts throughout time, and they know that this means also fighting climate change and getting to a healthy healthy city that is also environmentally friendly. The aim then is that this play plan becomes part of all the different transformative policies of the city, because urban planning is not neutral either regarding the different stages of life. We might have seen for quite a time urban planning designed by men of a certain age, mature and working, somehow forgetting other groups, as I said, not only children but also elderly people and women. Women, another one of the very transformative policies that we have promoted at the City Council in Barcelona is feminist movement and intervention, promoting this also in public space and of course in the design of such transformations, taking into account the life avenues that are very plural. It's not only going to work and back. Everyday life is and can be very complex. There are different uses of time and space, not only related to the productive world. And this is the aim, to have a fair city that places everyday life in the very center of its policies, and this from an approach that is totally based on inclusion. Public policy then that incorporates these different approaches and guarantees a fundamental right, the right to play for boys and girls. That means as well it entails a rich and inclusive community life, and we do so not only from the approach of furnishings, equipments and spaces themselves, but also on our interventions toward the city. For example, how to work on green spaces in a city such as Barcelona, so dense, compact, with all devoted, or most of it devoted to cars circulating and parking. We have to really make sure that any space we have left is filled up with green to endow the city with this vitality we need, and also incorporating something else, universal accessibility, so that just any person can move, run, play, walk in our public space. So this specific policy of the right to play has been translated with some examples I would like to share with you today. When I got to the City Council in Barcelona, I saw that there were many actions and there were specific areas that worked on play, but they had not been renovated for a time, or the criteria that dictated renovations were not really the criteria that we are thinking of today and that have motivated today's seminar. I think it's totally revolutionary, really, when we start thinking about what we want these new areas in the city to be like. We have started developing approximately 90 new play areas out of 900 that the city has. So truly this is not an easy process, and we can't do it all at once. But we are starting on it. And with these 100 areas, we are already applying these specific criteria to be able to see this effective transformation. But we have also inspired our work in other cities. I'm sure that everybody must have traveled and seen other examples. And you thought, wow, I love this. I'd love to have it in Barcelona. I got many examples of people traveling who had kids, or maybe not, but they'd seen things that they liked them, other dynamics. And so what we did was to take a policy that we thought was very symbolic, which is what had been done in Dublin city. And we thought that here in Barcelona we could go in a similar direction. So we thought of 5 singular or unique play areas that right now are being worked on as I speak. But we haven't redesigned from scratch in a city council office, but rather we went along, we took all the kids living nearby, and we wanted to involve them in the design of these unique areas. And very possibly when they happen, because these are very innovative projects that we started, especially in the Pegaso Park, in San Andreu, or in the No Barris district, also in Guinahueta. Well, this allows us to design 2 spaces already out of the 5, and they'll be very different to the traditional areas. They will not be enclosed areas. This is very important. They will be areas for learning, for enjoyment, also for discovery, of how to play in a different way in a public space. They will be pretty large, but with different paths. That's the aim of these singular, unique areas. We start with 5, but we will keep on and make sure that this fills up all our neighborhoods and districts. We have also renovated 150 play areas areas. We have worked in such a way that 40 of them have a permanent guarantee of games and toys that are inclusive, that place access as a central element, and so with these inclusion and access criteria applied, and with that we get to more than 900 areas, but thinking of them, as I said, differently. Also thinking that any space of the city has to be playable. It has to be open to play. So we mustn't do it the other way around, because up till now it was we have to look spaces to enclose them and then decide that kids can play there. No, all the city has to be playable, and there have to be spaces in the city where this play is even easier and better. So how do we generate new playful areas that are open and, as I said, in some with some singular unique elements, and maybe in other areas work differently, but we're going to be conquering spaces and squares that up till now were not incorporating all this. We innovate as well in the way we design these play areas. We have started these two tests, pilot tests I was telling you about just now, but we're not going to stop here. We want boys and girls to participate, to tell us exactly what they think about their city, about their neighborhoods, and more specifically about how they enjoy the space in which they play. That's essential. I remember one of the public audiences in the No Barris district, because I'm a tenant and alderman there too, and the kids would say, I'd like to play outside, but I don't do it because there are too many cars and I'm scared. Well, this is giving us a lot of information about the city, and it tells us how we could change all this to guarantee a safe city. A safe city is a city in which a boy or a girl can play outdoors on the street without being scared of being run over, for example. This is crucial. Or, for example, to flee. It was said before in the video, right? To move away from those discourses or speeches that criminalize play. One of the transformative policies that we are fostering, and it should be something quite simple, right? Or it shouldn't have happened. But now it's very important. What is it? We are taking out those panels saying forbidden to play ball. We are making sure that these disappear from the whole of the city of Barcelona. It's essential because the message is completely negative. So it means that we're working on very hard transformations and also regulation changes, because regulations sometimes change things. And what about the Superblock program? We are working on quite a few, 5. But we have also reversed the hierarchy that predominated in public space, because it was cars that predominated. Now it's kids playing, it's citizens walking, it's people taking buses and bicycles, and cars have to adapt to all that, precisely adapting to this idea and project we're putting forward. So to work on play will make it possible to shift a paradigm, and it will make it possible to make Barcelona a playable city in a generalized manner. And so it means we can incorporate all those areas of play that are more specific. They will be better than the ones we have now. They will break down with fences and barriers. They will be flexible to their own environment, and they will go much beyond, because we will be designing urban planning that makes the city be ready to play or feel in a playful mood. This is a central element, isn't it? So, on the basis of all this, what are the specific, very concrete goals of the play plan? We want to multiply times 2 the play areas. We want them to offer a number of play activities that have to be minimum standards complied with, of safety, regulations, space, less than 50 square meters, we won't allow, because there has to be freedom. It means renewal of those that are insufficient. We also want to increase play areas in order to be able to work on the play areas, and so that we play around with other elements. There's an action I love, and it also happened in my district. If you don't know about it, please come along and have a look, because great things are happening in my district. Once a year, we fill up the Ángel Pestaña Square with sand, and we organize a party that's the Prospe Beach. And all the people go there, play volleyball on the sand. All the kids from all over the district spend hours during the 3 weeks of the festivity making sand castles, and we give the chance to kids that can't always go to the beach to enjoy maritime sports, but right there in their neighborhood that's up in the north of Barcelona. I mean, it becomes a huge sand pit. and it makes it possible for them to play differently. You can set up inflatable swimming pools, and all in all, this generates community activity that's lovely to see and lovely to participate in. And this has to be done also elsewhere in other ways. It has to be part of the planning itself. To be able to play, we have to be able also to renew. We have to, I don't know, fight against the high temperatures of climate change. Well, we have to have spaces where we can refresh. More interventions, as I said, to multiply times to the possibilities of playing, and also thinking especially about risk and young people and teenagers. It's important that when we talk about play, we don't only think of very young infants, because teenagers have to have spaces for play as well, public spaces for their leisure hours. We should never criminalize the activities of youngsters, teenagers. So how to adapt these spaces for them to feel attracted to them, attracted towards greater participation? Well, many goals that I think improve this green living in a city, that improve the areas, that make for meeting areas, but most especially with this clear will that all this that is happening will happen and will keep on happening, is part and parcel of long-term interventions, but also more immediate plans. As I said, eliminating all these places where you can read forbidden to play ball. This is going to disappear from Barcelona. Then as well, to make sure we have moments in the city in which we can reconquer the public space, not only with transformative policies and permanent policies, but also with cutting the traffic for a few hours. We saw it some months ago when we had the Mercè in September, the sustainable Mercè. We saw how Via Laietana, this incredible avenue full of cars all day long, terrible pollution. We see how at least once a year, for now, I mean, don't worry, we'll be very direct, but it fills up with kids playing, people walking, games, activities, families, and people make that space their own. Then to make sure that we have play in public squares, that means developing, plans that make people go to squares not only to walk, that's fine, but also to meet and to play. And this will make play a priority. Then as well, the transformation of school playgrounds. This is being done already in 20 different educational centers since 2016. In the afternoons or at weekends, they open up to be used by all of the citizens. Also, more water games. We have to incorporate water as an element of play. Then co-creation, how to go about this all. New parks with the collaboration of boys and girls, and giving greater protagonism to everyone. So as you can see, a play plan which is very ambitious. It involves everyone. We want everyone to make it their own. We want you all to help us. Before it was said, please let us all be ambassadors of this proposal. Please tell us what you think we have to incorporate and that we didn't, because the aim is for this not to be a closed plan, but an open municipal plan that will feed from the opinions and suggestions of everybody, and that will precisely help us design a city full of life in which all its neighbors, citizens, and everyone, boys, girls, women, elderly people, youngsters, can in fact develop their own life project in equal opportunities. So we know, we are fully aware about the fact that Barcelona is a highly loved city by its children. They like to play, and so we had this obligation, this duty. We had to make sure that this were feasible. We had to make sure that we would materialize this guarantee of having the right to play in the city, the right to experiment, the right to become a better person, the right to be free. So it's a pleasure, a luxury to share with you all this work of ours, and this to share this path that has we can't go back. We have to move forward all the time, and we have to make sure we take everybody along on the trip with us, and we are opening a window to opportunity. Barcelona will eventually become a city full of life and based on freedom. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies. S'ha explicat molt bé,
Thank you very much. Wasn't she clear? She was so clear, but just in case, since you are still digesting your lunch, in case there's some confusion or doubt, we would like to present a video that just lasts 1 minute, and it's a nice summary. Barcelona promotes a pioneering plan to transform the city into a city that's easy to live in, especially for children. We acknowledge the social importance of play, physical activity out in the open, and the well-being of all the citizens. A plan to restore life in the streets, to have greener areas in the city in a cross-cutting way, participatory way, with more than 400 people engaged, both adults and children. That's our action plan. What we would like to do up to 2030 is to have more and more and better spaces for play, for entertainment, outdoor, so that play actually covers the whole of the city. A city that's better for children, for adolescents, a city that's better for everyone.
Un minut,
1 minute, I promised.
Ens ho explicava, ara mateix la tinent d'alcaldia.
As Janet was saying a few minutes ago, this action plan for play in the City Council of Barcelona is the consequence of a cross-cutting plan. There is a word, apparently a buzzword, that's not cross-cutting anymore. What's the word? Transsectional. Into what? Intersectional. What is that? I mean, what we used to say transversal, cross-cutting, we haven't quite understood what that is, and now there's another word ready. Okay, it's okay. It's to change. Yeah, good. But I'm just looking at you. There's only one representative from the mobility area. Is there anyone left from the mobility department? Well, but we still remember what happened in the morning, yes, don't we? So, as I was saying, this action plan has had the engagement of over 400 people, and some of you, many of you are here. You have links with play, with different areas in the city. 24 work sessions, but really working sessions, tough ones, to try to turn Barcelona into a playable city, to explore this playability layer. And it's not just about children or adolescents, but it's lifelong, really. It's 0 to 99 years of age. My aunt Lola, she lives in Barcelona, and she'll be celebrating her 100th anniversary soon. So I'm sure she's not excluded, is she? No, she's included, of course. So I was just Googling some phrases, and I found Stuart Brown's one sentence, the founder of the National Institute for Play in the United States. And this gentleman says that what makes the human species exceptional is the fact that we are designed to play for life. So, why don't we? Let's play. Let's play. So, that's why today, of course, we had to invite those people that really have paved the way to have this action plan, this playable action plan. I'll introduce the different entities in a minute, because we'll have a panel discussion with representatives from different associations, because that's the idea, to restore the taste for play, to enjoy once again life in the districts. We have the representative of the Neighbors Association, Federation of Neighbors Associations in Barcelona. Also, the Association of Teachers, Rosa Sensat. Luis Forcadell, representing the working group from the Barcelona Youth Council, and Mateo Capell, member of the Sports and Public Space Group in the Municipal Sports Council. You may take a seat. Of course, take a seat, please. Mateo Capell, I was saying, from the Sports Municipal Council. This panel will be moderated by Imma Marin. She is the chairwoman of IPA in Spain, International Play Association. We met in another life, exactly, with Imma. Now, it's the same life, really, but we met at the FIDEM Association, women entrepreneurs, and we fight for equality for women, so that women get to leading positions, because we've talked about gender, town planning, gender in play. And I always say the same, because Imma Ima was born on January the 6th in Spain, the three wise men's day, so she was brought to her parents as a present, as a wonderful gift. And she always said to me, I really loved recreation when I was in school. I didn't want to go back to class. I really want to go for recreation. And that's been her life. She's devoted her life to recreation. Okay, Imma, you start, but please stick to the time allotted. Yes, everything is under control. Don't worry. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. So thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I'll be moderating this panel discussion. There are 2 questions for the speakers here. No improvisation here. They know why they're here for. So we'll have the first question first, and you are supposed to use 4 minutes. Let's say 6 tops. So if we can do this for the first round, and also the same for the second round of interventions, we'll have a quarter of an hour so that there's debate with the audience, okay? Because many people really wanted to take the floor, so that's our purpose. I brought a friend with me. His name's Crocky. Crocky always travels with me. And, well, the idea is to guarantee, creativity. So when somebody says, well, this is very expensive, this is impossible, really, is that a good idea? Well, usually Crocky flies onto the head of that person. Well, that's not the idea here, but I'm going to warn you with Crocky, okay? When you have 1 minute left. So when I pass on Crocky, well, meaning I might have him jump onto your jugular. So, okay. Now, first question for the panelists. Actually, we heard them from Clara. We heard the names and the associations of these speakers here from Clara, but of course your associations really are weighty and the different sectors that you represent. So your look, your opinion on play and the city are important. They matter because they have strong influence on really important portions of the society. So you do have your influence and you make an impact. So the first question for you is the following. What's been the trigger? What's been the trigger in your association so that you claim for play a role again in the city? Why is it important to situate play at the core of your reflections and the core of your actions and activities? Let's start with Francina, yes, the president of the Teachers Association. Okay, from Rosa Sensat Teachers Association. Of course, I'm here representing teachers and schools. We are named actually after one teacher from the past century. Well, actually, I should say 2 centuries ago, Rosa Sensat Vila. She, invented a school in the forest, in the woods, in Montjuic, up in Montjuic. So this DNA of the public space, is embedded in our association. Rosa Sensat, the beginning of the 20th century, she had this clear vision. She thought that the children in the city, boys and girls living in Ciutat Vella district, in a context that was not very healthy, quite hostile, they took them up to Montjuic Hill, which is not that far away, by the way, and I would like to, claim for it as well, because it's not that far. And it was an outdoor school, let's say. So that's in our DNA, that's our mindset. And now, as you see here, if you look around, the schools are enclosed, 4 walls just surrounding the courtyard. Well, that's what we have today, and we think that there's a long way ahead, and that's what our association would like to see. We'd like to see the schools really being in contact with nature, with the open air at least, because that's our origin. Now, years have gone by, and neuroscience, which is also a buzzword when we talk about education. There was this book published not the law by David Bueno, life scientist. David Bueno, expert on neuroscience, and he says that play is, well, is part of human nature, and it's a unique way of relating with the environment. Play is a form of learning. It's the main way to learn. Play. That's what he says, and I would like to add myself as a starting point for the discussion also that maybe teachers and parents, sometimes we don't quite believe that play and learning actually go hand in hand. They go together, and that is also a premise that we should really bear in mind. As a challenge, because you were asking from us. Oh yes, I forgot exactly. Yes, you did your homework. Two challenges that you see ahead. Yes, I've seen also this morning that some initiatives have been introduced, and they're very interesting, which is the open yards, open recreation courts. That's an idea that's there. No more cement yards, but greener areas, more open, etc. This is a first step, and we think it's very important indeed. But I would rather mention another type of challenge, going beyond that, which is, let's leave the school. Let's get out of school and really occupy the public space. Sometimes I walk throughout the city in school hours, and the squares are empty, and the streets are empty, and you see the elderly there, yes. But I live in the district of Gracia, and there are many different squares in Gracia, and that's deserted, and it's only taken by children from 5 maybe to 8 in the summer, luckily. So that's the challenge. I would like to see schools leaving their premises, their walls, and really taking the public space, because that is also what schools are. It's about being in the city, going to places to do different things. So that would be my challenge. Thank you. Thank you. Great, Franzina. Albert, please. What's the trigger? So what's your motivation to focus on play? Well, I represent the Federation of Neighbors Associations, and if we take a look back in history, that was a common fight, green areas for play. That was the struggle for many neighbors, for many districts, and I think that the greatest, longest fight that I ever witnessed, which was to stop a street for an issue that had to do with traffic lights. Well, actually, the children then discovered during that time how fun it was to, play in the streets. What's the district? Prosperidad, exactly. Janet referred to it. Yes, and actually this Prosper Beach thing that she talked about is an example, because the Prosper Beach, that was, as a result of our fight, the fight from the neighbors. In the previous mandate, we got, they took away our sand, and we did some activity, some protest, not a very nice one, but we did, because we wanted our sand back, and we have our sand back now. So yes, it is clear that the play space is part of our fundamental space, which is the public space. Challenges ahead. There's one which is related to what she said, because Barcelona is a dense city, not that much space really in Barcelona. So in order to develop the spaces, we need to defend our public areas and our green areas, and also the courtyards. Yes, because we also would like to see. We also would like to have them as part of the game, really, to be part of play. And now we need to be aware of the fact that play spaces are competing with other uses of space. Dogs, for instance. Let's talk about dogs, because sometimes they go in conflict, play and dogs. Well, we were told not that long ago that we had to wait for a month because the grass was supposed to grow there, and that was a public space, and it had been destroyed already by the dogs. And well, the neighbors still prefer apparently to colonize that area with dogs rather than with children. We need to think of how to manage the public space. Yeah, different interests, exactly, different needs, different uses. I see. Okay, thank you, Albert. Luis, it's your turn from the Barcelona Youth Council. I would like to share with you a story. Okay, 7 in the morning, the alarm goes off. Okay, 5 more minutes, then shower, then metro, some snack on my way to work. Then you get there, emails, millions of emails. Then phone calls, stress, a meeting, another meeting, a third meeting, 20-minute break for lunch. Then metro again to the university. I'm young, I'm studying, so I work and I study. So university, you finish about 8 in the evening. You haven't left the metro, you haven't seen the light. You go back home and then you have to start working, because I need to do my chores and laundry and dinner and prepare for next day. 10 o'clock at night, I go to bed. When do I play? No time. Tuesday, same. Wednesday, the same. Also Thursday, also Friday, but Saturdays come. Saturday's different because that's what happens on Saturdays, because I go to the space that we call COW, the youth center called COW, and we, the Barcelona Youth Center, we group together different entities in the city, and we like to have there represented all the different youth centers in the city. Stress and smoke and cars and the city routine. We believe in having a connection with nature, different model of the city, because all the city needs to be playable, full of opportunities. Our children and adolescents need to be able to enjoy absolutely everything that surrounds us, everything that we share. And we really emphasize water and sand, those experiences that are difficult to get in Barcelona, but so highly praised. And the youth centers are part of our DNA. That's why we go out in camps and do excursions, and we really believe in this. And we are super involved, and we love the action plan of the city. And that is something that we've been claiming for long. Play, because we think that squares and gardens and streets, everything needs to be space to play, to develop, to, do associations, to have social life. A city that needs not be thought of for adults only, but children and adolescents. And in this case, we have been heard, and we have been part of the drafting of this plan, and we are happy about the results. However, there are 2 challenges that we think are very important. They're still on the table, and they need to be tackled urgently. First one being red tape, bureaucracy. We, as youth centers, we do our plans, and they're weekly plans. If we want to claim or ask for something in the public space, the authorities don't follow the same calendar, and we, plan our things based on our district or the school or the high school, but Barcelona is organized by neighborhoods, by districts. Again, we don't match. If you are from Poble Sec, but you need to do some, some red tape or whatever in sands, that's not that it's not that easy. But we do our best. We want a playable city. So what do? We just go and do it. We don't ask for permission. I mean, if it's a problem, if it's so slow, so that's what we do. That's the challenge. We would like to, have certain freedom. We would like to speak the same language as the authorities, as the city council. Why is not there a website or an application to book some space with a week difference, with anticipation of a week? Why not? And you have your fan club there. Did you buy them coffee? Did you buy those people clapping coffee? They're friends, right? Okay, the second challenge, to make the right to play universal, really universal. Barcelona Youth Centers, the associations of young people, everywhere we see it's middle class, high class, we're mainly white people. Maybe we are not the most representative people in the city, so we would like everyone to have access to those youth centers. Everybody must be entitled to play. Wherever you are born, you need to have the same opportunities. You need to be entitled to play. So we're fighting for this. We are trying. We have the Baobab program that really focuses on that, right to play, but there's a whole lot to do. Much to do, and it's not just up to us to do it, of course, because we need resources and we need a little push sometimes. So the two challenges that we have, the bureaucracy, the language that we speak. I mean, we need to be on the same page together with the authorities and really to make the right to play more universal and reduce the gap. So, social equality.
Doncs arriba l'hora del Mateu.
Great, it's Mateu's turn now.
Bona tarda.
Play and sports in the city. Well, I'm going to improvise a little bit because I'm not an expert in play or the city, but I am part of a municipal council in Barcelona, the Barcelona City Hall, which is space and sports. And I did research for 10 years about sports, did my PhD thesis on skating in the city, and you've probably seen the urban paths in the in the coastline. Also, you probably have seen the different skating paths, and I was part of different councils. You collaborate with the Barcelona Sports Institute, exactly. So I have my record there, and maybe this is not as new, which is the use of urban spaces through sports and physical activity, because the idea was at the time to change the uses of urban space. That was in the past. The city conceived as opposed to the city practiced. So because there's this struggle, there's fierce struggle between these two different perspectives. So we created these working groups in order to bridge the gap, to approach the position so that we could all work together for the citizens. So that's what we do. And we don't focus on play specifically, but we understand that play is part of sports or physical activities, or the physical activities are part of play, whatever, the way you look at it. I, as a challenge, would mention, and there's something that has not been mentioned. Actually, I agree with what has been said so far, but there is a challenge that I have expressed myself in other seminars, and sometimes people don't mention this. It's the figure of the professional. I'm a professional in sports, so if we always work with volunteers, period, well, maybe that's not the way, because no offense. I didn't imply that everybody had to be a professional. That's not what I meant. Well, we're here to discuss, I know, to debate, but I'm not against volunteers, of course not. They're fundamental. But I think a professional leadership is important. Political leadership and also professional / technical leadership, as it happens in other areas. If we really need to work on some lines, well, we need to work based on some observations that need this professional look. So research lines, work lines that are clearly based on research. So he was telling his personal story in the beginning, his week, and I am a professional of sports, and in what I do, well, I founded a club, the skate club Barcelona. They are the champion #1 in Spain now, and we organize many activities, a race, etc. And these tasks are difficult. They're difficult. even for the professionals. Why? Because they can't do this. They can just unplug from their job. My job is my passion, and when I really want to use the city to enjoy myself, if I am not acknowledged as a professional, I really need to do something elsewhere. It's difficult to... Am I making myself clear? Well, if your job is your passion, you cannot really disconnect from what you do. So it's important that professionals are acknowledged. That's what I meant. I don't know if I made myself clear as the speaker. I think it's fundamental, and we heard it before. When spaces for play are designed, this play space needs to be monitored, supervised. There must be someone there to dynamize it as it has been thought. Otherwise, it'll be invaded and owned by other groups that maybe have other spaces but are stronger. Adults with dogs, with dogs, and it doesn't mean that they are more entitled, but probably they are stronger faced with a little kid that just wants to be there. So, some figure to dynamize the area, because otherwise they probably will drift from the intention. Thank you. We mentioned the schoolyards, open schoolyards. We heard about dogs. We mentioned, yes, dogs and public spaces, everything in relation to the public spaces. So how to, adjust the different needs. And I know what you mean. Dogs and children sometimes compete. We heard about red tape and bureaucracy, universal right to play, and now professionals versus volunteers, and how to guarantee that these spaces are really used and designed and used for the purpose for which they were conceived. Correct? That's the first round of opinions. I just repeated them in case then someone from the public wants to ask a question or make a remark. Second round of questions.
So how, and I mean you have been saying, haven't you, but please concentrate. In each one of your associations or organizations, how is each one contributing in Barcelona for Barcelona to be a city in which this play culture comes, for everybody to go back to playing? What are you doing specifically, and how do you intend to promote playing in the city? What can you do from each one of your organizations? How do you do it? Francina. Well, I already gave an overview before of what it is that we do. We have to take into account that playing, and it's been said, in schools when they talk about playing, they think about the younger kids. So in young children, it's very clear they have to play, that they must have spontaneous play areas. I remember my daughter, when she was 5 years old, she would, people would ask, what do you do at school? And she said, well, we get to school, then we go to the playground, we play, we go back to the classroom, we relax, we go out again to the playground, we play, then we go have lunch, we play again, we relax a bit more, and then we leave. So for her, life at school was play, was totally play. And the more spontaneous areas in the playground, I mean, that is what she valued as her school activities. As kids grow, and already within the school precincts, play slowly dies and it disappears, and very often play is limited to the half hour in the playground, and for many teenagers playing is practically non-existent because of the cell phone messages and things to talk about, so they hardly play at all. Our challenge then is for playing to be present at school, but all the time. all the time and at all the different educational stages, right from 0 years of age to 18. And we want this playing to be an activity that fosters learning.
I també, com deia abans,
and as I said before, the fact of fostering or promoting space as such, the space of school playgrounds, for example. So we have to look outside of the schools and find the resources, because sometimes, at schools we think that we don't have, for example, a swimming pool, or we don't have a sports pavilion, but next to the school or very near, there's a sports pavilion, equipment, a swimming pool, a library, or even though it might not be spaces like these that are more institutional, belonging to the city council, for example, you have workshops where people make things out of wood or things like that. So our idea, our approach would be to get out of the school space per se, because sometimes it's a rather limited space, and just go out onto the city and do activities to play around the city. That is the idea that we have. We've spent many years demanding resources for schools, more and more resources, we need more materials, we need more this, more that, more space, let's fix. And we tend to play the playground, to fix the playground, not at all. Maybe if there's a small mountain nearby or there's the beach next to the school or whatever. This is the mentality we have to change, this of the indoor, outdoor, and do it all in a playful manner. And how do you do this, Francina? Courses, magazines, what tools do you have to exert an influence on schools associated to Rosa Sensat? Well, we have the training program, we have working groups, we have a specific, a very active specific group that participates in this play plan. It's directed by, well, the name of it is, oh, what a playground. The idea is that this goes across, so to make sure that we have different professionals, so then different approaches. The idea is that you have teachers, gardeners, architects, a bit of everything, because this enriches the approach of how to consider this space, the playground. Then we also have training, specific training of activities, summer schools, and magazines and journals. Well, please, if anybody wants to contribute, you are welcome. Yes, indeed, totally. What about you? I would say that the activities of neighbors' associations are two types. One, they demand, they request, and the other, they organize parties and playful activities. So the most direct contribution to play comes through both ways. Really, because on the one you're asking for space, and the other you're asking for activity. I have to say that the whole network of shows on the street was something that started with an initiative of the Neighbors Association. We started organizing things in districts and neighborhoods where they had never taken place before. This is then something that's continuing. It's very important to work on it within the fabric of the neighborhood, because for something to work well, it has to be well linked and well contextualized. And then as to demands, and I said that before, we demand space, but also of sports pavilions, because, for example, right now in this mandate in a number of districts in Barcelona, we have negotiated with the City Council to have a special equipment plan, precisely to know that maybe we don't need a new sports pavilion in every district, but at least in three districts or neighborhoods, there should be one sports pavilion built. And then what he said, there's a total lack of professional support in many districts and neighborhoods. And I guess that the more you go to the district and linked with income, well, some of the situations are pretty dire. Now we have very intercultural, diverse neighborhoods. I've been in Creche, close to my home, in which you have all the nationalities under the sun. And this also means that in order to have a special game tactic, well, that requires certain knowledge, and possibly the new reivindication wave will be less of spaces and more of services, more professional. And something else that we're starting to debate, I think, is, and you thought about it too, well, the level of equipment of the city has been either thought out for young people or youngsters. We have, I don't know, youth centers, networks, that's all very nice. We have networks, even some playful libraries for teeny kids, but in pre-adolescents, that tend to be out of everything as well, or at least in those neighborhoods I know, you only find them in parks and not knowing really what to do, and talking all in a group. Well, we believe this is a subject that is not really solved at all. We don't have an answer, but it seems that all those of you interested have to start reacting. I mean, if you have a look at the youth centers and you have a look at children's spaces, well, what about the intermediate space? Yeah, very possibly, you said it before. At school, you're thinking how to continue with playing in the older students. Possibly the lack of play leads these kids to machines and screens, yeah? I have a friend who's a teacher, and he says in Santa Coloma, my students, all the boys students especially, are totally hooked onto video games, and I cannot recover these students. Well, just imagine with playing, it might happen. We might recover them better than we would with a class of physics. Yeah, well, this has not been said, has it? What about those teenagers that are not even pre-adolescent, but they're not kids? This idea of a city for all sometimes is not so inclusive. Yeah, it's something we would all have to work on. We don't have answers, but we do pose the questions now. Well, that's a way to start. Luis, what about you? How can you contribute through the Barcelona Youth Council? How can we make it a more playable city? Well, in our case, we do many things for the youth associations in the city, many. However, something I would like to highlight is the huge amount of efforts that we devote as monitors, as heads, as educators in youth centers and mountaineering centers. If you add the 3 hours with kids, that is till 7 in the afternoon, then you add the meeting to prepare the afternoon meeting. To this, you add the meeting you have with other units to coordinate well with all the team. Then you add, if you have, I don't know, you in the treasury or you in coordination or whatever, then you add it as well to one full weekend a month out of home. And if you add up the kind of summer and winter ones, well, what you see then is that each young person in charge of a youth center, well, these are 1,000 hours of voluntary work a year. So 10, 12, 15 monitors in each one of these youth centers, and taking into account that there are 150 youth centers of this kind in Barcelona, it gives you 2 million hours volunteer work devoted to making Barcelona much stronger. That gives a total of community networks that we are building, we are preparing. So let's have neighborhoods that are alive, much more livable, much more resilient to any problem, to any circumstance. And these youth centers are places for empowering young people. There's great participation and incidents, but our methodology is based on living. I mean, yes, it's methodology, but it's based on playing, on praxis, on developing what is collective. We use methods that we can, well, allow us to, for example, be deciding, I don't know, things that are pretty kind of serious. We actually got to designing the estimate through this application. And you might wonder, how? Well, we managed it. It's the way we relate. And doing it like this means then that we can give many hours to social transformation and do it because it is something good, joyful, that you can use. What we do as GCB, the kind of youth association and acknowledging the task of educators and monitors and people building the mountains, we are promoting the Day of the Cow of these youth centers in Barcelona, a day in which we want all these youth associations of the city to carry out their own activities as they do them usually, but in the public space. And so that day, all the spaces, everything would be related to the products, yeah? So then the visibility would be mind-boggling. It means giving value to this project. And in this way, we make sure that young people and young men and women stop being scared about occupying the street. It makes them stop thinking that the street is only going to be used by cars. We also want, and this is their message too, we want something that is spontaneous playing. Meaning, what if you like playing? Well, you decide. We'll be with you, but you decide. Yeah, you decide what you want to play at, and this is important. The decision will always be yours. So enjoying a city at the end of the day is a right of everyone. But we find ourselves with a model of society, and this has been mentioned before, in which there is something called public power, and the center is with productivity of adult people who are the ones who work. But anything that is not this type of productivity is totally automatically excluded from that, and then of course you get gender inequalities, but also in very young people. In our case, very often we are not even considered present, we're considered future. Listen, I sometimes go to places to talk or to explain things, and the message, I don't know, people don't stay with my message because they say, oh, doesn't this youngster speak well, he'll get far. Listen, I'm sorry, it's not this at all. Let us build together. Let us build together. Let us participate. Don't we want different cities? Don't we want cities for everyone? Cities for all? Well, let's fight against this adult centrism, please. And let's make sure that people leave their offices and think collectively, where kids and youngsters can decide, and we are pretty able to do so, let me assure you. So we know what city we want. This then is the task that we work on from the Youth Council, and if you don't know about it, please go along, look for us, we're there, and share experiences with us, because you'll always be welcome to make a city that's much more for young people. Thank you.
Som-hi. Doncs, adeu.
No sé si m'agrada gaire.
I don't know if it's good for me to talk after Luis. He's made it very difficult for you, indeed. Yes, and he's got a nice voice to top it all. Well, what I have to say is more boring, really. I don't speak as well as he does. Maybe I should be younger. Well, at the municipal council, yes, there is something that Luis talked about in the sense that we don't work on it. We do things, but not everything. Maybe we don't have a dedicated group. The idea would be to have this dedicated group in the council, maybe. I don't know. The council is made up of people and organizations and representatives. I mean, in my case, for example, I participate with different hats, yeah? We have been there. We've seen that, yes, there is the need of assessing and giving value to the spaces and the uses carried out in different spaces to try and direct the transformation of these spaces in order to go to greater efficiency, to make this transformation efficient. And especially what the council thinks about is the remodelings of the different parks in Barcelona. It's a number of meetings have been carried out similar to today with different organizations, neighbors associations, the group that's going to use the space, architects of the municipal council. So there's a whole group set up in the municipal council, and then the different sensitivities that are asking for that space are taken into account. And then the idea is to see whether things are possible, whether agreements can be made, and then most especially, let me tell you that this is what you see in the city. So all the remodelings that have taken place are not spectacular. They're not spectacular, but right. Why? This has a reason. They might not be spectacular, but they're very useful because the users themselves are not asking for spectacular stuff, but rather they want to have things that they can use. I've often been in meetings and people talked about a huge skate park with bowls and ramps and you name it. And the skaters themselves said, no, we don't want this. We just want a bench. And then people can sit on a bench when people are not skating there. So there you go. This is one of the ways in which we work. Then you also have, well, from the academic side of things, well, from the 80s, there are studies coming from France telling about irregularities in the terrain. The people doing research went along to parks and had a look at the interaction between different groups of young people, and they applied it to schedules as well. Sometimes it's for the young people, sometimes it's for the more elderly citizens. Then there are also observation times when the time comes, so that the skaters are there. In this case, it's skater in Spanish and Catalan. They're the people that are on a skateboard, yeah? So, skateboard, yeah, I want to clarify. It's only skateboard people. So these skateboard people who are there in the park, well, they explain it in the study. They said, yeah, we've seen that elderly people stay only to see what we're doing. This is another use, isn't it? I don't know what was mentioned before. Intersectional? It's such a difficult word. Yeah, I was coming into the room when I heard the word, yeah? I promise I was late. And I heard intersectional, so I thought, yes, we have to work to be intersectional, because maybe some spaces are not conducive for adult or child play, but they are indicated for everyone to be there, but at different hours of the day as well, especially in Barcelona. Barcelona is limited in space. We don't grow because we have rivers and mountains, and we have the sea, so we have natural borders. And this is our line of work, looking for intersectional, flexible spaces in which or on which everybody can intervene, and always from the standpoint of sport and play. For example, if I see this waste paper basket here, I'm going to use it to play basketball, for example, yeah? So this is a challenge. Do we continue with this line of work, and do we not let any one of the entities here to change us? Well, I'm sure we'll work very well indeed. A question, do you play? In your associations, do you play? No, I know, yeah. Of all the ones I know best, definitely, yes. I know that youth centers love playing everywhere. But what about the other organizations? Do you have that mentality? Go on, be honest about it. Yeah. Come on. Be super honest, because then we can ask everybody else, of course, and see what happens in the room. Well, now you caught us out, didn't you? You caught us out. It is true that sometimes, well, in my association, we don't play much. And wouldn't it be good if we did? Sometimes we thought about having a ping pong table there to kind of get our stress levels down, but we don't dare. We don't dare, and we should do it soon, yeah? Or basketball, whatever, yeah, to generate adrenaline. And here, I see them all so kind of serious and grave, yeah? No, really, no, not too serious. I mean, serious in the sense that you do things kind of reflecting and analyzing and full of conviction. I don't doubt it. I know, but couldn't you kind of liven up a bit? Without humor, life is not all that good. Well, we participate plenty in these playful activities that we ourselves organize. So, I mean, so that's how you kind of get all your dynamism and your momentum from? Well, in some neighborhoods, there's always some kind of fete or some kind of party. And, I mean, things are happening all the time. So usually people of neighbors associations, obviously you have all sorts of things. There are some people who are more shy than others, but yeah, no, in general we have that. But everyday life, we don't have time. How can we play? Of course. Of course, I understand. Yeah, I'm sure he would say yes. I believe it. Thank you, you listened to me. Yes, no time. Well, the municipal council, do you work a lot then? Do you play? Well, sometimes a politician comes along and then we play a bit. Yeah, so somebody comes in that wants this or that, and well, we play the game of protocol or strategy games. It could be a table game, maybe. Yes, table games. I'm sure you all play those really well. Yeah, please. Yeah. Now you. Look, listen, in our case, we think that any space, any moment is good for playing. So, yes, if you allow me, yeah, we do allow you. Of course we do. Very good. Oh, yeah. Get ready, yeah? Luis will give you all things to do. It's as simple as this. Oops. At any point in time. Yes, indeed. Listen, great, thank you, thank you. Now ask yourselves, hands on hearts, not you at home, but in your institutions, organizations, municipal areas, companies, industries, do people play? This playful culture, I mean, I don't know. It has to do with attitude, doesn't it? It's what Luis just did. Any moment is good. Any moment is good to play. So it's an attitude, isn't it? Well, yes. We have, what, 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes for questions. Great. So let's take advantage. 10 minutes. Over there, I can't see you well? Yes. Okay.
Tata Indy. Sí, sí.
Sí, sí. Bueno, no sé. Bueno, va, tu.
Bueno, hola a totes i a tots. Soc l'Analisa.
Hello, my name is Annalisa Tataiti. Annalisa Tataiti. I have 3 comments that I would like to share with you. To me, well, professionals and being professional does not have a direct link with being paid. So the job, the tasks that different organizations do in different districts, well, they make sense precisely thanks to the people that are not paid for that, and they do the job. So working there on the ground with the people directly. I mean, of course we do study and we have our degrees and we have our labels as professionals in something, but I just wanted to say that professionalism and pay, remuneration, don't always go hand in hand. Second comment, I think that most of the proposals, ideas, great ideas that work and really revolutionize the districts, the neighbors and the public, the neighborhoods and the public space stem out of the community of neighbors. Albert, okay, I thought his name was Amador as was on the program, but it's been a change. Okay, Albert from the Federation of Neighbors Association. I really celebrate this initiative, Prospect Beach, that was born thanks to the neighbors. It's so important to work together with the authorities and I mean together with the neighbors' creativity. So I would like to make a call here, because the authorities, the city councils, they should be more open, more welcoming when it comes to, well, encompassing these great ideas that stem out of the communities. Otherwise, the world might not change much. And I am an optimist myself, and I am positive because I see that participatory processes are fostered, including all different ages. But we have had our experiences rather than open doors. It's been more like closed doors when it comes to neighborhood plans, and that's a pity. And I hope it doesn't happen again in the future. And my third and final comment is a question for the deputy mayor. Is she not here anymore? Oh, someone that can pass on the message to her? Great, because I thought we would have some Q&A after her presentation, because I really I really was listening to her when she said this forbidden to play ball signs being removed. She said that was done. I think she said that. So my question was whether it's true. Is it true? It's been done, or when? Or when will they begin? Because in Badal, my district, there's a square next to the school where my kid goes. It's Caball Bernat School, and there's a sign there, still there. The first time I saw it, my blood froze, really. Forbidden to play ball, and then with a pen, somebody had written there. So then let's drug ourselves, or something like that. And my kid is 5 years old. Yeah, somebody had written with a pen, let's use drugs instead. So what's the future for our generations? Thank you. Okay, I will convey the message to the deputy mayor. We started with Horta Guinardó, so we are moving along with withdrawing all the signs. That's the plan. It's the goal. It's in the action plan, and we will advance and remove all those signs, and some other signs will be installed saying we play respectfully or something like that. I cannot tell you exactly when or what month or what day we will be there in Badal, in your area, but we will, for sure. Great. Another question. Hello, my name is Aida. We come from Vilanova y la Geltrú. We are part of a platform in favor of school paths. And I really agree with Tata Indi girl said, because it's very important to have the support from the administration. And beyond this, in the background, there is a reflection that really has to do with the rules, the norms that make this conquest of the public space possible. Thinking of specific places in towns. I don't know if you know what the S28 sign is. It's blue, it's square shaped. There's this, the kid playing ball and the car. There's four pictures on that sign, and I think that's one of the few that recognizes that is a space, a street or whatever, that may be used for play. I am not aware if there is another sign like that, but even this sign that I have in mind now refer to the fact that pedestrians will not obstruct the car circulation, I think, something like that. So being aware of the fact that this sign really protects the space for leisure, for play, for pedestrians also, maybe we should dig deeper into the norm, the regulation really covering the public space. Even when we do road education, in schools, when the police forces go to schools and talk about road safety, etc., how can, if the focus is on the pedestrian, how is the pedestrian supposed to, leave way for the car? A car's coming and, kids, please, against the wall because the car's coming. Shouldn't it be different? Like, you go first, you kids go first, you kids stop the car's supposed to stop, then you move apart, you move aside if you think you have to, and it's your decision, if you see what I mean. So I think we need the support from the Catalan Traffic Department. I don't know exactly who is supposed to do this, but we really need to dig deep, because if the street signs do not help us or don't respect us pedestrians, what can we do? Yes, of course, we understand. Maybe these associations here can say something about education, etc. Let me, Clara, do something. Let me say something in my 2 minutes left, because we are discussing here what needs to be done, what else can be done. The city councils need to help. Yes, of course they need to help, but I've been lucky and I have been listening to all this participatory process that has taken place in Madrid. We heard it from Ana this morning, Ana Buñuel, and there is a difference because in Madrid they are working in turning Madrid into a playable city, as she explained, and all the proposals, well, were coming from the entities themselves, were a claim from the citizens, and now they are in a different situation. Here, the authorities have created a space for us, a nest, so that we can come here and discuss and shout, etc. But in Madrid, it's different. They're saying some things, they're doing things. So the administration, they need to do their job, but to protest, to claim, to shout, that's our job. That's something for everybody to do. Everybody to do, and we have a space now to do this, but otherwise it's our responsibility. It's a duty to fight for this space, to have it, to shout. So let's raise our voice. We do have a voice. We can say what we want, and we have a municipality that is open to this. So let's not just wait for daddy government to do something. It's best to ask for forgiveness. Then I can't remember the end of the expression, but you know what I mean. Before we leave, as a challenge for you all here. Oh, there's some. Oh, sorry. Somebody else wanted to take the floor. Montse. Yes, I really need to express this. For some years in my life, I was linked to, environmental issues, the child's right to play, with you, with Imma, with an architect that's here, with Tonucci, even Fede. Well, but for some moment, even if I have enjoyed this very much, I have the feeling that we are, claiming now what we were claiming 20, 30 years back. What's going on, I wonder? What's happening? Because we are repeating the same things over and over again. And we heard what Franzina said, and we saw the enthusiasm. Yes, but this enthusiasm is not new. We saw it ages ago, so we really need to do something, or we may attend seminars like this one, and we believe everything, and we say, yeah, now we start. Now it's the starting point. Well, I've seen so many starting points, believe me, and I'm so sorry that we're still there. Yeah, and of course there are some exceptions, and we've heard interesting, innovative examples, yes, but we are saying the same thing. So the young people here in the room, please ask yourselves, what's going on? Are we in the same spot? Maybe not exactly the same spot, but it's practically the same. I agree, Montse. I really agree. I share this feeling. It's the white hair, probably. It's the white hair. Yeah, it's déjà vu, exactly. There's somebody else who wanted to ask a question. No, it's not a question. Two comments. I have two comments. I would like to share a reflection with the representative of the Teachers Association, because I think I represent the pedagogical community in the city, because we are talking about play, right to play, recuperating the public space for play. So let's talk about co-creating, yes, but also co-responsibility, the responsibility of the educational community when it comes to ensuring the child's right to play in the school, in the schoolyard, outside of school, in the city. So it's not about the school going outdoor and visiting some place, a carpenter's. workshop. Fantastic, because the community also educates. That's great. But first, we need to make sure that in the schoolyard, as a space that's more natural, as in outdoor space that the children may have in the school context, many hours a day, the schoolyard needs to be one more space, because we're saying that play educates, that, the air, touching leaves and playing outside, a child, of course, is not motivated when he gets to, adolescence or pre-adolescence. Let's plan for this and foresee these things. The educational community has a lot of responsibility there, so it's about co-responsibility. They're strong and powerful. Many best practices are being carried out, yes, but we want many more. That's my first remark. Second, you said that it's cool because the administration is paving the way and is helping. I don't quite agree with this. I don't quite agree, because something in the United Nations, why am I supposed to claim for that? It's been established as a right. It is a right. How am I supposed to, do the difficult job? It should be easier for me. I'm not in a position. It's not about earning anything. It's a right. It's my right. It's worldwide recognized. I need to be offered the resources, right? Because the claims are not professionalized, are not paid, and all these hours for families with young children, we cannot do as much as we can. We would love to be out in the streets, and they do this in Villanova, claiming for the public space. And these families, they are super powerful, and they, take the streets and they do it. But other people can't because they don't have the time, and our children are too young. So I don't want to fight that much. I want to really have it easier. Great, we jot it down, we take good note of it. The city is for everyone. Sometimes moms breastfeeding, of course, can't leave their home, but I can. So it's about, doing it all together. Of course, it's a right, and we shouldn't fight for a right which has been recognized, but politicians are people, and if you stop pushing them, if you stop pressuring them, sometimes they go backward. May 88th, International Day of Play. So it's an opportunity to really play out in the streets. All of us, let's play on May 28th, because it's our right. Thank you, Francina, Albert, Luis, Mateo. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Imma.
Un debat super interessant.
It's been really, really very interesting. I'm looking at Albert from the Neighbors Associations. The 200 neighbors, he said that before, really took their pants down, literally, as a protest. And I'm just picturing it. I'm sorry. And I saw his green socks, and I was picturing the image of 200 people with the pants down as a sign of protest. There are pictures of that? Really, I Googled it, and I didn't find this protest. And I really also paid attention to Luis's nails. Do you paint them yourself? Oh, they're brilliant, because I do it myself as well, and yours are fantastic. It's just a comment. I mean, oh, you want to talk about your nails? No problem. No problem. It doesn't surprise me that you paint them. It's how well how good they look. That's what I meant. No. Here. I don't like the comment. You're saying this because I'm a guy. No. Yes, if I were a woman, you wouldn't be saying that. If I were a woman, you wouldn't be saying that. No. I do this. The women who know me, I praise their nails. It's not because you have them painted, but well painted. That's what I meant. They're better than mine. They're better than mine. I knew he was going to say that, but it's good to be provocative. That's what we are here for. He shook us all the time with his intervention, so why not do it myself? Because we're here to say what we think. So, since time is pressing, you need to move forward. We heard about action and more action. You know, we've been hearing the same music for 30 years. We want action. So yeah, let's act. We have this plan with this horizon 2030. 10 years is nothing, believe me. In March, this plan will be discussed in the plenary session, and it'll be uploaded in the website of the City Hall, so you will be able to take a look at it and read it and consult it if you want more information. So it's good. We're making headway. Let's change the format for a second and let's go more intimate with an interview. If you were not here in the morning, well, I tried to find phrases related to the world, to the realm of play, and probably you will be surprised because I didn't quote Francesco Tonucci. Everybody has, and I haven't. Okay, I would like to quote Francesco Tonucci now. He is a researcher at the Italian Research National Center, an expert in child in the city. It was difficult to pick one phrase, one sentence, and many people quoted him, and I was suffering because I didn't want anybody to steal this one that I found. It's brutal. He said, child play is about wasting time and getting lost in time and finding the world with this enthusiastic relationship, full of risk, full of adventure, and the motor of this action is the most powerful that we, the human beings, know. Pleasure. That's why boys, girls, when they play, really play, they can forget about eating. They forget about going to the toilet. Honestly, my daughter, when she was small, it was too late, when she called me because she was playing. You know what I mean. So now we will experience Francesco Tonucci live to talk about play and the model of the city. He will be interviewed by Roger Pala, a journalist from Critic, an expert in critical analysis of the city. There's a monograph that has been published recently about the city. It's called, the title of this interview is called Sorry to Disturb You, but We Are Playing for You. That's the title. So let's give them a hand.
Hola. Hola. Al medio, sí.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buena tarde. Buena tarde, Francesco.
Good evening, Francesco. Thank you very much for having invited Critic, for being here to moderate this interview. When we promoted Critic years ago, we wanted to shed some light on the topics that are not dealt with. And this does not mean, super research journalism about something that's hidden or anything like that, but it's about focusing on those spheres that sometimes are eclipsed by the noise in the media. We are intoxicated with so much volume, mass media volume. Raymond Barnils used to say that we have so many news out there that we can actually be overwhelmed and die because of this suffocation. And it's a pleasure now to have some time to spend with Francesco Tonucci to talk about the city models and play. And I really am excited to take this challenge. I am humbled because one of the latest times that he came to Barcelona, he was interviewed by Davila, whom we missed so much. And there is a conversation that you can retrieve. Carles and Francesco had a close relationship, and of course we miss him so much, and it's again a huge challenge to be here taking his place today. So let me start by by mentioning one of your quotes. Sorry to disturb you, we are playing for you. And there was another one saying, Mr. Mayor, we don't want slides nor swings, we want the city. That's something that he says. You say that the children's ideas are the ideas that are outside of power. So what do these ideas contribute that's different? Are the children's the real revolutionaries?
No, sí. Bueno, empezamos de estas frases.
So we're going to start with the sentences, with the quotes. It's one of those cases where I'm really grateful to Frato, because in this particular case, not always, but in this case, he interpreted in a very profound and efficient way what I thought. I mean, as I said, it doesn't always happen, but we don't have this now, but I believe you know it. This is a cartoon, which is the cover for the book, The City of Children. There are children playing out in the street. And there is a barrier, a fence, with a sign that says that we apologize for the inconvenience, we're playing for you. So this is a brief summary of everything I think about cities and playing. Well, to start with, in one way, this sentence is wrong. First of all, children play for themselves because they need to. And because I think that is their main job throughout childhood. And it would be better if it were throughout their life. But we can say, without fear of being wrong, that by playing, children develop to the fullest their possible knowledge, their cognitive development, their skills, their whatever. So at that early stage of life, in their first few days, months and years, by playing, they achieve what they will never achieve again in their lifetime. And it's not me saying that, it's our masters. Brunner said that when a child goes into a schoolroom for the first time, over 80% of their abilities are already developed, and they were developed by playing. So children playing out in the street, they play, first of all, for themselves. But the provocation was, hey, we're here playing for you. Why for you? Precisely. You see, children in the street transform the city. They make the street safe. I mean, children on their own. That's an important nuance. Up until now, today, we haven't mentioned this, but children playing out in the street on their own, children leaving home on their own, usually in sort of playing plans in cities. It is covered the idea of children playing out in the street with their parents. But playing cannot go with sort of accompany. I mean, you cannot play with your child. You have to let your child play. Precisely. We live in a social political context which is marked by insecurity. Insecurity is always on the cover of all the media. I mean, in Barcelona and everywhere, I guess. The global trend is more police agents, more CCTV, less playing out in the street. The streets are not safe, but you defend that the city is made safer when there are more children out in the street. In fact, you said in an interview that children are the cheapest form of security. Yeah, indeed. And I say that not just because that fits in with my desires, my wish. It's not wishful thinking. There's data. I don't have scientific data here because that's quite complex. But for example, an experiment which wasn't carried out in a little village where things are meant to be easier. But there you go. In Buenos Aires, a police conflictive in the Almirante Brown neighborhood. That was in, I think, in the year 2000, 2001, there is a serious fact. A child was raped on her way home with her mom. They were stopped in the street and she was assaulted. People rebelled. They said, enough, something has to be done. There were some suggestions, more police agents, more CCTV. And somebody said, no, hang on, because if there are more police agents, there will be more weapons and more shots shot, and we don't know what will happen. So it would be best if children could move unaccompanied, on their own, independently. They should be able to go to school on their own. So let's ask for the help of our shop assistants and shopkeepers. You know, shops should be safe places for children if they need anything, if they need to go to the loo or whatever. So there is the beginning of the school path, the way to school. In 5 years, that grew outside that neighborhood and it caught on other neighborhoods. The city of Barcelona had a congress on urban safety in 2005. I was part of that. The person in charge of urban safety said that in the neighborhoods where that has caught on, street crime has gone down by at least 50%. You don't get that with more police agents. You don't get that with CCTV, and it's free. Wow. You also said that you are against playgrounds. I mean, that could be controversial, because one of the things that families tend to demand is more playgrounds. In fact, I believe that the play plan, which is covered today, calls for that. Well, you're putting me on the spot. That's what journalists are for. Well, I'm a guest here, you know. No, but honest, I found good help in what Don Salvador said this morning when he says that the goal of a city is not to need playgrounds. I thought, great. Yeah, the goal of the Barcelona plan. Yeah, that's the sort of long-term goal. So much so that many people throughout the day have been talking about the playable city. So if you have a playable city, you don't have assigned spots for playing, but rather the whole city accepts itself as a play area. So this is something that has been mentioned en passant, which is the issue of public space. Public space is play space. I think for me, public space is the space for everybody. A child from Rosario in Argentina said, we've got to look after public space because for many people that's the only space they have. Some people do not have private spaces. So public spaces is what the city offers to each and every one of their citizens. But now public space has disappeared. You might say, yeah, but public space, yeah, but there's no public space. So who sees this space? Well, I don't know. There are surveys. I don't know if they've been carried out here, but in Italy, I remember one particular green association which proves that over 80% of the public space in a city is constantly privatized by the moving or stationary space of private elements. So the people who drive, who are the minority, take up most of the public space, and therefore the majority have no space, no room. So the children's room is public space. The same thing goes for the elderly, for people with disabilities, or the same thing goes for young people, people who are caught in, who need room for their own experiences. And you see, public space cannot be distributed, or else it wouldn't be public anymore. In a way, parks are not public space. They are a space for children, and children go to parks accompanied. You even have fences to prove that this is not public, okay? This is fenced off. So, being controversial, I always say, why don't we suggest we have areas fenced off for women? I mean, I imagine there would be a whole uproar because women have already had fenced-off spaces in the past, and that's a way of exclusion. It's not privilege. So the same thing could be applied to children. You're touching on something which is crucial, the issue of cars. In Barcelona, there is a whole controversy on the subject. The council has made more cycling lanes. They want to limit the room for private cars, but they're finding resistance from citizens and from the automobile industry. So it's like getting rid of cars. It's a way of losing votes. Is a city for children a city not for cars? Well, I think in a way it is. I mean, you have to choose. You can't have it all. You've got to choose whose side you're on. This is one of the key ideas, one of the key proposals which appears when you talk to children. You cannot continue with this hegemony of cars. So how to go about it? It's complicated, I understand that, but I think the fate of our cities, if they are to survive, is for them to be post-car cities. We're going to have to invent that future. I don't think that means that we need to stop producing cars or we need to give up cars. No, it could mean that you use your car to leave the city but not to come back into the city. For example, I live in a country which is an icon on this. Italy has 2,000 cars per 10,000 inhabitants, so 80 cars per 100 inhabitants. That is huge. That means we have lots more cars than people who can drive. So, I mean, that's without going into motorbikes. We've got huge amounts of motorbikes. The European average versus the 80% in Italy is 45%. In Holland, it's 30%. So for us in Italy, a car is your private, individual, everyday means of transport. You use it every day to move around. In Holland, quite likely, it's only 30%, so I guess that you may have a car per family. So it's usually, I guess, a family means of transport which is used weekly to, I don't know, go away. But it's not used every day to commute, to work, to study, to go shopping, which is what we do in Italy. And I think this is something that can be done, and I don't think it is politically so bold or dangerous for politicians. Well, we have an experience of yours, which I tend to mention and imitate. This is well, I mean, I'm talking about a city which is small, but not that small, Pontevedra, a place in Galicia. Pontevedra is on our network of the cities for children. In Pontevedra, they had a radical interpretation of returning public space to the people. What did they do in Pontevedra? Well, when they accepted the current government, who are in government for 20 years, okay? They've been re-elected 5 times running. So they committed to this. Their program was to return public space to people. A few days after getting into their 5th power, they widened pavements, narrowed the streets. all pedestrian crossings are at pavement level. The mayor always tells me, well, I listened to you and you convinced me. I know that behind the Pontevedra model there's a lot more than my proposals. But for example, something that he usually quotes is this. When I suggested this project, the mayors who listened to me, they've never told me, oh, that's disgusting, oh, that's so boring. No, they always say, well, that's great, but give me a year or two to sort out traffic and then we can discuss it. But obviously you're not going to sort out the issue of traffic. It's a mess, you're not going to solve it, so after a year or two, you never go back to the issue. Why do I say this? Because traffic is level 1 in your list of priorities. Private means, public means, then pedestrians. My proposal is let's turn things around, because we are democratic and we people first. The owners of the city are citizens, right? Well, that's supposed the idea. Well, it should be. No, I think it says so in principles and stuff. Okay, then public means of transport and third means of transport. For example, I do not like pedestrianization. I like having open cities, but respecting priorities. And that's it. I mean, in Pontevedra there are no pedestrian areas, but the pavements are really wide. And people used to complain that they couldn't walk side by side. If we're going to walk in Barcelona, I want to be by your side. If we're going to walk in Indian File, we can't chat. I mean, you can't have a pleasant walk. So they discussed that in Pontevedra and they said, well, okay, why do we need to have two people side by side? Well, I mean, in Pontevedra, it rains a lot. So two people share an umbrella. And that appears in the mobility plan, 2.5 meters plus the urban furniture, 3, so that's 6. And then we have only 3 meters for cars. Before it was the other way around. And something else, I used to say, well, it's a shame how we are creating more and more urban obstacles for people with disabilities, with steps. I mean, for people on a wheelchair, they have to step down and then up again just to preserve the flat area for cars. But I mean, cars, they've got engines. So let's keep it flat for pedestrians. Let's make sure that pedestrians are always kept on a flat level, on the same height. And in Pontevedra, they were amazing. They accepted that. If you drive around Pontevedra, you just go up and down. All pedestrian crossings happen at pavement level, which means that you slow down if you're driving. I think it is the first European town which drives at 30 kilometers an hour all over. And a city with 80,000 inhabitants over 10 years without a single victim of a traffic accident. I think it's something they should be proud of.
Vamos a hablar un poco
Let's talk about prohibitions, okay? Let's be a bit controversial. You say that a city is not interesting for what it offers, but for what it allows. Children should be allowed to live on their own in a city or to move around independently. So one of your suggested measures is to get rid of those signs that say no playing with balls. Well, you see, that sign is illegal, is it? No, really. I mean, this morning, Sam Williams talked about Wales, where for the first time, a city legally established the right to play. But there is no need. I mean, the right to play is legally recognized. It is an article of the Convention of the Rights of Children, which our countries are signatories to. And the Convention of the Rights of Children is executive law. It's binding. It's compulsory. Or else you leave the convention. I'd love to have a country saying, well, we've examined this and we really cannot cope. You know, Spain or Barcelona on their own, or Roma or whatever could say, well, we're going to leave the Convention of the Rights of Children because we just can't cope. But they don't. So children are promised everything, but then the promise is not fulfilled. I found a really funny sign, which I have posted several times in Lima, in Miraflores. There was a sign, there is a sign that says, no ball playing except boys and girls. And I agree. I agree. I mean, we can fix it. It's good to say to a young lad, I don't know whether the people who were here from sports or the scout people, to a young lad I could say, hey, if you want to play with your leather ball, get a bus and go to a proper football ground. I mean, you know, we have special places for that. But an 8-year-old, 10-year-old, I cannot ask him. I mean, I say boy and girl until we reach the end of primary school, okay? I think that up until then, children should be allowed to play wherever they want, however they want, and whenever they want. But not only is it illegal to have a sign saying no ball playing, but also no ball playing from 12 to 2 in the afternoon. Because you see, children are entitled to playing. We might need to sleep a siesta, but there is no law defending that. Well, it's good of you to say that, because let me give you an example. Here over the summer, we had a huge conflict. It was really upsetting. There is a great place in La Champla, which is the little swimming pool in La Champla in town. It's a very typical place where kids go and freshen up. In here there was a huge complaint, a huge issue, because the neighbors complained. They wanted to close it down. In the end they didn't. It was kept open. But, I mean, how can you... What can you do with a situation like that if you're the institution? There is a conflict between the children's right to play and the right of citizens to rest. I mean, how can you combine that? Let me repeat. I don't tend to siesta, but those who do, they're definitely entitled to sleeping a siesta, to having a nap. And they could perhaps ask children to please respect their nap time. And children will be respectful, because children don't want to have conflict with adults. They need our friendship. They need our love and care. But not only are children entitled to playing according to Article 31, but also in that amazing international law of of rights of children, there is Article 3, which even goes beyond that, and it says, in all issues, in all subjects, in all matters, the interest of a child will be considered as top priority. So you might say, well, but they're inconvenience, they're a pain. Yeah, sorry, it's a child. It goes first. I mean, yeah, you can leave the convention, but if you're part of the convention, live with it. I mean, from the top, the king, the president, the mayor, all the authorities have to stick to the law. So, in all matters, children will go first. The point is, that is actually not true, and it is never true. A woman stops breastfeeding at 4 months of the baby, not because that's good for the baby. No. The baby should be fed up with breastfeeding and should say to the mom, hey, mom, I mean, make me some pasta, mom. But no, that doesn't happen. You know, it doesn't follow the children's needs. No, there are other needs. Other priorities that go first, go before children's priorities, and that goes against the law. In this case, it is a labor contract, which has formal judicial standing, which is way beneath the Convention of Children's Rights. And we could have tens of examples like this. Another example is when neighbors complain. It would be great fun and interesting that when a neighbor calls the police because the children are bothering him because they're playing, they should fine the neighbors because they are bothering the children who are playing. I mean, I'm not trying to be, just funny or controversial. Not really. I mean, the citizens have to be helped to understand that law stands on the side of children, not on their side. You've got to be patient. Today, we're putting up with amazing things. I mean, we're putting up with the noise of traffic. We're putting up with hooting, with sirens, and all of that is fine, and it's allowed. The only thing that's annoying, it's the noise of children playing. I mean, come off it. That's why I say it would be interesting for the authorities to call the citizens to an assembly to discuss. Hey, don't you remember when you were little? I mean, nowadays in our cities we are missing noise from children. So children out in the street create security, create safety, create beauty. They change the atmosphere. They make for a healthy city because there are children. That's why some time ago I used to say that children, like, I don't know, butterflies or ladybirds, they're important indicator species. But I always think of children on their own, not children with bodyguards. There's something else you say, there's a sentence that surprised me. You say, we don't have cities any longer. They were destroyed by the Second World War. They were destroyed. They had to be rebuilt, and they were built only for some people, not for everybody. Those cities were designed for adult men, adult working men, the ideal paterfamilias, and the elderly children and people with disabilities. I don't know whether we could add women there. They disappeared from cities. How were cities from before different from cities now? What should we go back to? That's very interesting, because my idea might appear to be that, you know, before it was all beautiful and now it's a disaster. No, I mean, this is applicable to cities and to children playing. I mean, you might say, well, perhaps before people were so interested, so intelligent that they allowed children to play. No, that's not what I'm saying. The thing is that the city comes after the castle. When castles finish their function as a closed space, walled off, or with walls or a river, then around the walls you have the burg with citizens. Then you have the city around a square where you have the place of government, the cathedral, and where the market takes place, as an icon of meeting and exchange. The historical city has no separation spaces. So the merit, I mean, it's not merit, I mean, it wasn't a project, but the way it grew historically, cities, is with a mixture. Mixtures are always positives in all fields. The modern city after the Second World War is a compartmentalized city. The invention of the architects at the time was the Zuling, the creation of zones, areas. They separated rich and poor, immigrants, and we're still doing that. So that's a weak city, because it makes for conflict. It acknowledges diversity, but it makes it clash. It segregates. Indeed, it segregates. And the same thing goes for playing. So you might say, how can it be that everybody, when they think of their childhood, particularly if they are of an age, kind of mine, or perhaps even younger, they think of their childhood, well, partly because, you know, you tend to idealize the past. But the thing is that our parents didn't have a clue of anything of these issues, and that saved us. They didn't know that playing was important. They didn't know that being children was important, and they didn't pay any attention. So they didn't pay any attention to us, and we were free, and we could thrive. So the thing is, we should pay less attention, indeed. Today, I would recover that favorable dimension in a more responsible way. I would say playing is children's skill. Playing is the most important job a child does. Now, the less interference from adults, the better. The point is, how can we do that with our current responsibilities when we are governing a city and, So, it's not that we should speak against this plan. Not at all. It is a very important commitment. But I would like us not to lose sight of the idea of the playable city. And the playable city happens with one condition: when children can leave home unaccompanied.
Siempre.
And that's always been the case. When they're aged 1 or 2, they should be allowed to just leave their home and knock on the neighbor's door and find somebody else and meet out in the street and play with their friends outside of their home. And even in the staircase, beautiful place to play, for theater performances, to play marketplace, to play school. It's ridiculous that it is forbidden to play also in the staircase, and some blocks of apartments are forbidding this. And I remember when there were no elevators and I was a kid, we used to play there, and when somebody had to go up and down, we had to move aside and let them go, and it was an experience for us and for the person that they had to stop for a minute and then go back up or down, and that was fantastic. And then leaving the apartment and going out in the street or going into the patios that are beautiful. They should be considered publicly as the first and last spaces of autonomy. A kid can go down there when he's 3 years old because parents are watching from the window and they're safe there, and an elderly person, someone like me, can go down there, take a seat when they're maybe not strong enough anymore to leave their home, but at least they leave their apartment and they go to this yard and meet somebody else. And that's important. Socially speaking, we need to advocate for that, because they don't need to become parking spaces, because again, it's the same thing that I said before. It's like cars go first, and that's not the idea. You were mentioning the staircases and the parking lots, and you mentioning the flat areas, the flat surfaces, so that everything can be under control. Oh yeah, that's a mystery, because the City Hall usually calls the machines, the bulldozers to flatten the pavement. It seems that the children really enjoy this, and the kids from Buenos Aires, the youth centers there, they really got in touch with the public spaces, and they used to say, everything's so flat that you cannot hide anywhere.
And hiding is one of the oldest playing experiences, one of the strongest experiences still played to date, and hide and seek is something we always think of as we think back in our childhood, because it's so simple. You don't need anything, and it can't be done anymore. Parks are flat because standing grown-up can better watch where the children are. Here, there is I have a small anecdote here. Girl from Malnate, which is a small town in the north of Italy, writing to her mayor saying, "Dear Mr. Mayor, look, you put the benches in the park the other way around, because you put it so it looks at the playground. And so when I go with my grandfather looks at me while I'm playing, and I can't stand it." This girl was wrong. It wasn't the other way around. They had placed it correctly to watch over the children. But play has nothing to do with the pleasure As our moderator said before, thank you for reading my quotes. Play has to do with pleasure. Pleasure is not something that should be exposed. Frato also always takes advantage of the stimulus from children, and he made a cartoon of a girl angry with her mom saying, when you play, you do it at night and without anyone watching, and when we play, you even put benches to watch over. Many feminist analyses say that the urban planning has traditionally been planned by men. This mental framework of exclusion appears from childhood, and it has, it's very common in town planning. For example, is school playgrounds, with a masculine perspective, with those football fields, establishing the hierarchies, the segregation of the use of common space. Should we also rethink of the city with a feminist standpoint? For sure. Certainly. An architect said to me once, years ago, that a detail would be that many times cities have gates or grades on the floor where the women's shoes get stuck, A woman would never design that. That's, just a little detail, but it is very significant. And then it's not something that in all the experiences we've had in participation, we always defend equal presence of boys and girls in the councils or in the planning groups for town planning. Participatory town planning. I mean, it is very important because, as many times we see, if there are more boys than girls, it's easy to see that boys' wishes prevail. Also because male boys have few ideas, very few. They think of football. And so, you propose football and they all agree. Girls, are more refined. They have many wishes. They like to be together. They like to play some sports, not always football. And so, as always, opinions are divided. Interesting things, they're interested in many things. They should be proof of our weakness, of male weakness, but in the end, it becomes our strength. So that's why in our experience, participatory experience, we ask boys not to vote. We're trying to ensure that they don't do anything that we grown-ups do. This no voting of boys, I suppose you've heard criticisms about. Well, we choose the children randomly, if it's random, it could be anyone's name. And it's like a draw of their names. And, not always the best, which is proof of the validity of teachers, as teachers would prefer. That's not the goal. The goal is to have children's perspective, children's thoughts. So the Council of Children offers the mayor what children think. Since it's difficult to reach what children think, it's important to have children. The best children are always the result of adults' choice. Who are the best amongst the children? The ones who resemble adults the most? Why are they the best? Because who gets the best grades in school? Those who already developed an adult-like mentality, setting aside children's mentality. So, so it's not something appreciated. And so, not voting also means discussing until you understand all the way until you reach a consensus. Exactly. And many times this rewards the less conservative and less traditional proposals, which are always these that suggest football or all the typical boy games, and children know because they live with us. And if children propose something that they heard amongst the adults, they will share it. And if we vote, they will win. And so my idea is if they vote, it's always the most conservative proposals that win. We hear very much about smart cities now. But I don't know if this goes against the city of children. More video games, more mobile phones that would be equivalent to leaving the house seldomly. Should we be more critical with new technologies? Well, let me answer with a cartoon. That helps me. A father says to his son, "You don't need to leave the house to meet Julieta. You can do it by Skype." And the boy says, "But I wanted to kiss her." This is one thing. I mean, I think there are ages. At some ages, children have to meet, get together, touch each other, hug each other. You know, they have to do things that they might not tell their parents after. But that's why it's important that they go out on their own and they live their experience. What's happening with video games, which are very powerful, you know, very valuable that we're all using, but it would be very important that a child doesn't have it too soon. You know, speaking of 12, 13 years, I had it at 78. Maybe you can take that as a hint. If we agree that the mobile phone could be a problem, especially if the children are too young, I think that the possibility of leaving the house on their own to meet with their friends is one of the strongest proposals we have that can, you know, counterbalance the domain of mobile phones. There are some researchers discovering problematic things. For example, many adolescents prefer not to leave the house or leave the least possible and come back as soon as possible to communicate with their friends that they could have met physically. But they prefer to chat. This is a problem. I mean, we don't know up to what point. But I don't think we should wait and see because it could lead to serious problems. I'd like to speak of the role of the media. I know you're very critical about the work we do sometimes. Yes, and it's complicated because the two topics that I feel I criticize about is the media and politicians. And here we have journalists and politicians. So I don't know if the mayor's still here. Yeah, she is. Why am I saying this? Well, I'm saying it because if we ask ourselves, why don't children leave the house on their own? The answer has two sides to it. One, because there are dangers. But the strongest is because we are afraid. Okay, so who generates this fear? Well, since that fear is so powerful, children don't go out. The percentage of children who leave the house is dropping dramatically. In Italy, we have a very rare case. I don't know if you heard or you saw what Williams presented about an international research where Spain wasn't present. There was Portugal and other countries. Italy was the last one where there is the lowest level of autonomy amongst children. This means that people don't dare allow their children to leave the house. It should mean that the danger has increased so much that it is just impossible. The data we have are just the opposite. It shows that cities, not as much as we would like, not as quickly as we would wish,
But cities are becoming safer. Crime rates are dropping, and traffic accidents are dropping. So the city of 20, 30 years ago, when we all lived that experience of autonomy, more or less, the city was more dangerous than now, but the fear is much greater today than back then. So the problem is that fear is a feeling, it's an attitude that is very powerful. When one says, I'm not afraid, it's silly. We have to be afraid. What's important is that fear should be proportionate according to the danger. It's a defense. But if you lose contact with the danger, it's a disaster. And now that's what we find. I think this generates a very strong responsibility amongst yourselves in politics, because the media in Italy, particularly television, really take advantage of the worst things that happen, and they spend so much time scavenging on that, you can all think of cases, the child who suffered a huge violence or had an accident, and then we hear about it on television over and over again for days and days, so people follow that and they freak out thinking it so frequently. And if I manage to get those who read me or watch me think it's even likely, I will not allow my children to leave the house. But this is false. There is violence, unfortunately, indeed, but not on the streets. It's in the house, inside the homes, and inside their homes. Violence against children and women, unfortunately, happens in their own homes, in the hands of known and dear people. So it's double the violence, because it betrays the body because of the violence it inflicts, and the soul because they destroy a loved one. It's horrible. But what we have to do is, for example, there are dangers in the house. There are dangers in the car. I don't know if there are any doctors in the room, but in the ER, many doctors can confirm that practically the only cause of hospital admittance is domestic accidents or car accidents in the parents' cars. You're speaking of accidents involving children, right? So the most dangerous places would be their home and their cars. So inviting them to go out is not so bad. And why do I have problems with politics? Because it also feeds from fear. And I'm not saying all politicians, not always, but in Italy they've done it enormously. The politicians of the latest times, saying that cities are dangerous, but vote for me and I'll fix it. This doesn't work. This does not work, especially because of the sense of safety. If we put it in the hands of politicians, that's why I'm saying if there are children in the streets will be safer. If there are children in the streets alone, no matter how bad we are, we have to take charge. And if there's an environment, a neighborhood where adults are attentive and they care, then it would be a very bad neighborhood for a criminal. It just wouldn't work. Criminals need things that are, places that are dark and uncared for. So I think politicians should have this as their ultimate goal, to ensure safety in the city through presence and not through absence. Because if I am afraid of people, if I make people afraid, they will lock themselves up. And if they lock themselves up, the streets will be empty. You spoke of the participatory consensus of children in public matters, but I don't know
of these projects of making children take part, depending on how you go about them, they might become maybe more aesthetic than practical. It's maybe not a real participation. Maybe we're listening, but we're not, paying heed to what they say. Perhaps. Usually this is the case. I always say that we have two proposals, strong proposals. One is the proposal of participation in the city government, and the other is the participation of the autonomy for children so that they can go through their city. The proposal of autonomy is complicated because families oppose it. They're afraid. Now, the proposal of participation is very simple. Everyone likes that, but it is very complicated to do it well. Doing it well means that we need to know what children think. A mayor, man or woman, it's a very strange case of participation because I think participation is, one of the rights of the citizens. So all of us citizens have the right to participate in whichever way we choose. And politicians have the right to listen to us. When we speak of the Council of Children in our project, we're speaking of something else. It's not the children who ask the mayor that they are listened, but it's the mayor that asks the children for their advice because the mayor has forgotten their standpoint. So the mayor needs the help of the children to help them understand the other standpoint. The other, not just of children. Children have an ability to represent others, and it's complicated. You can achieve it, doing away with all the traditional schemes with the elections and the votes and this little mayor and all these things. And still, it's not enough. We have to hear, as the Article 12 of the Convention says, and take into account what they propose, which doesn't mean we must always do what they do, but always listen to them, answer, and when you accept you are going to do something, do it soon. And, soon for the children's perspective as well. And this should not be the ultimate level. The ultimate level, which is something that I really like, is accepting these ideas from the children and transform them into policies. So policies that use a different standpoint to change around. I think this has happened in Pontevedra, and Pontevedra is small as a town. It's bigger than a neighborhood in Barcelona, and if we think of the city, we should start from the neighborhood and not from the whole of the city, and therefore we could apply it in every neighborhood, little by little, until you reach all of them and finish, working on the whole city. So the idea of including the thoughts of children has become a political element. Politicians accepted it as theirs, as their own. I was told we had 3 more minutes and they're gone. We could spend another hour speaking with Francesco because it's been so very interesting. Yes, doing it stronger with the children, going to these places on their own. I think this should be the new challenge that we should consider. How can we ensure that the children leave their homes and, take advantage of these proposals in the city?
Gracias, Francesco.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you very much. Thanks, Roger Palà. We had to stop it, Roger, because I'm sure we could be listening to Francesco Tonucci for 1 more hour, listening to him and how well he expresses himself. And now that you are removing those signs that say, no ball playing in the squares, why don't you use Frato's vignettes and, use them to replace those signs? They're incredible. I just Googled them and I was looking at them right now, and they're so graphic. The neighbor that's looking for this no ball playing now desperately and finds Frato's vignettes. I'm sure something will happen in the minds of many people, so that would be fantastic. Thank you. Let's give them a hand. Thank you very much, the two of you.
Estem acabant ja, estem acabant. Ara li toca a l'alcaldessa. Ja sabem que és aquí perquè l'hem anomenat diverses vegades. Ha arribat o no? Sí, la tenim.
The mayor of Barcelona is here already, so before we hand over to her, let me just quote somebody else before I leave the rostrum. The Nobel laureate George Bernard Shaw, literature Nobel laureate, refers to play. I'm sure it rings a bell. He said that let's not stop playing because we grow old. Let's grow old because we stop playing. So the Barcelona that projects this play in the public space is a Barcelona that's livable, that takes care of the neighbors. I'm sure, that's written, that's on the paper, at least, and we know that paper bears it all, but it's an intention at least, starting with the childhood, ending with elderly age. The idea is that sitting never prevents anyone from playing, but quite the opposite, because you were asked, how many of you play at work? Somebody said yes, but most of, oh, you do? Lucky you. I play with my little daughter, and sometimes I am tired, but of course she loves to play. Now, the mayor of Barcelona, Ms. Colau, she's so clear about that, and she will tell us, she will explain, because she's here to officially close this seminar today. So, Ada Colau, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm so happy to be able to say that Barcelona has its first, not last, its first play plan in the public space with the horizon of 2030. And the first thing I want to do as the mayor of Barcelona is say thank you to the many, many people that are behind all this and working to make this play plan possible. It's more than 100 people, technicians, people from the municipal government, experts, citizens, kids, teenagers, adults. All of you have made it possible for us to have this very pioneering plan, and I'm sure it is here to stay. So we'll have more editions. Thank you so much for having made today possible and for having made this plan possible. We really believe in it. We were waiting for it. It comes at the end of our mandate, but it comes and it means before and after. It's a shift of paradigm in the city of Barcelona, clearly. You've been talking about it all day long. The plan refers to a city that people can live in, everybody, a city for all. This includes young and older kids. We've said it many times, but we really believe it. Yes, indeed, Barcelona will be and has to be a better city for boys and girls. It has to be the city of children. Not only let the children play in certain enclosed precincts. That makes it a healthier city, a safer city, a happier city, a better city. And for that, we have to make sure that we get the streets back. We talked about percentages taken up by cars. In Barcelona, it's 60% of public space occupied by cars. This is horrendous. It makes no sense whatsoever because, furthermore, there isn't even a proportion or a good ratio with traveling because it's 20% of trips that are done by car. All the others are done with bicycles, buses, and metros. We have doubled bicycle lanes. That's generated quite a lot of rich discussion. Well, we like it. We love to have this rich discussion in Barcelona. It's not a problem. There's also been a lot of controversy with the tram that will make it possible to eliminate thousands of cars from the center of Barcelona. That makes us very happy. It's been very difficult, but we have managed. We had to really pressurize citizens and municipal government together. But yes, the tram will be a reality and we'll get thousands of cars out of the center of Barcelona. We've also made headway with the super blocks, recovering public space for everyone, also for kids, beginning with Poblenou, Sant Antoni, Horta, Les Corts. And the super block has to be a model for the whole of the city, not something anecdotic, but rather a model for the whole of the city. And amongst all these plans, well, how pretty, how great to have it as a reality. We said so, didn't we, in 2016? This has been mentioned with Francesco Tonucci there as well, and our very dear and missed Carles Capdevila, who we will never forget, especially when we talk about city and children, because Carles Capdevila, I think, was one of the people in our city that most believed in this play plan. He really believed it. He was a militant about it. He knew that one had to be very daring, that we couldn't be intimidated by what has always said, those famous lobbies that will pressurize, because literally it is our life that is at risk. We are fighting for our lives in this, so we have to be very, very brave in this paradigm shift, and we have to make sure that our squares, our streets are playable, and not only for them to have enclosed or fenced areas, but rather that the whole of Barcelona is playable. This is our aim, and this is what we have to get to. So when I started my mandate, I got pregnant, a second kid, because my eldest is 8 years old now. So I got pregnant with my second. Many people said to me, how brave, oh, how crazy. This they didn't say, but they thought it. I'm sure it was obvious that this is what they were telling me. Aren't you crazy? You have lost your marbles. And I said, well, precisely, I believe it's quite the contrary. I'd say it's the most healthy thing I've done in my mandate as a mayor, to have a kid, because precisely we have such a crazy life in general, in politics especially, and even more recently, but not only in politics, and ours is an accelerated life. It's a crazy life. And having a kid, it shouldn't be, but in my case, has been one of the healthiest things I've done in my life, and also in my life as a mayor, because precisely having a kid makes you connect with life. And supposedly our work, in general, but in politics even more, should be making cities places where people can really live in and not less. So as a mayor, it has to be very consistent, right, that I can have a baby, because it's making life easier and better. But it's not so easy and not so intuitive. I could tell you about a long list of anecdotes. For example, the City Council of Barcelona has a lot to do to preach with the example, because if you go to the building, you'll see it's not really thought out for little kids. I mean, in my case, as the mother of very young children, when I went to Sant Jaume Square, I don't know whether you've been in the municipal, it's a false Gothic, but it's a Gothic building where we have our headquarters, and it's dark, and then when you go up the stairs to the first floor, you immediately think that the kid can fall over the Gothic balcony downstairs, and that really is not playable at all. We try to make a step forward, because I myself thought it's impossible that the headquarters of the City Council is somewhere where you can't visit with kids, and we wanted our events to be open to all. We didn't want to have problems in schedules and conciliation of family life and work life, so I insisted and I insisted. I told them there has to be a place for kids at the City Council. I got a small space in what used to be the places for horses. Would you believe it? Well, it's a first step. I want to be optimistic. Yes, it's a kind of first step taken. So yes, there is a space for kids there. Not the best, not the nicest, not the largest. We have to keep on working, but there you go. There's a space for kids there. As a metaphor of the city, it could be useful. And we talk of play, yes, and we talk of play as a right. Francesco Tonucci was telling us, but it's not only a right, it's an opportunity for all of us. Playing means freedom, playing means creativity, playing means sociability, it means community life, so it is city to play is to make a city. It makes us better people. It makes us happier people. So if we want a better Barcelona and a happier Barcelona, well then yes, indeed, we have to make sure we work for it to be a playable city. What I would like to point out, however, and I'm happy that Francesco said so at the end of his presentation, because I really thought it was very important to mention this nuance or this meaning, is that this is not done only by delegating or outsourcing, not at all. Not at all. Because to talk about achieving Barcelona as a playable city is not easy. It's not. It's not at all. The way life is organized right now with the society, the capitalist society and the global world we have right now, it is not easy to make of our city a city that is playable. I'd say rather that everything goes against this idea, not only the cars, many other things as well as cars. So that it's difficult shouldn't make us give up, not at all. But we have to be well aware of reality to be able to work on an adequate strategy. And I think we have to face reality and say, yes, it's difficult, it's not easy. It requires co-responsibility. In this sense, I would like to say thank you. Yes, we cannot delegate, we cannot outsource. This is not only political will, there has to be political will. I can assure you that from me and my team at the City Council of Barcelona, there's a 100% political will there. But of course, you can't do this only on the basis of decrees and regulations from the municipal government saying that boys and girls have to leave their homes and walk to school. We can't do it this way. We need involvement, participation, commitment, critical citizenship, but critical with everything, not only this, with everything else, also with the models of society that we have nowadays, the priorities that we have in our economy, in our politics, in media. So we really need a great involvement and to see what values we want for our city and for our lives. That means we have to relate more, because recently cities have gone towards ways of life that make it difficult to have relationships between neighbors. Before it was easy to get to know your neighbors, the people living near you. It was easy to help each other. Now this is becoming more and more difficult because of many reasons. There's speculation, there's the crazy schedule at work, many reasons. So amongst us all and between us all, we have to fight to recover this idea of the city as a community, or as many communities together in their different neighborhoods. And the idea as well that we are co-responsible. We are co-responsible to define the priorities of the city, to modify what we don't like, to pursue what we want, and also to learn, not only to teach and get learning in the lives of our children, but also we ourselves have to learn about forms of life that very often are bad for life, not only of kids, but ours too. Pollution is killing us. It's not only killing children, it's killing the whole of the population. So the forms of life we have right now are not the best, they're not the healthiest, so we have to re-educate all of us to change things in the same way as we say that schools should not be a place just to park our kids and delegate everything to the teachers. Listen, education, teaching has to happen at home, at school, everywhere, and we have to do it amongst us all. So we are talking of cultural change, a shift of paradigm, and this is what I meant. We're not talking about something simple, not at all, but that doesn't mean we can't attain this. I'm totally convinced that we'll make it possible. We have to rethink priorities, we have to rethink life cycles and rhythms, our schedules. This happened to me as well at the City Council. When we started our mandate, we said we want to make conciliation easy, but most of the meetings started at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. And I said, listen, if events happen at 7 o'clock, we're not promoting this, living life at work and with the family. We tried to do it at 5 o'clock, and we had thousands of people complaining because, of course, people didn't stop work at 5, and then they couldn't participate in any city event because they couldn't leave their job. So we left it at 6 o'clock. But we still have a long way to go, honestly. So my son, who, yes, indeed, I do think we have to listen to the voices of young people to remember the priorities of what is really important in our lives and how we can improve, and do it with tenderness, yeah? As they've not been all that long in the life of adults, they have more common sense. And my son, I don't remember when he started, now he's nearly 8, maybe at least for 2 years, regularly, he asks me, Mommy, why is it 5 days school and 2 at the weekend? So you answer, you give me the answer, please. It's not so obvious, is it? And I said to him, well, because mummies and daddies have to work for 5 days and have 2 days at the weekend. And then he said it's unfair. And I said, well, you're right, totally right, it's unfair. It's also unfair for me now that you say. So maybe we could all get together and go demonstrate together, boys, girls, mothers, fathers, and start changing things. Get 4 days school and work and 3 days weekend. And then, well, why not? We could all distribute the work in such a way that we have less unemployment, we work less hours, we're happier, and everybody wins. Wouldn't it be great? What a great suggestion. I think it's something we could put forward, definitely. Of course, it's well beyond municipal competences, but we're not scared, let me tell you. We're not daunted by this, so why not? Let's go along, citizens, boys, girls, everybody, city council, let's make it a 4-day week for work and school and 3 days for the weekend. Maybe we'd get other cities to join, and then we would attain this. Really, it's really a goal I'd like. Thank you for Maria Truño, who works on childhood issues. More than 4,000 boys and girls of Barcelona have helped us out with their opinion. We've had groups and meetings about city policies with young people, about what's the model of the city we want, environmental issues, safety, so many things. We've worked, we've had loads of participation processes, and yes, young people have common sense. I was interested to see that among the priorities mentioned by the younger people, the younger citizens, typically they said that, yes, I mean, they really have a social awareness, they have great empathy. This is really positive. It's very good that our kids have empathy. And they said we had to make an effort for those more vulnerable citizens, those that were hungry or had problems at home, that were victims of violence. I mean, kids are really concerned about colleagues that are more vulnerable, also concerned about the presence of cars. They don't understand why there are so many cars. They see cars as something bad that pollutes and is dangerous, so they insist on us getting cars out. And time. It's not only my son. I mean, I see that most boys and girls share this. We should have more time to be together and enjoy life together, which is what we decided to have. Mothers, fathers, families, children. So let's take care of Barcelona. That means let's take care of each other. We have to make it a better city. Let's listen to our sons and daughters, because we want a city that's free, healthy, and happy. Thank you very much for your good work, and we'll continue with this idea. We'll make it all possible. Thank you. Yes, we finished. I wanted to say thank you. I love the 4 days, 3 days. It's fantastic. But listen, do you know what I was thinking? You think about it. If we have to select another day's holiday, what, Friday or Monday? Would we lose Friday? Wednesday, in the middle of the week? What would we choose? The perception of every day would change, wouldn't it, depending on the one we choose? I like Friday, Saturday, let's think about it. Thank you for coming. From here, as I can see you, let me tell you, you've been a great, fantastic audience, honestly, because one can see this when one is paying attention, the way you smile, this attitude, really, all the time, all day long. So I saw you from here. Thank you very much indeed. And we hope, yes, that you that are there, you are the driving engine of this play plan for Barcelona. Well, let's hope it makes headway and that this city is really a playable city. Let's go to action. Let's play. Thank you.